I am unleashing a mysterious revival in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, The Girl Appearing in the Crystal Ball. Can't you pinpoint Gwen's exact location? To the very end, Lo still couldn't locate Gwen's exact location. This immediately cast a shadow over Ailin's mind, and even a hint of unease emerged. Although Ailin heard the cheers of the crowd surrounding Gwen and the distinctive sound of the cruise ship's whistle at the end of the call, the whistle somehow failed to alleviate Ailin's unease. Instead, it gave him a sense of foreboding. As a fortune teller, this seemingly sudden feeling of unease often signaled a warning from one's spiritual being. Therefore, upon sensing this unease, Ailin closed his eyes and, through meditation, allowed his spirit to leap into the Libra dimension. Since technological means couldn't help Ailin confirm Gwen's condition, he would resort to his more mystical methods. Ailin intended to use divination to determine Gwen and her family's current situation, locate their current location, and even further investigate the source of his unease. To minimize any potential interference from unknown factors, Ailin entered the Libra dimension, leveraging its inherent power to eliminate hidden interferences. Arriving at the seat within the Libra dimension he had materialized with his destiny points, Ailin took out a black leather belt Gwen had given him at the ball. This belt had been handcrafted for Ailin, and still held her aura and affection. It was the perfect divination tool, helping Ailin divine Gwen's fate. As Ailin caressed the belt, his spirituality surged. The spirituality enveloping it seemed to sense the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness Gwen had imbued in her craftsmanship, as well as the care she held for him. "Wait for me, Gwen. I will find you." Sensing that emotion, Ailin pursed his lips, his eyes darkening. Worried about Gwen's current condition, Ailin dared not delay. He then ignited a lilac incense stick, which could aid in divination, with his spirituality. After a moment's thought, Ailin wrote down the divination, Gwen's current location. After repeating it silently 7 times, Ailin closed his eyes, leaned back, and, enveloped in the lingering fragrance, he slipped into a dream. In a dimly lit world, countless pinpricks of fluorescent light danced, coalescing into a single image. In a narrow, dim corridor, a figure clad in white armor protected 3 terrified little creatures as they confronted something deep within. Beside the 3 little creatures, the blonde Helen supported George, pistol in hand, as they cleared the way to the other end of the corridor. Raising his gaze, Ailin spotted a bloody scar on George's abdomen, where Helen was supporting him. Although it appeared to have been treated simply, strands of blood seeped through the red gauze as George moved vigorously. Deep in the corridor behind them, a pair of crimson eyes radiated intense malice, gazing cruelly and greedily at Gwen and the others ahead. Those eyes, like a ferocious beast stalking its prey that had intruded into its territory, were filled with greed and cruelty. Buzz! In an instant, the image shattered. Then, a new, fluorescent image quickly took shape before Ailin's eyes. On the azure sea, a massive cruise ship plowed through the waves. As his gaze rose higher, the ship gradually shrank to a tiny speck the size of a sesame seed. A vast, dark storm, composed of countless dark clouds and lightning, appeared before Ailin's eyes. A closer look revealed the sheer scope of this storm. The massive ship, plowing through the waves, and the vast, sunny expanse surrounding it, were merely the eye of the storm. And in front of the ship, beneath the azure surface, a vast shadow seemed to wriggle. As his sight rose higher and higher, just as Ailin was about to take in the full view of the massive storm, the image before him shattered once again. This time, with the shattering of his dream, Ailin awoke instantly. After waking up, Ailin recalled the image he had just seen through dream divination, and his mood suddenly darkened. Sure enough, the ominous premonition that had made him uneasy was his spiritual warning. And the image he had just seen also indicated that Ailin's ominous premonition had come true. After confirming certain things, Ailin quickly analyzed the details of the 2 images he had just seen. First, the first image not only indicated Gwen's specific location, but also provided a glimpse into her predicament. The long, narrow, dim corridor must have been the corridor of the cruise ship Gwen and her companions had encountered. And it was clear that the cruise ship seemed to harbor some unknown danger. The danger, while injuring George, also forced Gwen to unleash the armor forged by Tony Stark. However, that image also hinted at another aspect. Gwen and the others weren't completely defenseless against the dangers aboard the cruise ship. At least, after donning the armor, Gwen had some resistance. Otherwise, George wouldn't have had time to treat his wounds after being injured. Even after being injured, George still held his pistol, clearing the way. It seems that ordinary firearms had some deterrent effect against the threat posed by the ship, otherwise, George wouldn't have drawn his pistol. The second image showed the location of the cruise ship, the eye of the massive storm. That storm, recalling the second image, Ailin frowned slightly. To Ailin, something was clearly amiss with that storm. There was even a strange sense of fragmentation. Otherwise, even if the storm's reach was vast, it would still be there. Given the scale of the storm, even if the center, the eye of the storm, was relatively calm, it wouldn't be a sunny, clear day. Furthermore, with today's technology, a storm of this magnitude couldn't possibly go undetected. Hawaii is an archipelago that relies heavily on tourism. Given the severity of their impact on tourists and the industry, they would have immediately notified islanders of the storm and taken precautions. Even those already off the islands would have received a warning. Under these circumstances, it was simply impossible for a yacht carrying passengers to risk the loss of life and destruction. Add to that the dangers Gwen and her companions encountered on the cruise ship, and the vast, creeping shadow beneath the surface, and Ailin pursed his lips. So, is this another strange incident? It wasn't even certain that the storm Gwen encountered even existed in reality. After figuring this out and gaining sufficient information, Ailin immediately wrote a new divination statement in his notebook. He then produced a crystal ball and spiritually lifted it to his chest. Enter that storm, find Gwen. Enter that storm, find Gwen. After silently chanting several times, spiritual energy surged before Ailin, and within that swirling spiritual energy, the pure, transparent crystal ball before Ailin began to spin. As the crystal ball rose and fell, a blurry image gradually appeared within it. Then quickly became clearer. Success. After obtaining certain prerequisite information, Ailin's divination was successful. Soon, the hazy image within the crystal ball appeared before Ailin's eyes. The moment he saw it, Ailin's eyes widened. For the crystal ball didn't reveal a specific method to enter that strange storm and find Gwen. Instead, it revealed a person. Someone Ailin knew very well. The person who appeared within the crystal ball was none other than Fregula's daughter, Lilith, the girl shrouded in disaster. Within the crystal ball's image, it was none other than Lilith, the daughter of Fregula. The moment the golden-haired Lilith appeared in the sea, the once clear and bright ocean surface suddenly shifted. Then, a strange, dark storm descended, seemingly eager to devour Lilith, who had just appeared. After swallowing Lilith, the dark clouds and raging lightning within the crystal ball roiled and boiled, as if celebrating the arrival of this calamity-inducing girl. When the swirling dark clouds completely filled the crystal ball's image, the image within it quickly dissipated. Losing its mysterious connection, the crystal ball slowly descended, landing on a velvet-covered crystal ball stand on the long bronze table in front of Ailin. As the crystal ball fell, Ailin's turbulent spirit quickly subsided. Only Ailin's emotions remained, churning with the image within the crystal ball. After everything calmed down, Ailin recalled a divination and muttered, "Lilith, why did the method to enter that strange storm happen to Lilith? Is that strange storm related to Lilith, or was it the aura of disaster within Lilith that triggered something, causing the strange storm to descend the moment Lilith appeared in that sea area?" After pondering for a while, Ailin used the Libra dimension to perform several more divinations. Then, using fate points, he manifested several, strong healing potions, and some ritual materials from the Libra, storing them in his space ring and quickly leaving the Libra dimension. Returning to the real world, Ailin opened his eyes and ordered Lo beside him, immediately retrieve weather information for the waters around the Hawaiian Islands and retrieve all information related to that storm. Task established, information retrieving. A few seconds later, Lo's voice echoed in Ailin's ears again. "Sir, I've retrieved the weather information for the Hawaiian Islands over the past 3 days and haven't found any storm-related information. According to the Hawaiian weather data, the waters surrounding the islands have been clear and suitable for travel over the past 3 days, and in the sea area I targeted earlier, apart from the wrecked yacht Miss Gwen was aboard, no other ships in that route encountered storms." Listening to Luo's report, a glint flashed in Ailin's eyes. As expected, he took a deep breath. "Luo, please contact Duke, Tony Stark, and the military. Tell them I need a plane that can reach the Hawaiian Islands as quickly as possible. Under normal circumstances, with Miracle Group's current size, chartering a plane directly to the Hawaiian Islands would be a piece of cake. But now, after the Battle of New York, Finding a single intact plane at the New York airport was a real concern. After all, the planes that appeared in New York at the start of the battle became the Chitauri's primary target. Not to mention civilian aircraft. Even military fighter jets and attack helicopters were destroyed by the Chitauri and the demons in the Battle of New York, with hundreds destroyed. The number of aircraft available in New York City is now pitifully small. Most were transferred from other locations by various factions after the war to deal with the various pressing issues in New York. Under these circumstances, requisitioning a single aircraft from them is not easy. Therefore, if Ailin wants to reach Hawaii as quickly as possible, he must rely on his connections. After sending a message to Lua, Ailin immediately gathered his belongings and headed out again. He then drove a Miracle Group truck carrying supplies and quickly headed for Hell's Kitchen via the newly cleared lifeline. Before the war began, for the safety of his daughter, Fregula, a devoted daughter, took Lilith to live in the heavily guarded Miracle Tower, which was heavily guarded by armed personnel and Dr. Banner. Therefore, if Ailin wanted to see Lilith, he would have to return to the Miracle Tower. As for why Ailin did not drive his faster Aston Martin, it was because it was parked in the parking lot and unfortunately became one of the many scrapped vehicles in this war. Chapter 327 Borrowing Luck. Half an hour later, Aaron met Lilith at the Miracle Building. To better protect Lilith, Fragra had placed her in a small, steel-reinforced room on the second basement floor of the Miracle Building. Originally built as a lounge for Dr. Banner, it was abandoned after Dr. Banner regained control of his rage. It wasn't for any other reason. After Betty moved in, Dr. Banner and his team felt the room was too small, hindering their ability to perform. While it wasn't enough for Dr. Banner, after some renovations, it was more than adequate for Lilith's safety. Under Fragra's protection, Lilith was oblivious to the war unfolding outside. When Aaron met her, she was glued to Tom and Jerry on her computer, her gaze fixed on it. Compared to the haggard little girl Aaron had first met in the hospital, Lilith now, though still a little thinner, exuded a vibrant energy, almost like any other girl her age. However, the moment Ailin saw Lilith, his eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously activated his clairvoyance. This sight immediately caused Ailin to frown. Flegra, who had come down with Ailin and was about to open the small door to the safe house to call for Lilith, keenly noticed the change in Ailin's expression. As if instinctively sensing something, Flegra's heart clenched, and he subconsciously asked, "What's wrong with Lilith?" He watched Flegra's right hand unconsciously increase its grip on the doorknob. Ailin said in a deep voice, "The calamity aura within Lilith's body has been controlled after repeated holy light healing and purification, and its growth and decline have maintained a certain balance. But now, that balance has been disturbed." "Balance disturbed?" Flegra's face changed at the words. Looking at Flegra's face that changed color in an instant, Ailin emitted a wave of mental fluctuations, and while soothing Flegra's emotions, he said, "Don't worry, I just checked. It's not that there is something wrong with Lilith's body. It's that after New York experienced this disaster, the air of disaster is everywhere, and these energies of disaster are attracted by Lilith's physique and continuously gather in her body, which breaks the balance in Lilith's body." Hearing this, Flegra frowned and asked, "Then as long as Lilith leaves New York, the erosion of the air of disaster can be solved?" Ailin nodded when he heard it. Although this can't completely solve Lilith's problem, it's really not suitable for Lilith to stay in New York now. At least, it's not suitable for Lilith to stay in New York temporarily until the aura of disaster over New York dissipates. "I see," Flegra said. "I'll arrange a vehicle and take Lilith away from New York later." Looking at Flegra with worry in his eyes, Ailin said, "You and Lilith can leave together then. I'll let Killis help take care of the group. If you really encounter any problems, you can also control it remotely. By the way, before you leave, ask Killis for a team of elite soldiers to protect you and Lilith." Flegra's eyes showed a trace of shame when he heard this. After the New York War, Miracle Group needed him as the executive president, but he was Lilith. Just as Flegra was struggling, Ailin smiled, patted Flegra's shoulder, and said, "What? Now that you've left New York, you can't handle the group's affairs?" "Of course not." Looking at Flegra, who spoke unconsciously, Ailin said, "If that's the case, then that's good, but if I were here, many things would be handled much better." Ailin heard this and looked through the glass window at Lilith, who was dressed like an angel by Flegra. "Okay, don't worry about it. In my eyes, that little girl who calls me brother is much more important than these trivial matters at the company. If you feel bad, you can make up for it by working overtime later. Besides, I asked Lilith for help this time. If it really doesn't work out, just think of it as me giving you a day off because of Lilith, Ailin said and directly opened the small door of the safe house. Tick. The safe house's locker unlocked. Lilith, who was watching Jerry beat up Tom, immediately turned to look at the door. Upon seeing Ailin and Fragula enter, Lilith's face immediately lit up with a sweet smile. Dad, Ailin, you're here. With that, Lilith spun around, leaping from her chair and heading towards Ailin and Fragula. But as Lilith excitedly spun around, her long, flowing golden hair, due to inertia, sent a glass of milk crashing to the floor. After spinning around on the table, the glass shattered with a clang. Tiny shards of glass flew everywhere, with several shooting into Ailin and Fragula's eyes. The milk dripped down the table, flowing along the computer wires and into the sockets filled with computer cables. Swarmed by the aura of doom, Lilith's seemingly casual action ignited a murderous intent. But before this murderous intent could fully unfold, it was finally unleashed. Ailin dodged, sweeping away the shards of glass that shot toward his and Fragra's eyes. He also unplugged the milk-soaked computer cable from the wall socket. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, Ailin swept the scattered glass shards from the floor into the corners on either side of the safe house. After this, Ailin lifted Lilith, who stood on the ground with her bare feet trembling, her eyes filled with fear. Although Ailin had quickly eliminated each impending danger, the strangely familiar scene instantly brought back memories and fears for Lilith. But at that moment, a warm energy suddenly flowed from Ailin's palm, flowing down Lilith's back and rapidly spreading throughout her body. That warm feeling, like a mother's embrace, warmed Lilith and opened her pores, dispelling the accumulating calamity within her. Through an intermediate holy light healing, Ailin soothed Lilith's fear and anxiety, and also dispelled much of the calamity that clung to her. Under the holy light's radiance, Lilith closed her eyes in contentment. It wasn't until long after the intermediate holy light had dissipated that she reopened her eyes. After touching Lilith's golden hair that had regained its luster, Ailin asked gently, "How is it, Lilith? Are you feeling better?" "My body is warm, I feel very comfortable, and I'm not so scared anymore." After nodding her head seriously, Lilith asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Ailin, was my bad luck back just now?" Feeling Lilith's little hand that couldn't help but clutch the corner of his clothes, Ailin patted Lilith's back gently and said, "Of course not." After denying it with unusual certainty, Ailin said, "Lilith, do you remember why your father asked you to stay here?" Lilith tilted her head and thought for a second before saying, "Dad said that it's dangerous and unsafe outside. So he asked me to stay with Uncle Banner for a few days and go home when it's safe outside." Your father is right. During the 2 days you've been here, aliens invaded Earth, causing a massive disaster. Although the aliens were repelled, New York is now filled with the aura of disaster. Your constitution is somewhat unique. If you continue to stay here, the aura of disaster will cling to you, bringing you misfortune. So your father and I plan to take you on vacation to another city first. Once the aura of disaster in New York dissipates, we'll bring you back. That way, the aura of disaster won't find you, and you won't be in trouble. Lilith, what do you think? Ailin didn't hide his feelings for this exceptionally intelligent and strong girl, who had grown up amidst repeated disasters. Sometimes, that would actually hurt Lilith. After hearing Ailin's words, Lilith glanced over at her father and said crisply, "If we're on vacation, will Dad go too?" Ailin scratched Lilith's nose and smiled, "Of course. If your dad doesn't go, who's going to take care of you? But before you and your dad go on vacation, I'd like to ask a favor." "Well, it's not a big deal. Just give me a few strands of your hair, and then lend me the bad luck that's been lingering on you these past few days." As Ailin finished speaking, Lilith plucked several strands of hair from her head. The quick and decisive action made Fragra's face twitch with pity. After handing a small clump of plucked hair to Ailin, Lilith said, "Brother Ailin, is this enough? If not, I'll pull a little more. But I don't want to lend you the aura of doom, because I don't want anything to happen to you." "That's not going to happen to you, Brother Ailin." Ailin smiled and rubbed Lilith's head. "And this time, Lilith has to lend it to me. Brother Ailin is counting on your aura of doom to save Sister Gwen." "Borrowing the aura of doom to save Sister Gwen? How can doom save people?" Lilith's watery eyes were filled with confusion. Ailin easily read her thoughts from her little face, but she didn't say much. Brother wasn't lying. Your Sister Gwen is trapped in a place that requires a certain amount of bad luck to enter. So, to save Gwen, Brother came to you for help. Well, it can also instantly eliminate your bad luck, killing two birds with one stone. Lilith tilted her head and thought for a few seconds before saying, "If that's the case, Lilith can lend my bad luck to Brother Ailin, but I don't know how to do that. As long as you agree, I'll leave the rest to Brother Ailin." After obtaining Lilith's consent, Ailin chatted with Fragran next to him for a while, then cleared a relatively empty space in the room and began to set up a mysterious magical ritual. From the beginning, Ailin had no intention of taking Lilith to Hawaii to help him find the strange storm and the mysterious cruise ship that trapped Gwen and the others. After all, no one knew the risks lurking within that strange storm and the mysterious cruise ship. This little girl was already unfortunate enough, and Ailin didn't want to make her even more miserable because of him. Furthermore, Ailin wasn't sure what would happen if Lilith, with her catastrophic constitution, entered the storm. Coincidentally, after ascending to the Faceless Man, Ailin learned a mysterious knowledge from a potion. Through a mysterious ritual, he could temporarily replace another person's fate, becoming their self. This ability was somewhat similar to the perfect human skin, but not as powerful. Not only was its duration shorter, but it also required the consent of the replaced person. However, combined with the Faceless Man's abilities, Ailin was confident he could trick the strange storm away. To confirm the feasibility of this plan, Ailin even performed a divination in the scale space. A few minutes later, Ailin and Lilith sat on either side of a stack of white candles arranged in two intersecting circles. When everything was ready, Ailin's eyes suddenly darkened. Then, amidst the friction between spirit and matter, the white candles instantly lit up with orange-red flames. "Replace," a distant, ancient syllable echoed. In an unknown space above Ailin and Lilith's heads, a phantom composed of countless eyeballs began to emerge. But before it could fully coalesce, a silvery white scale suddenly appeared, crushing the eerie, interwoven image into ash. Then, a gray light flashed on the silver scale. Parts of Ailin and Lilith's fate were placed on either side of the scale, instantly swapping. At the moment the ritual succeeded, Lilith felt an indescribable feeling, as if the gloom that had been shrouding her heart had been swept away. Lilith felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and a long-lost peace. Chapter 328 Mysterious Cruise. At the same time, the aura of disaster that permeated the miracle building, as if receiving a signal, swept towards it like fledglings returning to their nests. As the swirling gray-black aura of disaster descended upon him, scrambling to press its way into Ailin's body, the spiritual power hidden within Ailin's body swirled and absorbed the encroaching aura into an illusory black vortex within him. This illusory black vortex was the source of disaster that Ailin had temporarily exchanged from Lilith through a ritual. However, compared to the one within Lilith, the source within Ailin was merely an illusory, counterfeit product. Not only was its duration limited, but even the amount of aura it could absorb had a limit. Watching the aura of disaster constantly converging into the black vortex, nearly solidifying into a solid mass, even Ailin felt a shudder of fear, a sense of impending disaster. What if this calamity aura were to erupt within him? Ailin shuddered, quickly dismissing the dangerous thought. As the calamity aura continued to surge, Ailin's spirit began to resist the growing force. If not for Ailin's constant control and suppression, it would have instinctively erupted, pushing the aura out. Wait a little longer. I can't expel this aura now, he muttered silently. Ailin took a deep breath, slowly suppressing the restless spirit within him. Opening his eyes again, Ailin looked across at Lilith, whose face was lit up with a faint smile, and sighed softly. Even for a moment, the calamity aura lingering around him had made him shudder. He wondered how this little girl had managed to endure it in the past. Seeing Phlegra standing behind Lilith, her face filled with worry, Ailin said, "Lilith's bad luck has been temporarily transferred to me. For the next 24 hours, she will no longer be affected by the bad luck that permeates New York. Take this time to take Lilith to another city, okay?" Phlegra nodded and said to Ailin, "By the way, the Quinjet sent by SHIELD is already parked on the rooftop of the building. Once you've made all the arrangements, it'll be ready to take off, then have them get ready now." As the Quinjet continued to rise, the tall buildings quickly became matchbox-sized cubes in Ailin's eyes. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the Quinjet, speeding at full speed, quickly reached Mach 3. At such a breakneck speed, even the doomy auras that had been chasing Ailin and constantly entwining the Quinjet were quickly left behind. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Ailin silently gazed out the window at the vast sea of clouds, a gentle question interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, Ailin saw Natasha smiling, her eyes curiously watching him. This Quinjet was originally intended to take Natasha and Captain America Steve to Washington for a work briefing, but Duke, seeing his boss's need, temporarily reassigned it to escort Ailin to Hawaii. Even Natasha, originally aboard the Quinjet, was temporarily assigned an escort role. Although Ailin didn't particularly need this sexy escort, he did save someone, Ailin said calmly, his gaze returning to the vast sea of clouds outside the window. Save someone? Natasha frowned as she pondered their destination and the intelligence she had just reviewed while waiting on the rooftop of the Miracle Tower. If the destination was Hawaii, could something have happened to Ailin's girlfriend? Steve, who had been resting in his seat, suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing the word rescue. He turned to Ailin and said, "If there's anything I can do for you, feel free to ask. I have extensive experience in rescue operations." "Thank you," Ailin thanked Steve, not rejecting his offer. "No, it's me who should be thanked. Had it not been for the intelligence Ailin provided, they wouldn't have been able to close the portal opened by Loki during the Battle of New York. In fact, if Ailin hadn't summoned the Seraphim to blast the abomination away and even neutralize the nuclear bomb dropped on New York, they would have likely already been sent to hell." In Steve's view, both the millions of New York residents and himself owed Ailin a thank you. So, upon hearing Ailin was going to rescue people, Steve offered his services. Ailin shook his head at Steve's unusually sincere gratitude and didn't respond. Instead, he turned and asked, "By the way, did you find Loki?" Both Steve and Natasha's expressions quickly darkened. It was clear that in the hours since the battle, they had found no trace of Loki. This is a sad topic. Although we've exhausted every possible means, even setting up a dedicated search unit, we still haven't found any news of him. Natasha shook her head. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Loki's situation is naturally handled by dedicated personnel. Let's think about how to rescue him. If we're going to Hawaii, we should be rescuing your girlfriend this time. Do you know who the enemy is? If we do, I can access SHIELD's database for more detailed intelligence and make targeted preparations. After all, the preparation required to rescue someone is quite different from that required to kill someone." Enemy, mumbling Natasha's words, Ailin once again gazed out the window at the sea of clouds. "It's precisely because I don't know what they are that I'm so troubled this time." Forget about the enemy. Ailin didn't even know if this opponent was even human. Under the high-speed flight of the Quinjet, the 11-hour flight of a regular flight was compressed into 4 hours. Steve and Natasha, who had found some compressed biscuits on the plane to fill their stomachs, changed into their combat uniforms as they looked at their upcoming destination. "According to calculations, we will arrive at the sea area where Miss Gwen crashed in 5 minutes." When the low prompt sounded in the airport, Ailin turned to Natasha and Steve and asked, "Are you ready?" "Of course." A few minutes later, as the Quinjet roared away, Steve, who had parachuted directly from the Quinjet onto the sea, emerged from beneath the surface with a dive. He had just wiped the seawater off his face when a slender, strong arm reached out to Steve. The next second, Steve, pulled directly from the water onto the inflatable kayak by Ailin, looked at the small, inflatable kayak beneath him with some confusion. He asked, "Where did this kayak come from? I swear, there was nothing like it on the sea when we jumped out of the plane just now. It's just a little magic trick. Since I'm here to rescue someone, I have to be more prepared." Natasha curled her lips in disdain. Magic, what a lie. If magic were really that powerful, SHIELD would have switched to studying magic long ago. Ever since being so deeply deceived by Ailin, Natasha has become skeptical of everything he says. Rather than any so-called magic trick, Natasha believes Ailin possesses a foldable storage device. After all, if Ailin can summon a six-winged angel, it's no surprise that he possesses another dimensional device. After a calm glance at the few items on Ailin's body that might be space equipment, Natasha turned her head to gaze at the boundless sea around them and asked, "What should we do next?" Wait, as he spoke, Ailin silently cast an illusion before Steve and Natasha. And after this illusion, Ailin, who gazed out at the distant sea, seemingly waiting for something, silently transformed into a completely different appearance. His black hair continued to grow, instantly transforming from black to a brilliant golden color. Under this golden hue, Ailin's slightly pale skin continued to change, eventually becoming a milky white. As his skin color changed, Ailin's bones shrank with a crackling sound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Ailin went from a handsome boy to a slender girl, his face completely transformed into the appearance of Lilith. Even the scent and aura emanating from Ailin's body, carefully adjusted, gradually drew closer to Lily's. As Ailin transformed, his clothing, swirled by the 100 illusions' heavenly clothes, transformed into a woman's long dress. In a matter of seconds, Ailin transformed into a magnified version of Lilith. From a distance, he looked identical to a grown-up Lilith. If it weren't for Ailin's limited bone density, he might have already fully transformed into Lilith. Ailin breathed a sigh of relief as he glanced at Steve and Natasha, who, deceived by the illusion, hadn't noticed Ailin had transformed into a strange girl. If it weren't for his mind-affecting force field and the ability to manipulate illusions, Ailin wouldn't have risked social demise by transforming into Lilith right in front of them. He took a mirror from his space ring and briefly examined himself, finding himself identical to the Lilith he had seen in the crystal ball, even down to his soul and aura. Ailin immediately released his spiritual blockade, unleashing the illusory aura of calamity within him without reservation. To activate the effect of this false aura, Ailin even channeled the calamity energy flowing into him from New York, allowing it to completely permeate his body. As the calamity within Ailin completely dissipated, a dark cloud suddenly appeared over the previously sunny sea. Immediately afterwards, a vast storm, seemingly obscuring half the ocean, rapidly advanced towards the kayak Ailin and his companions were aboard. Watching the rapidly advancing storm, Ailin whispered to Steve and Natasha beside him, "Here it comes." Steve, who had been wondering what Ailin was waiting for on the vast expanse of sea, suddenly looked stunned when he saw the storm obscuring the sky. "Don't tell me you're waiting for the storm." "No, I'm waiting for what's to come after it." Almost immediately after Ailin finished speaking, the storm, seemingly still quite a distance away, suddenly spread towards them at an incredibly rapid speed. "Ready, jump." Just as the raging winds and surging waves threatened to engulf Ailin and his companions, Ailin grabbed Natasha and Steve, one in each hand, and jumped back into the sea. As he did so, Ailin also stowed the kayak behind him back into his space ring. They waited for over 10 minutes beneath the surface. Once the turbulent waves subsided, Ailin resurfaced with Steve and Natasha, both wearing oxygen masks. As for Ailin himself, having used his underwater breathing ability to create an air tube to connect to the surface, he didn't need his equipment for the time being. After resurfacing, right in front of Steve and the others, Ailin retrieved the kayak he had stored in his dimensional ring. Steve and Natasha were stunned again by Ailin's ability to pull a kayak out of thin air, their eyes flickering to the dimensional ring on Ailin's right hand. After climbing back into the kayak, Natasha glanced at the rapidly clearing sky and the rapidly fading storm over the sea. She frowned slightly and said, "There's something wrong with this storm." "Of course it's wrong, otherwise Gwen and the others wouldn't be trapped here. My theory is that this is a strange dimension detached from reality, and there's a good chance it harbors some unknown danger. So be careful." "A strange dimension detached from reality?" Steve and Natasha were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. "It looks like this rescue operation is going to be even more thrilling than I imagined," Steve said the moment he finished speaking. A whistle sounded slowly from the distant sea, and then a white cruise ship quickly appeared at the end of their sight. Chapter 329 Bloody Corridor. After hearing the whistle, Ailin and the other two looked almost simultaneously at the white cruise ship that was growing larger in their view. Natasha, drenched in water, her figure accentuated by her tight-fitting combat uniform, gazed at the white ship and asked, "Is that our destination?" Ailin nodded. "According to my divination, Gwen is on that ship. However, it likely harbors many dangers. Your understanding of the mysterious side is limited, so once you're aboard, stay close to me." As he spoke, Ailin's eyes darkened. The next second, in Ailin's spiritual vision, the white ship, slowly approaching them in the sunlight, seemingly radiating holy light and bringing salvation, suddenly shifted, plummeting from heaven to hell, reaching the other extreme. The white ship, gleaming in the sunlight, seemed, in his spiritual vision, already decayed. Patches of rust dotted the hull, and holes the size of a human head were scattered across its massive structure. Some of the holes were even below the waterline, constantly rising and falling in the seawater. Atop the massive cruise ship, boundless resentment and death permeated the air, tinting the sky behind it a gray hue. Everywhere it passed, it was filled with disaster and foreboding. Beneath the ship, countless densely packed, translucent undead spirits formed a small sea of the dead. Like boatmen, their wailing torpedoes dragged the ship forward. Seeing the massive cruise ship, which seemed to reveal only the tip of an iceberg in his psychic vision, Ailin's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed this cruise ship was even more significant than I'd imagined. Looking at the mountain is like running a dead horse. The massive cruise ship appeared to be not far from Ailin and his companions, but by the time it finally approached, half an hour had passed. Of course, during that half hour, Ailin wasn't idle either. Not only did he actively drive his kayak toward the cruise ship, he also took the time to perform a ritual for Natasha and Steve, one that would, to some extent, isolate the erosion of death and resentment from their bodies. Woo woo woo. After maneuvering the kayak to the lower ladder of the cruise ship, Natasha and Steve climbed aboard. As Ailin placed his hand on the ladder, he keenly sensed several gazes on him. Turning his head, Ailin saw several figures at the bow, in the cabin, and on the deck. Their gazes toward him and the others were filled with pity, resentment, surprise, and greed. The next second, the figure closest to Ailin and the others leaped from the deck, 7 or 8 meters above sea level, and swam frantically toward Ailin's kayak. Sorry, this isn't a free gift. Just as the muscular man in the yellow t-shirt sprinted toward the kayak, about to place his hand on it, Ailin reached out and twirled the brand new kayak back into his space ring. The man, whose grasp was empty, watched the kayak vanish before him, the hope and joy in his eyes instantly fading. The next second, as if his hopes had been shattered, the man, unable to bear the blow, let out a low growl, pulled out the dagger strapped to his thigh, and hurled it at Ailin, who was half dangling from the ladder. He tilted his body slightly to avoid the dagger, then reached out and hurled it back at the boat, catching the deflected dagger in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger ricocheted back at even greater speed, instantly burying itself in the man's neck. Puff! With a soft sound, the man who had attempted to seize Arling's kayak and escape the terrifying cruise ship clutched his throat and collapsed into the sea. In an instant, blood dyed a small patch of the sea red. As Arling decisively dispatched the muscular man, those on the ship who had been secretly observing Arling and the others averted their gazes. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Natasha quickly climbed onto the deck of the cruise ship, raised her pocket pistol, and scanned the area with a wary look. Then, Captain America, wielding his vibranium shield, ascended the ladder and raised his shield to block the passage. Clearly, the stranger's attack had made them all more aware of the dangers of the cruise ship. Seeing Captain America guarding the passageway, Natasha, who was constantly scanning the area with her pistol raised, sought cover nearby, shielding herself mostly. When Ailin came up, Natasha whispered to the two of them, "There seems to be a kitten hiding on the deck. I'll bring her over for you." Without waiting for Ailin's reply, Natasha ran down the corridor outside the cabin and around to a large white iron pillar in front of the cabin. The moment Natasha's shadow appeared behind the pillar, a red axe swooped down towards her neck. Easily dodging the incoming axe, Natasha pulled a stun gun from her bosom and, with a click, pressed it against the blonde who had attacked her. "Sorry, I don't like the way you greeted me." As the blonde, weakened by the shock and sliding downward, Natasha grabbed her and restrained her in a position where she couldn't resist, then pressed her against Ailin. "You caught her alive? Do you want me to interrogate her?" Ailin shook his head. "No, I'll do it faster." Ailin's mind magnetic field shifted, and a flash of spiritual power flowed through Ailin's eyes, instantly pouring into the blonde's. A second later, the blonde's eyes, pressed against Natasha, lost their lively luster and became dull. "Who are you, Jesse?" "Jesse Franca. What's the story behind this cruise ship?" "I don't know. Our yacht was wrecked in a storm, and we encountered this one. We thought it was salvation, but it was actually the beginning of a nightmare. Gray, Donnie, and the others were killed one by the monsters in the cabin. I didn't want to die, so I desperately ran out of the cabin and hid on the deck with the others who were afraid to enter." "Monsters?" Ailin demanded. "What kind of monsters, Jesse?" "I don't know. They hide deep in the cabin. Anyone who sees them dies." It wasn't clear if the word monster had irritated Jesse, or if it was something else, but her hypnotized emotions were volatile. She was showing signs of breaking free. Ailin quickly changed the subject, asking, "Besides those monsters, have you seen anyone else?" Jesse replied, "Yes, some survivors who boarded previously are hiding in the cabin. And this cruise ship also rescues new survivors from the sea every once in a while." "Does this ship rescue survivors from the sea every once in a while?" Hearing this, Ailin asked, "Did you see a group of survivors with 3 children a few hours ago?" "About 5 hours ago, a group of survivors with 4 or 5 children entered the cabin. Children are rare on cruise ships, so I have some recollection of them, 4 or 5 children." The timing matched. "That must be Gwen's group of victims. I remember there were quite a few of them." After thinking for a moment, Ailin described Gwen and her family to Jesse, hoping to get confirmation. Unfortunately, Jesse had only seen the group from a distance and hadn't met them up close, so she wasn't sure if Gwen was among them. Ailin wasn't too disappointed. Having already made it through that strange storm, Ailin, a fortune teller, had plenty of ways to determine Gwen's location. It would only be a minor hassle. After obtaining some more information about the cruise ship from Jesse, Ailin handed him over to Natasha. Bang! As soon as he was handed over to Natasha, she knocked Jesse unconscious with a sharp blow. Leaving Jesse to collapse on the ground, Natasha casually clapped her hands. It's done, let's go. Neither Natasha nor the righteous Steve had much sympathy for the collapsed Jesse. The red axe she had used to attack Natasha and the bloodstains on her coat spoke volumes. Entering the cabin through the open hatch, Ailin produced a magic wand and continued to divine with it, advancing towards Gwen's location. Bang! After turning 2 doors, a gunshot rang out from the cabin. After listening carefully and confirming the direction the gunshots came from matched the direction indicated by his cane divination, Ailin said, "Let's go," and sheathed his magic wand. He sped towards the direction of the gunshots. As Ailin and the others advanced deeper, the lights in the cruise ship's corridors grew dimmer. Even the overhead lights shone a faint crimson hue, casting a bloody hue on the already dim corridor. As Ailin and the others sprinted, it wasn't long before a monster, clad in a common sailor's uniform but covered in emerald green scales, with gills on its neck and even its head transformed into a hideous seal, appeared before them. When they arrived, the monster lay prone on the ground, swallowing something, its seal-like head nearly completely buried in the ground. And beneath the monster, a corpse, its neck bitten off and a gaping hole ripped out of its abdomen, lay quietly, blood and intestines spilling onto the ground. Not far away, a long-barreled shotgun had been slammed into the corner of the wall. Hearing the hurried shouts of Ailin and the other two, the monster, its mouth stained with blood, suddenly raised its head. Its hideous head glanced at Ailin and the others, then its body bounced off the ground in a strange manner. With speed far superior to that of a human, it sprang towards Ailin and his companions along the edge of the corridor. Bang! Before the eel-headed creature could even get close, a deafening gunshot ripped its head apart. The dragon slayer exploded its skull into smithereens. With its head gone, the scaly corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Ignoring the monster's corpse, Ailin glanced at the ripped open body. Realizing he had never seen this creature before, he quickly moved further into the corridor. It wasn't long before the monster's body was gone. 2 grotesque monsters, even sporting 4 slimy tentacles, reappeared before Ailin and his companions. Beneath them, another half-eaten corpse loomed, its bones revealing bloody fragments. But this time, before Ailin could react, the captain, enraged by the sight of the cannibalism, swung his vibranium shield. The rapidly spinning shield, like a sharp blade, instantly cleaved one of the monsters in 2. After slaying the first, the rapidly spinning shield, still carrying the remaining momentum, ricocheted twice down the aisle before slamming back, cleaving another, less able to evade its attack. Then, like a boomerang, it flew back towards Captain America. With a beautiful spin, he caught the vibranium shield again. Captain America frowned slightly as he looked at the shield, now slick with a layer of mysterious slime. Natasha, standing nearby, stepped forward to take a look at the mostly eaten corpse. Although largely devoured, faint traces of a human female could still be seen on the body. Keep going, the continuous appearance of corpses made Ailin, somewhat worried about Gwen and the others, quicken his pace once more. After stepping over the devoured corpse, Ailin and the other 2 sprinted down the blood-stained corridor. Click, as their figures were engulfed by the dim light of the blood-red corridor, there was a soft sound of unlocking. The locked doors on either side of the corridor suddenly cracked open, and then a pale arm, its back covered in shadows of scales, suddenly emerged from a nearby room and dragged the corpse of the monster, whose head had been shot by Ailin, into the dimly lit room. Bang! The next second, accompanied by a heavy door slam, the sounds of locking and heavy objects moving echoed from within the closed door. And after these sounds died down, a series of horrifying gnawing and chewing sounds echoed through the blood-red corridor. Chapter 330 That's nothing to him. After running frantically through the blood-red corridor for several minutes, Ailin suddenly realized that the interior of the cruise ship was far larger than it appeared from the outside. It was as if the ship's interior had been expanded more than 10 times by some unknown force. Otherwise, at Ailin's current speed, he could have circumnavigated the entire deck countless times. As Ailin and the other two continued to advance, the lights in the blood-red corridor gradually changed from dim yellow to deep crimson, then continued to fade into darker red. As Ailin and the others descended a staircase around a corner and entered the next cabin, they suddenly felt as if they were stepping on a layer of sticky blood on the corridor carpet. Noticing something strange beneath her feet, Natasha squatted down, gently pressed her index and middle fingers against the carpet, and then brought them to her nose and sniffed. The next second, the strong smell of blood instantly filled Natasha's nose. It's real blood. Steve's heart sank after hearing Natasha's response. If the carpet on this level's corridor was like this, how many people had died on this cruise ship? Ailin, who had just lifted the magic wand that had fallen to the left side of the corridor, glanced at the rooms on either side of the corridor and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. The monsters on this level are likely much stronger than those above. The monsters that appeared in the upper cabins, though terrifying, were actually quite limited. Even armed adult men could pose a sufficient threat to them. They seemed unable to directly breach the heavy iron doors and harm the people hiding in the cabins. However, the monsters on this level seemed to possess the ability to destroy the iron doors." Looking at the scarred iron doors on both sides of the corridor, covered with claw marks and dents, Ailin couldn't help but silently increase his vigilance. They quickly advanced in the direction indicated by the magic wand. Just when Ailin thought they would have to run for a while longer. Shortly after descending the stairs and turning the corner, they ran only 40 or 50 meters before stopping in front of a closed cabin door. Watching the magic wand fall directly into the room, Ailin used divination to confirm. Then, he reached out and gently knocked on the iron door. "Gwen, it's Ailin. Are you in there?" The moment he knocked, Ailin clearly heard a slight sound from behind the iron door. Then, Ailin sensed the peephole behind the iron door dimmed slightly, as if someone was observing something through it. To give the person behind the iron door a clearer view, Ailin deliberately stepped back a few steps to allow them a better view. A few seconds later, the person behind the iron door, as if confirming something, exclaimed in surprise, "Gwen, come over and take a look. It really looks like Ailin." Hearing the familiar voice from behind the metal door, Ailin asked again, "And Helen? Is that you?" A few seconds later, the peephole in the metal door flickered again. Gwen's slightly trembling voice reached from behind the metal door. "How can you prove you're Ailin?" After successfully boarding the mysterious cruise ship, Ailin had long since returned to his true form. The Ailin who appeared outside the door was his true self, not some illusion conjured by magic. So, after hearing Gwen's words, Ailin was surprised. "How can I prove I'm Ailin? Are there any monsters on this ship that can change their appearance?" After a moment's surprise, Ailin asked, "How can I prove I'm who I am? Do you need me to tell you some little secrets between us? For example, the first thing I gave you was a black gold card for Winston's Dream Restaurant. I remember when you said George and Ms. Helen had been waiting in line for a long time but couldn't get a reservation. I asked you to give the card to Mr. George and them as a surprise, but you refused, saying that a table you'd worked hard to reserve would be more meaningful." Click. Before Ailin could finish, the iron door creaked open. The moment it opened, Ailin was greeted by Gwen glaring at him angrily, and behind her, Helen cast a resentful glance at her daughter. Gwen's angry eyes seemed to speak, as if questioning Ailin. "I just asked you to prove yourself, why are you saying anything?" Gwen glared fiercely at Ailin and noticed Natasha and Steve standing behind him. Giving Ailin another look that said, "I'll deal with you later," Gwen, still clad in her armor, suddenly heard several heavy footsteps approaching from the depths of the dark hallway. Gwen's face instantly changed, and she quickly pulled Ailin into the room. As she did so, she called out to Steve and Natasha, who were standing nearby, "Come in." Steve and Natasha, who had also heard the footsteps, didn't hesitate and quickly followed Ailin into the room. As soon as Steve, the last one to enter, entered the room, Helen, standing behind him, quickly closed and locked the door. Still feeling a little concerned, Helen even moved a heavy wooden table to prop it up against the door. After this, Gwen and Helen gestured to Ailin and the others to silence them. Looking at the three children in the room, who were also tightly covering their mouths, and Gwen and the others who were trying not to make a sound, Ailin and Steve didn't ask any further questions, but remained silent in tacit agreement. As the entire room fell silent, the heavy footsteps in the hallway grew closer. The silent thump, thump, thump of footsteps seemed to possess a unique power, as if stepping on the pounding of everyone's heart, making people feel extremely suffocated. Soon, the heavy footsteps appeared outside the door of Gwen and the others' room. After pausing for a few seconds, seemingly without noticing anything, the owner of the heavy footsteps trod on in the other direction. After the heavy footsteps left, the expressions on Gwen, Helen and the others' faces relaxed slightly, but they didn't completely relax. They remained motionless and silent. A moment later, the heavy footsteps returned. After circling back and forth outside Gwen's door several times, seemingly finding nothing, the owner of the heavy footsteps reluctantly retreated further into the hallway. Only when the heavy footsteps grew fainter and fainter, seemingly fading completely away, did Gwen and Helen, crouching behind the door, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Gwen was about to say something, she noticed that Aaron, Steve, and Natasha, who were inside the room, hadn't relaxed at all. Instead, their gazes, fixed on the heavy iron door, had grown serious. "Have we been targeted?" After a long sigh, Ailin said to Steve, "Captain, you two help me protect Gwen and the others. I'll take care of those two outside the door first." "Two? I thought there was only one. It seems my hearing has deteriorated after being frozen for so long." With a self-deprecating remark, Steve stepped forward, raising his vibranium shield to protect Gwen and the others. Natasha, standing nearby, silently raised her pocket pistol and pointed it at the door. Helen, who had overheard Ailin and the others' conversation, paled and trembled, saying, "Those monsters are gone." Bang! Before Helen could finish her words, the heavy iron door suddenly made a loud noise. It was as if something was violently ramming against the door from outside. The heavy iron door seemed unable to withstand the immense force, denting slightly under the heavy impact, and the entire room shook violently. Some dust particles hidden in the ceiling of the room rustled down. "Don't worry, they're just two little creatures. I'll take care of them." Looking at the three frightened creatures and Ms. Helen in the room, Ailin's mind field swirled, and his gentle, confident tone quickly soothed their fear and anxiety. After restraining Gwen, who wanted to join him in the fight, Ailin pulled a bottle of strong healing potion from his space ring and handed it to Gwen. Pointing to George, who lay in bed, pale and seemingly unconscious, he said, "George is in a bad state. This is the strong healing potion. It will quickly heal his injuries. Give it to him first. As for those things outside, I'll take care of them." "Trust me," Gwen bit her lip, holding the strong healing potion in her hand, as if she were about to say something. Natasha, standing nearby, noticed the expression on Gwen's face. She stepped forward and pulled her back, preventing her from disrupting Aaron's performance. She chuckled softly at her, saying, "Don't worry. Your boyfriend recently killed a deity-born freak during the Battle of New York. He even withstood a nuclear bomb explosion and saved New York. Compared to those terrifying things, the monsters outside the room are child's play. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about your dad. If he doesn't get treatment, I think he'll go into shock." Natasha's slightly exaggerated tone made Aaron roll his eyes. However, it also helped Gwen, who was in shock, slowly ease her worries. Watching Gwen being dragged away by Natasha to feed George medicine, Aaron extended his hand. The Dragon Slayer flintlock rifle, emitting a strong aura of menace and pressure, reappeared in Aaron's hand. Bang! Bang! Amidst the resounding crashes, the heavy iron door gradually dented and buckled. Then, with a final thud, the door, unable to withstand the blows any longer, was shattered, along with the wooden table behind it. Boom! The monster just outside the iron door, having smashed the door open, excitedly thrust its head, seemingly stripped of skin and a bloody mess, into the room. Ailin's Dragon Slayer, its muzzle gleaming, flashed a black light. A second later, before Helen and the others in the room could fully grasp the monster's form, the monstrous creature, seemingly stripped of skin, its tangled muscles exposed to the air, the massive monster blocking the door, was blasted into a heap of bloody foam with a heart-shattering roar. Before the bloody foam could splatter into the room, the shattered blood foam could scatter. The unpolished searing finger bone in Ailin's right hand felt a slight heat, and scorching eternal fire surged from it, forming a wall of fire that blocked Ailin and the others' path. With a sizzle, the blazing eternal fire consumed the splattering flesh and blood. Then, under Ailin's control, it transformed into a fiery dragon, surging out of the room and transforming the octopus-like monster hanging upside down from the ceiling outside the door into a flaming torch. Amidst the octopus's screams and wails, the eternal fire reduced it to ash in a matter of seconds. After dispatching the two monsters hiding outside Gwen's room, Ailin didn't retract the eternal fire. Instead, he split it in two, creating two massive fireballs emitting astonishing heat. They hovered on either side of the hallway outside Gwen's room, illuminating the crimson, dim corridor while also fiercely deterring the monsters lurking in the darkness and the unknown dangers within the cruise ship. Besides the two monsters outside the room, Ailin hadn't forgotten the owners of the heavy footsteps that had left earlier. Compared to the two monsters lurking outside Gwen's door, seemingly planning a surprise attack, the owners of those heavy footsteps seemed even more formidable. Inside the room, Natasha shrugged at Gwen, who hadn't yet opened her strong healing potion, watching the monster Ailin had easily dispatched. Her expression seemed to say, "See, I told you," to your little boyfriend. The monster outside is nothing. Inside the room, Gwen gazed at the illuminated, crimson corridor, her soft red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with shock. After watching the monster that had previously forced her to flee in panic, reduced her pile of ash in the blink of an eye, Gwen finally had a clear understanding of her boyfriend's strength. Although she still had some doubts about Natasha's claims of withstanding a nuclear bomb, Gwen's nerves, which had been tense since entering this terrifying cruise ship, finally relaxed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The cruise ship heading towards the end of death. As Gwen opened the powerful healing potion and fed it to George, who was being helped up by Helen, in a dark, silent space, a woman with disheveled hair, a face painted with what looked like smoky makeup, and dressed in a dark green, off-the-shoulder robe, opened her weary eyes, as if sensing something. Then, slightly raising her head, she gazed towards the gray sky overhead, unchanged for millennia. Infused by some unknown connection and the power of death, her eyes seemed to pierce through the gray sky, penetrating the barrier of countless violent thunderbolts and mysterious runes that bounded the outer space. They descended upon the terrifying cruise ship, bound for the end of death, occasionally transporting souls to her and restoring her divine power. The moment her gaze fell upon the cruise ship, Hela, the goddess of death, frowned. Then, a bone-chilling chill filled her eyes. Poisoning by the outer gods? No wonder no new drowned souls have flooded into my realm of death. I see. Haha, it seems I've been gone for too long. Even my ship of the dead has been corrupted by the power of those outer gods. That terrifying cruise ship, appearing amidst a strange storm, dragged toward the end of death by countless souls, was once Hela's ship thousands of years ago, used to transport the souls of those who drowned at sea from the 9 realms to her realm of death. After Hela was sailed away by Odin, the ship of the dead, freed from Hela's control, has passed through successive owners, even transforming its appearance from an ancient 3-masted sailing ship to a large cruise ship. However, thanks to Hela's remaining supporters, it still periodically brings a wave of drowned souls to Hela's realm of death, restoring a trace of her strength through the realm's connection to Hela's true form. While this trace of strength was insignificant to Hela once, after her sealing, it has become one of the few ways Hela can replenish her strength. However, thousands of years had ultimately erased so much. Though the ship of the dead, dragged along by countless souls, still maintained a tenuous connection with Helen thanks to those who had left behind them, Hela's control over the ship of the dead had long since been weakened to its limits. If it weren't for the eternal flame that Ailin had unleashed on the Terror Cruise, triggering a mark left by Hela, allowing her to sense it and direct her divine power towards the Terror Cruise, Hela wouldn't even have known her ship of the dead had been corrupted and tainted by the power of the outside gods. Perhaps, by the time Hela discovered it, it would have been completely eroded and tainted by the power of the outside gods, transformed into a completely different form. After a slight exhale, Hela's eyes reflected the figure controlling the eternal flame. Elsewhere, as the strong healing potion flowed down George's throat and into his stomach, the dark red, swollen wound on George's abdomen healed with visible speed. Not long after, George regained consciousness before the delighted eyes of Gwen, Helen, and the others. George, Dad, seeing Helen and the 3 children embrace George with such excitement, Gwen, equally overcome with emotion, embraced Ailin, burying her head in his arms. She trembled. Ailin, thank you. Before Ailin's arrival, Gwen, her nerves constantly on edge, had been on the verge of collapse. No one knew the immense pressure Gwen faced. Alone with the injured and unconscious George and Helen, fleeing from the horrific monsters on this cruise ship. If it weren't for her unwavering conviction to escape this terrifying ship with her family, Gwen would have collapsed long ago. But, fortunately, at Gwen's most helpless and hopeless moment, Ailin descended from the sky again, bringing with him a blazing light and an unparalleled sense of security, dispelling the gloom within her. After a long while, Gwen reluctantly left Aaron's arms and asked Aaron, "By the way, Aaron, how did you find me?" After wiping away the tears from the corners of Gwen's eyes, Aaron smiled and said, "You have forgotten my other identity. As a fortune teller, if I can't even find my girlfriend, it would be a failure. Remember the call I made to you before? After realizing that you were in trouble, I used a ritual to divine your approximate location, and then borrowed a quinjet from SHIELD and rushed here as quickly as possible." Having said that, Aaron pointed to Steve and Natasha on the site and said, "Captain America and Natasha heard that you were in trouble halfway and came to help. After we leave here, we will treat them to a big meal together to thank them." Hearing this, Gwen immediately cast a grateful look at Captain America and Natasha on the side. Thank you, you're welcome. Just treat us to a nice meal later." After waving her hand with a smile, Natasha turned and asked, somewhat puzzled, "By the way, after we got here, we noticed that the lower you go, the more dangerous it gets. Why didn't you stay on the relatively safe deck after you boarded, but instead came here?" As Natasha finished speaking, Steve, standing nearby, glanced over with a puzzled expression. Honestly, Steve was also puzzled. The deck of the cruise ship seemed much safer, even for ordinary people. Why would Gwen and her family risk their lives, going deep into this monster-infested cabin, and even into the even more dangerous lower deck? Just as they waited for Gwen's answer, George, rising from his bed, uttered a slightly bitter voice. "Because it's even more dangerous on deck, huh?" Hearing this, Steve and Natasha looked at George with puzzled expressions. Facing the puzzled looks of Steve and the others, George said, "This is a cursed cruise ship. Every area of this ship has its own rules. For example, the deck you mentioned. While it seems the safest, if you want to stay there, you must kill one person every hour, or you'll be cursed by the ship and transformed into a monster." After encountering the monsters in this cabin, we retreated to the deck, but after witnessing someone transform into a monster for not killing another within an hour, we fled back to the cabin. Although Gwen's defensive armor and George's pistol could easily help them kill others, it was clear that George and the others, with their own beliefs, had never considered such a thought. After a pause, George continued, "And the upper levels aren't safe either. Those monsters won't attack those cabins, but if you stay in those cabins for too long, you'll transform into the same monsters you saw before. We don't want to become monsters, so we came here. As for this level, while we have to face those terrifying monsters, we don't have to worry about becoming monsters ourselves." After hearing George's words, Steve frowned slightly and asked, "How did you know all this? Did someone tell you?" Or, George shook his head. "No one told me, but if you spend half an hour in any area of the ship, you'll naturally learn the rules of that area. If you spend half an hour in this level, you'll learn them too, so that's how it is." Although George's explanation was a bit big, combined with what he had seen along the way, Aaron had a rough idea of what was going on. It also answered some of Aaron's questions. No wonder the monsters on the upper level still had many traces of humanity on them. It turned out they were originally humans transformed into monsters. No wonder this level of the ship's cabins, despite being clearly more dangerous, was still flocked to by those who boarded. The deadly aura and resentment that permeated this level of the ship was far thicker than the upper levels and deck combined. Even the long carpets in the corridors seemed soaked in blood. Because, as long as there was hope, no one wanted to die, and no one wanted to become a mad monster. In fact, the man with a shotgun, whose stomach had been ripped open, whom Aaron and his companions had first encountered, had also run deeper into the cabin, not towards the seemingly safer deck. He didn't want to become a monster either. It was just that he didn't seem so lucky. After realizing this, Aaron shook his head slightly. In reality, whether staying on the deck, in the upper levels, or in the lower level where they were now, for ordinary people, the end was certain. The deck might seem safe, but no one could work tirelessly, killing someone every hour. Over time, the constant strain of nerves and lack of rest can wear down a person's will and body. They grow weaker and weaker from repeated slaughter, until they fall at the hands of others or, for failing to kill someone on time, are cursed into becoming a monster. The upper cabins are even more so. While seemingly safe, staying there is actually a slow death, ultimately leading to starvation or transformation into a monster. And for ordinary people, this floor is equally dead. While staying here doesn't risk transformation into a monster, they're still vulnerable to attacks from the monsters in the corridors. Even if they manage to hide, as Gwen and the others did before, they'll still grow weaker and weaker, perhaps even starving to death in these rooms. And just as Ailin was lost in thought, George continued, "You just said you found this cruise ship by plane. That plane is now parked on the deck, near this terrifying cruise ship. If possible, we'd better leave here immediately, return to the deck, and then take your plane away. This cruise ship gives me a bad feeling. I suspect there are even more terrifying monsters in the cabins below. If your plane is discovered by those monsters, it will likely be shot down." At the end of his words, George's eyes showed a hint of worry. Hearing this, Ailin shook his head. "No." Before George could spark joy in his eyes, Ailin quickly continued, "Because the Quinjet that brought us here can't enter this space at all." "Huh? What do you mean?" As Gwen and the others stared in confusion, Ailin continued, "After the storm that capsized your yacht, you actually entered another dimension outside of the real world. I spent a lot of effort to find a way to enter this dimension. As for airplanes, they can't enter this dimension at all. How could this be?" Ailin finished speaking. Helen, who was beside George, swayed slightly and almost fell to the ground. Gwen, who was beside Ailin, subconsciously grabbed Ailin's arm tightly. Looking at his arm, slightly deformed from the strain it had on Gwen's armor, Ailin's lips twitched. Patting Gwen's still unremoved armor, Ailin said helplessly, "Don't worry. Now that I'm here, I'm confident I can get you out safely. But before that, Gwen, could you please let go of my hand? I feel like my bones are about to break under that armor." Gwen instantly released Ailin's arm and rubbed it cautiously, a touch distressed. But upon seeing that Ailin's arm was fine, she glared at him again, as if irritating him for his heavy breathing. Natasha and Steve, standing nearby, didn't react much to Ailin's words. While the cruise ship looked a bit eerie, to Steve and Natasha, everything here pales in comparison to the alien warships and terrifying monsters that had appeared during the Battle of New York. Even the evil spirit that could easily influence a war and wipe out the Federal Army could be easily killed by Ailin, not to mention the monsters in this cabin. Moreover, since Ailin could bring them in to rescue people, how could he not find a way out? At most, it would just be a little troublesome. Thinking of this, Steve and Natasha looked at Ailin, as if asking them what to do next. And just as Ailin was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Want to leave here? Then come to the bottom of this ship." Chapter 332 Siren. Hearing the slightly hoarse, cold voice, Ailin's eyes narrowed slightly. Gwen, who had noticed Ailin's expression, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just heard some noises." After shaking his head, Ailin seemed to have a sudden realization. He pulled out the white bracelet engraved with a "Protection from Evil" spell from his space ring and slipped it directly onto Gwen's wrist. Even through the iron armor, Ailin could still sense an invisible aura emanating from the bracelet. "What is this?" "It's just a little gadget that can resist evil to a certain extent. If you don't actively provoke it, it can protect you from evil to a certain extent." After explaining the purpose of the protective bracelet, Ailin turned to George and the others and said, "We should leave. We made a lot of noise just now, and it seems to have attracted a lot of things from the darkness. We must leave here as soon as possible." "Okay, of course." Helen and George had no objection to leaving. Seeing this, Ailin nodded and led the way out of the room. After Ailin left, George and Helen exchanged a glance and moved in unison. George quickly grabbed the pistol on the table beside him, unloaded the magazine, and counted the bullets. 1, 2, 3. Seeing the 3 remaining bullets, George's heart sank, but he remained calm as he looked at his wife and children, still trembling beside him. Quickly reloading the magazine, George, gun in one hand and one of the 3 children in the other, headed toward the hallway. Helen, still feeling a little weak, took a deep breath, forced herself together, and pulled the other 2 children along, following George. On either side, Natasha and Gwen, each holding a side, tightly protected Ailin and the children. Captain America, wielding his vibranium shield, silently walked behind them, guarding against the threat lurking behind. Illuminated by 2 blazing balls of eternal flame, one in front and one behind, the dim, blood-red corridor seemed to lose its shimmer of terror and foreboding. After leaving the cabin, Ailin didn't follow the mysterious voice in his head and head for the lower deck of the cruise ship. Instead, he led Gwen and the others up the same way they'd come. Ailin didn't know who the voice in his head had been, but regardless of who it was, he had no intention of following its instructions. Although he had never been to the lowest level of this terrifying cruise ship, upon entering the cabin, Ailin could sense two intertwined, terrifying auras at the bottom. A weak aura would have been fine, but the overwhelming intensity of that aura gave even Ailin a shiver of fear. Ailin had come here to save lives, not to take risks. Furthermore, he wasn't interested in the secrets hidden within this terrifying cruise ship. So, after sensing the two auras, Ailin chose to return without hesitation. A magician never performs unprepared. Having long realized that Gwen and the others might be trapped in another dimension, Ailin began planning his escape route. Therefore, this strange, unidentified space wasn't an impenetrable prison for Ailin, and he never had just one escape route. It wasn't known whether the monsters in the lower deck were slightly more intelligent than those above, or whether the skill and strength Ailin had displayed in decisively dispatching the two monsters had temporarily intimidated them. As Ailin led Gwen and the others up the stairs and back to the upper deck, the monsters hidden in the darkness, unlit by the firelight, seemed to be itching to move, but ultimately hesitated to emerge into the light of the eternal flame. However, Ailin's decisive action, ignoring certain voices and leading everyone back to the upper deck of the Terror cruise, towards the exit, angered someone who had been watching them. HMPH, a cold, murderous snort echoed, followed by a sound like shattering glass from deep beneath the ship. Along with it, there was a roar not quite human, and a purring sound as clear as a silver bell. Then, as Ailin and the others fled toward the cabin, they suddenly realized the entire ship was shaking violently. The massive ship, seemingly stable as a flat surface one moment, had transformed into a violently lurching pirate ship the next. The violent tilt and swaying hull, seemingly on the verge of capsizing at any moment, made it incredibly difficult to even stand still, let alone continue running. Be careful. After catching George, who had been thrown into a half-open cabin by the violent shaking, Ailin snatched the pistol from George's hand, which had nearly discharged. Then, with his other hand, he grasped the three little ones beside George, who had also fallen into the half-open cabin. After all this, Ailin kicked the eternal flame hovering before him with his toes, and it instantly sank into the half-open cabin, igniting the murloc behind them, its eyes red as it lashed out at them with sharp fangs, reducing them to ash. The sudden, distant shaking lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. By the time Gwen and the others, staggering, finally regained their balance, Ailin, possessing exceptional coordination and near-perfect balance, had already dispatched several monsters that had tumbled near them during the ship's violent sway, and attempted to attack them. As the shaking subsided, the doors to the cabins on either side of the corridor suddenly opened one after another. Immediately afterwards, figures emerged from the cabins, appearing on the path Ailin and his companions needed to take to the deck. Some of these figures still retained their human form, only sporting a few emerald green scales. Others had begun to deform, sprouting sharp fangs or mutating their arms and legs into slippery tentacles. Many more had been completely transformed into misshapen monsters, reeking strongly of fish and possessing bulging, crimson eyes. Whether those with only minor deformations or those fully transformed into monsters, their eyes were glazed over, their gazes filled with confusion as they gazed upon Ailin and his companions. The next second, accompanied by a slightly shrill scream, the monsters that had emerged from the room and appeared in the corridor, as if on command, moved and charged fearlessly towards Ailin and his companions. Watching the oncoming monsters, Natasha flicked her index finger, and the next second, a barrage of bright yellow bullets blasted the head of the fastest-moving creature. After killing the monster, Natasha frowned and said, "Something's not right, of course it's not right. These guys are being controlled." With that, Ailin slammed his hands down on the ground. The next second, two balls of eternal fire, each the size of a human head, rapidly expanded into two scorching walls of flame several meters across, nearly filing the blood-red corridor. "Go!" Ailin shouted softly, and under his control. The two massive walls of fire pushed forward on both sides of the corridor, engulfing the surging monsters in the blazing flames. A sizzling sound. In the narrow corridor, the aroma of flesh wafted from the monsters, which were ignited like torches. At the staircase that Ailin and his companions had just ascended, a huge figure, over 5 meters long, with a huge curved horn on its head and covered in layers of stone armor, resembling a rhinoceros, took heavy steps and charged towards the huge fireball blocking the passage. Dong, 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 as the footsteps, seemingly stampeding on everyone's hearts, echoed again. Those who had heard them looked toward the flame-lit corridor behind them. Gwen's face suddenly changed as he saw the charging armored rhino and the shadowy figure behind it. Oh no! Those monsters from the lower deck are charging up too. Almost as Gwen finished his words, the massive rhino, seemingly clad in stone armor, plunged headfirst into the expanding wall of flames from the eternal flame. Sizzle! As the blazing flames engulfed the charging rhino, the stone armor on its body crackled and crackled, then instantly shattered, revealing the dark hide beneath. Sizzle! Although its thick, dark hide charred upon exposure, emitting a charred smell, the armored rhino, leveraging its stone armor and thick, tough body, instantly broke through the wall of fire, which only encompassed half of its body. Watching the massive, charred beast burst through the wall of fire, Captain America, clutching his vibranium shield, took a deep breath and raised it to block the attack. Boom! With a resounding roar, the massive rhino, having broken through the wall of fire, collapsed onto the corridor less than 2 meters away from Steve. Steve, already braced for the onslaught, looked at the charred, nearly charred figure that collapsed before him, a question mark forming in his mind. Just like that? Although the armored rhino, with its tough skin and flesh, ultimately failed to withstand the terrifying heat of the eternal flame. After charging through the wall of fire, it was carbonized into a charred corpse and collapsed before Captain America. But this was like a sign of success, prompting the monsters pouring up from the lower deck to charge the wall of fire before them. Go! Facing the relentless, fearless monsters, Ailin roared without hesitation, then pressed a brand new Gargaro pistol into George's hands. With the eternal flame paving the way, the weaker monsters in the upper deck were ignited into flaming torches before they could even break through the wall of fire, then collapsed to the ground in charred corpses. Even if a few monsters managed to make it through the wall of fire by some coincidence, they would be blasted into a hive of fire by Natasha, who was right behind them. So, once the road ahead was clear, Ailin had George, Helen, and the 3 little ones accelerate towards the cabin exit. He himself turned and fell to the back, joining Steve in dealing with the more powerful monsters charging up from the lower deck. Taking this opportunity, Ailin once again drew his Dragon Slayer pistol and fired back, sending the monsters that forced their way through the wall of fire back to hell. Just as he had blasted another sea serpent, its body covered in tumors, Ailin suddenly noticed a voluptuous figure with brown hair and brown eyes at the end of the corridor behind him. She possessed an exceptionally voluptuous figure, a mature and beautiful face, and deep, contoured features. The freckles dotting her complexion made her look even more alluring and alluring. Her exposed upper body caught Ailin and Steve's gaze. The 2 pale blue shells clinging to her slender waist barely concealed her surging figure, instead making her heaviness seem even more alluring. The voluptuous figure, almost perfectly embodying human aesthetics, subconsciously evoked a sense of closeness in those who beheld it. Even Ailin felt a wave of daze upon seeing it. However, as Ailin's gaze shifted downward, landing on her swollen, cracked lower body, constantly oozing a foul, thick fluid, like the tail of a rotting fish, the beauty he had just witnessed transformed into a powerful shock that tainted Ailin's mind, assaulting his very soul. And in the instant that Ailin and Steve's minds were struck, the red lips of that beautiful face parted, followed by a piercing scream and terrifying sonic waves, unleashing a raging gust of wind that tore through the massive wall of fire and reached their ears. Buzz! The terrifying sonic waves, accompanied by the piercing scream, flooded Ailin's ears, instantly rendering him deaf. Watching the howling wind and the continuous waves of translucent sound tear a circular hole in the wall of fire, creating a safe passage for the oncoming monsters, Ailin, dazed by the dual impact of his mind and the sound waves, suddenly felt ruthless and detonated the wall of fire behind him. The eternal fire transformed into a blazing storm that swept in all directions, instantly engulfing the monsters that rushed through the hole in the wall of fire. Chapter 333 Carol's Intrusion. Amidst the crimson storm, flames danced like maple leaves, pacing the rhythm of death, igniting everything in sight. Under the siren's spell, mindless, distorted monsters ran recklessly, the blood-stained carpets of the blood-red corridor, the doors, walls, and even the ceilings along the corridor, all became blazing torches, gently touched by the eternal flame blown down by the firestorm. Faced with the oncoming firestorm, the siren, her upper body in all its enchanting glory, was forced to cease her screams. She manipulated the monsters to block her path while rapidly retreating deeper into the corridor behind her. As the siren was driven back by the firestorm, The terrifying Banshee's wail, depleted of its endless power, faded. With bloodshot eyes and a trickle of blood trickling down his ears, Ailin looked at Gwen and the others behind him, nearly annihilated by the Banshee's wails. A murderous intent, almost tangible, instantly coalesced in his eyes. With a soft click, Ailin appeared in the storm of flames. After 2 more flashes, Ailin appeared before a monster driven by the siren to shield her from the eternal aftermath. Then, he thrust his dragon slayer, its muzzle gleaming with a black light, directly into the carbonite hole left by the eternal fire. Through the monster's body, he pulled the trigger at the siren behind it. Roar! With a deafening roar, a surge of dragon-like energy transformed into a massive, gray-black dragon of malevolence. It erupted from the dragon slayer, charging towards the monster blocking his path, the siren behind it, and the other monsters escaping from the lower deck. Almost instantly, the malevolent dragon roared and charged. Ailin, half a head taller than the monster, his eyes gleaming with a murderous aura, leaped over it and collided with the siren behind it, despairing gaze, buzz. Before the malevolent dragon formed by Dragon Slayer could descend upon the siren, the dragon, composed of psychic power, flapped its wings, swept through the minds of the distorted monsters, and roared, landing on the siren's souls before it could reach them. Plop, plop. Ailin's full throttle, despairing gaze, was like a missile launched directly into the hearts of these monsters, already stripped of most of their sanity and teetering on the brink of madness, driven only by instinct. In a brief instant, the distorted monsters, previously controlled by the siren's charm, collapsed one after another in the aftermath of despairing gaze. Some died convulsing from the annihilation of their minds. Some, their minds shattered, completely extinguished the last shred of sanity, unleashing a final burst of madness, sending their deformed bodies into a final stage of destructive evolution. Unfortunately, before their final destructive evolution could blossom, they were ignited into blazing torches by the engulfing firestorm. After the psychic dragon fell into the siren's heart lake, a deep blue cocoon of light suddenly emerged from the depths of the siren's mind, swallowing the psychic dragon, which had instantly destroyed most of the siren's heart lake, into the cocoon. Even the dragon's evil aura, roaring and following the psychic dragon's footsteps, was swallowed by the deep blue cocoon. Just as the 2 attacks were neutralized by the deep blue cocoon, a black light bullet instantly pierced the siren's plump chest, blasting one of the 2 mouth-watering fruits. But just as the black light bullet, unrelenting in its momentum, pierced the siren's chest, blasting her hard and about to kill her, the deep blue light cocoon within her heart suddenly emerged above her pierced chest and split into pale blue tentacles, piercing the wounds throughout the siren's body. Replacing the heart blasted by the black light bullet, it began to beat. Boom. As the deep blue light cocoon pulsed, a pale blue energy halo flowed along the tentacles, flowing into the siren's body. The instant it absorbed the pale blue energy, the siren's body underwent a drastic transformation. Pale blue scales rapidly crawled onto her beautiful cheeks. Her delicate red lips gradually lost their luster, stained purple-black as if poisoned, while her delicate skin began to reflect a metallic sheen. Even from behind her, 8 slippery tentacles sprouted, snarling and snarling. The rotting-looking fish tail beneath her transformed into a bizarre object covered in tentacles and fangs. Droplets of dark green liquid dripped from the crevices of its sharp jaws, corroding holes in the thick iron floor like concentrated sulfuric acid. Before the transformation was complete, the siren, its body becoming even more monstrous and depraved, roared a call. Soon, a massive wave of pale blue water emerged amidst her wails, carrying her and charging towards Ailin. Boom! At that moment, a red beam of light descended from the sky, suddenly piercing the roof of the terrifying cruise ship and crashing down between Ailin and the distorted siren. Then, it mercilessly blasted the monstrous siren, carrying the surging wave that attacked Ailin, flying away. Even the surging wave was completely vaporized by the red energy beam. Shortly after the distorted siren was blasted away, a red figure suddenly descended from the hole blasted by the red beam. "Are you okay?" As the red light faded, Captain Marvel, uniformed and floating in midair, turned to Ailin, whose ears were bleeding. Captain Marvel had a favorable impression of this little boy, whom she had met once before, who had summoned angels to slay a divine abomination during the Battle of New York and saved millions of civilians from a nuclear explosion. It was for this reason that Captain Marvel, having just forced his way into this space, upon seeing Ailin, immediately attacked the evil-emitting monster before him. Ailin, whose hearing had temporarily gone awry from the wailing of the siren, couldn't hear what Captain Marvel was saying. Fortunately, Ailin, who had learned lip reading in his spare time while studying hypnosis, was able to discern Captain Marvel's words from the constant movement of her lips. "Sorry, I've lost my hearing during that guy's sonic attack, so I can't hear you for now." As he spoke, Ailin pointed to his bleeding ear. Captain Marvel frowned slightly at Ailin's response, then glanced at the team members, Natasha, and the others lying on the ground behind him. Then, she turned to the siren she had repelled. Since Ailin and the others couldn't hear her, she decided to use this time to eliminate the monsters on this cruise ship. With this thought, Captain Marvel, dressed in a red and blue uniform, felt her hands glow slightly red. The next second, she raised her hand and lashed out a red beam of energy. The beam, carrying a massive amount of energy, sent the distorted siren, which had taken advantage of the opportunity, flying dozens of meters away. After destroying 7 or 8 unfortunate distorted monsters along the way, the siren suddenly roared to the heavens again. The next second, the terrifying sonic wave that had previously ripped through the wall of eternal flame, with a heart-wrenching scream, hurtled towards Captain Marvel with even greater force. Captain Marvel said nothing, simply raising her hands to block the sonic attack. She merely recoiled slightly from the terrifying wave, remaining unaffected. Even the aftermath that was destined to strike Ailin and the others from behind was completely blocked. After shaking her aching eardrums, Captain Marvel exclaimed, "It's a powerful sonic attack, but it's useless to me." The next second, a thick red beam of light burst forth from Captain Marvel's hand, easily sending the distorted siren flying once again. This time, however, the siren's body erupted with the gray-brown barbs resembling blood vessels. The gray-black barbs bursting from the siren's body instantly pierced the various distorted monsters encountered along the way, before piercing directly into the corridor wall. The walls, made of a mixture of wood and steel, were as soft as tofu, punctured by the gray-black barbs, riddled with tiny holes. As more and more gray-black barbs pierced the corridor sides, the black barbs, resembling blood vessels, instantly stretched straight, pulling the retreating siren back. With a piercing sound, the walls on both sides of the corridor buckled and deformed. Still quite durable, seeing that her energy blast hadn't killed the siren, Captain Marvel leaned forward slightly, then shot out like a rocket, charging towards the siren, whose body was entangled in gray-black barbs. He punched her head. A second later, the siren's head, shattered like a bursting watermelon, exploded under Captain Marvel's fist. Bang! A flash of red energy flashed around her, blocking the incoming shreds of flesh and blood. Captain Marvel was just about to turn. The blood-red barbs, covering the corridor stretching for dozens of meters, pierced Captain Marvel's body like javelins. A gaping maw suddenly emerged from the wound on the corpse behind Captain Marvel, its head blasted open, biting down mercilessly on her head. HMPH, with a cold snort, Captain Marvel's fists collided fiercely with her chest. The next second, a powerful shockwave radiated from Captain Marvel's chest, sweeping in all directions. Under the terrifying shockwave, Captain Marvel's body, the gray-black barbs that had attacked her, powerful enough to pierce steel, shattered into pieces, becoming limp pieces of waste, clinging limply to the walls of the blood-red corridor. The siren in front of her, bearing the brunt of the impact, had long since vanished. Even the vast majority of the terrifying cruise ship in front of her had been blasted open by the terrifying impact. For the first time, the dazzling sunlight from outside the cruise ship shone into the dim, blood-soaked cabin. Behind Captain Marvel, Ailin, using the angel scepter to instantly conjure a massive shield of holy light before him, was pushed back over 10 meters, along with the shield itself, before barely blocking the energy blast. And this time, Captain Marvel, with her back to them, used her body to block the vast majority of the shockwave. Thinking of this, even Ailin couldn't help but marvel at Captain Marvel's luck and strength. A single misstep in her experiment had allowed Captain Marvel to accidentally integrate a portion of the cosmic cube's power, granting her nearly limitless energy and a formidable body. This luck had transformed Captain Marvel, once a mere mortal, into terrifying power surpassing most of the world's strongest beings, instantly placing her at the pinnacle of the universe. Just as Ailin was marveling at Captain Marvel's good fortune, a roar filled with surging fury suddenly erupted from the depths of the severely damaged cabin. Roar! Captain Marvel's face lit up with anticipation at the roar from below. "Are you finally coming out? I thought you were going to stay like a coward and not come out again." Captain Marvel flung his hand back. A hollow red energy bubble instantly swept towards Ailin and the others. Although Ailin sensed no malice from Captain Marvel's hand, facing the rapidly approaching red energy bubble, he cautiously summoned his angel scepter, urging it to radiate a brilliant holy light, forming an elliptical cocoon that enveloped him, Gwen, and the others. Almost as soon as the holy light cocoon took shape, Captain Marvel's red energy bubble also quickly engulfed Ailin and the others. However, just as Ailin had sensed, the red energy bubble did not cause any harm to Ailin and the others. Instead, it was as if another layer of red energy enveloped Ailin and the others' white cocoon, rapidly carrying Ailin and the others towards the end of the blood-red corridor. Boom! In less than a second, the red bubble carried Ailin and the others, smashing through the cabin door of the horror cruise ship that had been closed at some point, and then quickly flew them thousands of meters away at a speed that broke the sound barrier. And at this moment. Chapter 334. At that moment, the terrifying cruise ship, already thousands of meters away, suddenly disintegrated with a deafening explosion. Immediately afterwards, a shockwave, countless times more powerful than the previous one, instantly swept in all directions, centered on the exploding ship. Under that terrifying shockwave, the vast ocean was forced downward, forming a hemispherical space 1,000 meters in diameter. The surrounding waters, squeezed by the shockwave, immediately stirred up a raging wave 100 meters high, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Damn, Ailin, instantly transported thousands of meters away by the red energy bubble, watched the massive wave rising from the sea in the distance. He cursed silently, but before he could complain further, he quickly pulled from his pocket a blood-eye boundary-breaking pearl, worth 1,000 fate points, from a strange world of immortal cultivation. After quickly pressing the center of the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb, which resembled the eyeball of some unknown creature, Ailin violently flung it into the space in front of him. After being flung away, the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb, where Ailin had pressed hard on its center, suddenly let out a cry like a crying baby. Simultaneously, a blood-red light dyed the space within a 3-meter radius of the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb a crimson. After a wailing lasting less than a second, the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb began to crack, shattering into countless fragments. Crack, crack, as the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb shattered, silvery white cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space illuminated by the red light. Then, a series of crackling sounds echoed. Immediately afterwards, the space suddenly collapsed inward along with the blood pupil boundary-breaking orb, swallowing Ailin and the others within the holy light cocoon before the devastating tsunami arrived. Boom! As the thunderous roar of waves, accompanied by the monstrous waves that crushed mountains and shattered rocks, swept past, Ailin and the others, enveloped in the cocoon of light, had long since vanished. In the real world, in a sea 100 miles from the Hawaiian Islands, a massive shadow suddenly appeared beneath the calm surface of the sea. And this shadow, at an extremely rapid rate, grew faster and larger. Seconds later, a wet head emerged from beneath the surface. After tilting its head and spitting out a colorful fish swirling in its mouth along with the seawater, Ailin, half crouching on something, patted the massive head beneath him. The next second, a massive whale's head leaped from the surface, carving a white streak across the surface as if riding the wind and waves. If you looked closely, you could see that several people were lying on the blue whale's massive head. After glancing at the people around him, Ailin spun and delivered a powerful punch to Steve's abdomen. The powerful punch, with a subtle touch of force, squeezed the seawater that had been pouring into his abdomen, ejecting it and waking Steve. Seeing a flicker of confusion in Steve's eyes, Ailin pointed to Natasha, who had fainted on the other side. Without waiting for Steve's response, Ailin walked over to the other side and used the same rough method to wake George and Stacy. Then he pointed to Helen and the other 3 little ones lying unconscious on the ground. After this, Ailin quickly reached Gwen and began CPR. George, newly conscious, saw Helen and the 3 little ones lying unconscious on the ground nearby. Panic seized him, and he rushed to his wife's side. Following Ailin's lead, he began CPR on his wife. Steve, not far away, saw Ailin and George taking action and gritted his teeth, attempting to revive Natasha in the same way. Natasha, lying on the whale's head, drifted awake. Seeing the hand reaching for her chest, Natasha instinctively reached out to grab Steve's hands. With a fierce twist, she twisted them behind his back, a cracking sound. Then, Natasha rolled over, pinning Steve beneath her. Only after she took in her surroundings, Spotting Ailin performing CPR on Gwen and George giving artificial respiration to Helen, did she truly understand what Steve had intended to do to her? "Sorry, it was just instinct," Natasha said, embarrassed, after realizing her mistake, and climbed off Steve's body. After apologizing, Natasha, feeling her stomach swell and a salty taste in her mouth, ran to the side and induced vomiting. After almost emptying her stomach of the seawater, Natasha looked at the blue whale beneath them and asked curiously, "What's going on with this whale? And weren't we just on that terrifying cruise ship? How did it suddenly appear here, not far away?" Steve's hands drooped awkwardly, feeling the piercing pain in his arm bones. The corners of his mouth twitched. He shouldn't have stretched out his hands. Shaking his head helplessly, Steve shouted, "I can't hear you. Speak louder." Steve's sudden, loud voice caused Natasha's injured eardrum to ache. However, this also made Natasha understand why Steve couldn't hear her. Because even Steve's screams, which caused her pain, were still a little muffled when they fell on her ears. "Is there something wrong with your ears?" Just as Natasha's heart sank, Ailin, who had just awakened Gwen, walked over to Steve and, with a few clicks, straightened her dislocated bones. He then took out a tube of strong healing potion, and tossed it into Steve's hands. He then handed 3 more tubes of strong healing potion to Helen and the others. Ailin and George then worked together to awaken the remaining 3 little ones. Moments later, everyone on the whale's back gradually regained consciousness. After each of them took half a bottle of strong healing potion, their eardrums, damaged by the Kraken's sonic attack, slowly recovered. After a few brief words, Gwen and the others finally understood what had happened since they lost consciousness. After hearing about Captain Marvel's destruction of the terrifying cruise ship, leaving a massive hemispherical dent in the ocean's surface 1,000 meters in diameter, Natasha gained a clearer understanding of the strength of the woman Nick Fury considered his trump card. At that moment, over 1,000 meters above the sea, white cracks suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the air above the sea erupted in a series of shattering sounds, like a shattering mirror. Amidst this shattering sound, a figure shrouded in crimson light shattered the shattered air mirror with a bang, soaring 1,000 meters into the air. After briefly hovering 1,000 meters above, Captain Marvel, shrouded in crimson light, appeared before them with a series of sonic booms. "We meet again, little boy." As Carol gradually emerged from the crimson light, Ailin looked up at her and said, "Not long ago, I heard someone broke into prison and rescued Nick Fury. If I'm not mistaken, it was you." "Yes, it was me. I had to find Nick Fury, and the prison refused visitors, so I had no choice but to take him away." Carol confessed her rescue of Nick Fury without hiding anything, but simply and directly. After finishing her words, Carol looked at Ailin and asked, "Why, you want to capture me, a prisoner? That's a matter for the federal government and the World Security Council. I have no interest in it. Speaking of which, I haven't thanked you for your help just now." "But why are you here?" Ailin glanced at Carol with a hint of surprise. He had never expected Carol to suddenly appear on the horror cruise ship and even offer him a hand. This made Ailin feel embarrassed to directly trick her in the future. Hearing that Ailin had no interest in capturing her, Carol's lips curled slightly. "I was searching for Loki and retrieving the Tesseract he'd taken. So, after detecting an extremely strong spatial fluctuation in this area of the sea, I rushed here directly. But it seems I've found the wrong target this time. Although the strange space appeared accompanied by strong spatial fluctuations, it clearly has nothing to do with Loki or the Tesseract." Hunting down Loki. Retrieving the Tesseract. After hearing this, Ailin glanced at Carol in slight surprise, instantly understanding why Captain Marvel had been stranded on Earth recently. What a pity. Now, that Loki had been thrown to some corner of the world by the Time Management Bureaus, returned Loki. It was even questionable whether he was still on Earth. Finding him wouldn't be easy. After mentally shaking his head, Ailin continued, "I saw you blow up that terrifying cruise ship just now. Have you dealt with all the monsters deep within it?" "No." Carol shook her head and continued, "That monster deep within the cruise ship was incredibly fast. After blowing up the ship, it dove directly into the water, quickly swimming towards that strange, death-like seabed. My strength was severely limited in that area, and I accidentally let it escape. Although I didn't kill it, I did rip off 4 of its tentacles and blew off most of its head. It probably won't be able to recover for a while. Speaking of which, how did you get out?" Carol glanced at Ailin and the others. "Because of the cosmic cube," Carol had an unimaginable affinity for spatial energy. Without this, even with her immense brute force, she wouldn't have been able to blast through the spatial barrier and return to the real world from that special dimension, as she had just done. Carol had originally planned to wait until she had dealt with the monsters on the cruise ship before leading Ailin and the others out of that strange dimension. But before she could react, Ailin had already left the space with him. "It's just a disposable gadget," Ailin said, and another, blood-eye boundary-breaking orb, appeared in Ailin's hand. Keenly sensing the strange spatial power contained within the blood-eye boundary-breaking orb, Carol shook her head in disappointment. She had originally assumed Ailin's method of leaving that dimension was related to the cosmic cube, but she hadn't realized it was due to this item. Reflecting on this, Carol calmed down and said to Ailin and the others, "Do you need me to take you to the nearest island?" "No, I've already sent the signal, and someone will be here to pick us up shortly. And if all else fails, this giant creature beneath us would be happy to give us a ride." Ailin patted the whale's head. As if it understood Ailin's words, the giant creature beneath them suddenly let out a joyful whale cry. And from the blowhole on its back, a puff of water erupted, a stream of colorful mist shimmering in the sunlight. What a clever whale! After glancing at Ailin and the giant creature beneath him, Carol didn't know why it was so close to him, but she didn't ask any further questions. She nodded to Ailin and the others, then leaned back and instantly transformed into a streak of red light, surging into the sky. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a lifeless gray-black space, Hila, her hair disheveled, felt her mark on the death boat completely shattered, her gaze fixed slightly. Such a powerful aura. I never imagined that during the time I was sealed here, besides the supreme sorcerer who protected the Midgard lineage, such a powerful being would appear in the Midgard. Interesting, although Carol had destroyed the vessel of the dead, completely depriving her of her means of replenishing her divine power, Hila remained unmoved. She would rather see the vessel of the dead destroyed than have it corrupted and tainted by those disgusting outer gods. What a shame, that the one who tried to steal my power of death escaped. But it's all the better. Once I break the seal, I'll personally visit and bring eternal death upon that one. Just now, Hila suddenly sensed the divine power of Odin permeating the sealed space, causing it to tremble violently. And within that tremor, Hila sensed a long-lost hint of the aura of Asgard. Hila knew this was a sign that Odin was losing control of his power. This also meant that Odin couldn't hold her captive for much longer. Soon, she would be able to leave this deadly space and return to the Nine Realms. Wait. Odin, Asgard, I will be back soon. Chapter 335 The King's Request for Help. On the choppy sea, Gwen nestled in Arlen's arms, quietly enjoying the breeze. George, standing beside them, glared at them, but ultimately sighed silently. Even George, a daughter-obsessed man, felt a little overwhelmed by the sight of Arlen, who had repeatedly saved their family. Furthermore, Arlen was exceptional in every sense of the word, and he treated his precious daughter with unwavering care. Otherwise, Arlen, a billionaire, wouldn't have rushed to Hawaii upon learning of Gwen's distress, devising a means to enter that strange dimension and risking his own life to rescue them. So, facing the scoundrel holding his daughter, George could only internally rage helplessly. A few minutes later, Arlen and his companions, soaring through the ocean on a blue whale, were suddenly filled with a deafening roar. Shortly after this roar, a Quinjet swiftly appeared before them. After climbing onto the plane via the rope ladder lowered from the fighter, George and Helen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Arlen, the last to board, smiled and waved to the blue whale beneath the surface. He then released the psychic mark from its heart and returned it to the sea. Goodbye, big one. A few hours later, as the Quinjet flew over the devastated Manhattan, New York was shrouded in darkness. Yet, beneath the pitch-black night, lights shone brightly across the city. Illuminated by giant searchlights, banksing and construction crews across New York raced against time to excavate the remains of people and supplies buried in the rubble. George's face was filled with disbelief as he gazed at the rubble beneath the plane. This is Manhattan, of course. Isn't Stark Tower still there? Arlen pointed towards the only building still standing in Manhattan. Following the direction of Ailin's finger, George saw the building, still standing out against the night sky. Only then did he truly grasp the horrific devastation that had befallen New York over the past dozen hours. He finally understood why Ailin had insisted that his family leave the city temporarily. As George remained silent, the Quinjet quickly flew over George's neighborhood. Fortunately, amidst the vast expanse of collapsed buildings, George's family's house had escaped unscathed, saving them from becoming homeless upon their return to New York. Unfortunately, Ailin had barely dropped George and his family off home when he was drafted by the severely understaffed New York Police Department. After bidding farewell to Gwen and the others and returning to Chinatown, Ailin suddenly noticed two figures outside his house. Ailin paused as he saw the two men, one large and one small, squatting outside his door. The smaller man trotted over. "Ailin, you're finally back." Glancing at another figure standing up, Ailin turned to the large dog trotting toward him and asked, "Why are you standing outside my house instead of with your parents?" "And what's with that guy?" Ailin glanced at the portly man not far away. "I was just about to tell you that." The large dog trotted over to Ailin, took a breath, and whispered, "A few hours ago, that fat man suddenly showed up at your door and said he wanted to see you. But when asked what he wanted you for, he refused to say." Seeing his silence, the people from Zhongyading tried to chase him away, but he overpowered them. "Then, the Zhongyading contacted me and wanted me to warn you, but you didn't answer my calls. So I just came here to wait for you and give you a heads up." On the way back to New York, Ailin deliberately turned off his phone so that Gwen, who had just experienced a shock, could get a good night's sleep on the plane. Unexpectedly, he missed Big Dog's call because of this. Ailin, now roughly understanding what was going on, said to the little fat man, "Thanks, Big Dog, I know what's going on. It's already early in the morning, so go back to bed. I'll treat you to dinner later." "I'll treat you if I have to," Big Dog corrected himself subconsciously. He looked at the burly figure standing at Ailin's door and said sternly, "That guy has a face full of flesh and doesn't look like a good person. How about I call a few people over? We're worried he might break into your house and do something, so Zhongyai Hall has sent several people to guard over there." As he spoke, little fatty Doug pointed to 7 or 8 burly men standing nearby. Not far away, Wang, standing under the streetlight outside Ailin's house, couldn't help but twitch his lips at Big Dog's words. From afar, Ailin caught a glimpse of the twitching expression on Wang's face and practically laughed out loud. "Don't worry, that guy might look a bit flabby, but he's probably not here to cause trouble. And even if he is, do you think he can beat me?" Ailin's question instantly reminded Doug of Ailin's other titles. Miracle-bringing magician, divine son sent to Earth, seraph who saves the world. Ever since Iron Man Tony Stark revealed Ailin's alter ego at a press conference not long ago, one title after another had been attributed to him by the media and netizens. Thanks to those people, Doug belatedly realized that his good friend Ailin was the seraph who saved New York from the nuclear explosion. Doug breathed a sigh of relief at this thought, then scratched his chubby belly with a hint of embarrassment. He'd almost forgotten about it. That flabby guy, no matter how powerful he was, could never be Ailin's match. After all, Ailin is a 6-winged angel. After waving to the sturdy men sent by Zhongyading to guard Ailin's house and protect little Doug, asking them to help get Doug home, Ailin headed for his home. Seeing Ailin approaching, Wang's eyes flashed with anxiety. Just as he took a step, the door behind him creaked open. As the door opened, Wang, who had just taken a step, suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger coming from behind him, causing his body to freeze in place. Looking at Wang frozen in place, Ailin smiled and shook his head at the little monster in the house, eager to welcome him home. The next moment, the sense of extreme danger Wang had felt receded like a tide. But in that brief moment, Wang's back was wet with sweat. "Since you're here, come in and sit down." It was only when Ailin's voice reached Wang that he slowly regained his composure. Watching Ailin brush past him and walk into the cavernous doorway, Wang took a deep breath. He seemed to understand why the Supreme Mage hadn't allowed him to open the portal directly to Ailin's house. But thinking of the purpose of his visit, Wang gritted his teeth and followed Ailin into the house, which seemed to harbor some unknown danger. After entering, Ailin had a small monster bring him a bottle of lime juice. He said to Wang, who had followed him in, "This is the small monster. Master Wang, if you need a drink, just ask it, and it'll bring it to you." As soon as Ailin finished speaking, the small monster handed Ailin a bottle of chilled lime juice. Was this a magical creature? Looking at the small monster in front of Ailin, which vaguely resembled an oversized trash can, Wang was slightly surprised, but he was quickly drawn to another piece of information revealed by Ailin's words. "Do you know me?" "Yes." Feeling more refreshed after a sip of iced lime juice, Ailin nodded. "A few months ago, I saw you, the mage, outside an ancient castle in suburban New Jersey. You and another mage were dealing with a newly liberated evil spirit." "I see," Wang and Mordo had put in a lot of effort to quickly resolve that space transformed into a ghostly den. Plus, it had only been a short time since then, so Ailin's words immediately reminded Wang of the past. Yes, that's right. The evil spirit that escaped the seal seemed to have been sealed by the Vatican. That made sense for Ailin's appearance there. After all, the relationship between the Vatican and the angels was well understood. Perhaps Ailin had gone to deal with the unsealed evil spirit. As for why he and Mordo hadn't noticed Ailin, that wasn't surprising at all. Ailin could even summon six-winged angels. If such a master was hiding and trying to avoid detection, wouldn't it be normal for him and Mordo to miss him? Well, speaking of which, when Mordo and I helped to deal with that evil spirit, did that count as doing Ailin a favor? If so, would he be more approachable when I ask him for help later? Thinking of this, the king gathered himself and said to Ailin, "Since Mr. Ailin knows me, that's great. I've come here to ask for your help." "Help?" "Yes," the king nodded and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Ailin, you still remember the abomination that appeared on the battlefield in New York not long ago?" Hearing the king mention that abomination, Ailin's eyes narrowed slightly and he nodded, "Of course." "So, is the favor you want me to do related to that abomination?" "That's right. The abomination that descended during the Battle of New York was actually summoned by a cultist who used the lives of those who died in the Battle of New York to initiate a blood sacrifice. When the Supreme Being went to stop the blood sacrifice, he was ambushed by the incarnation of Mephitis from the Hell Dimension. He missed the opportunity, which led to the abomination's arrival. After defeating the incarnation of Mephisto, Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, and Mephisto himself joined forces to break the seal of the London Sanctuary, giving the Supreme Being no time to deal with the abomination. Once the barriers of the three sanctuaries were completely shattered, Earth would have suffered a catastrophe far more horrific than that nascent abomination. So, after requesting assistance from Odin, God King of Asgard, and another being, the Supreme Being had to rush to the London Sanctuary as quickly as possible to stop the invasion from the Hell and Dark Dimensions. Thankfully, Lord Ailin finally intervened to defeat the abomination, otherwise New York would have been devastated. A hint of bitterness crossed the king's face as he spoke. Resisting invasions from evil gods and other dimensions has always been the responsibility of the mages of Camartage. Although Ailin had defeated the abomination this time, the king and the other mages of Camartage saw it as a dereliction of duty. But they had truly tried their best. So that's how it was. After taking another sip of iced lime juice, Ailin finally understood why, even after Odin took action when the demon appeared, the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme and Guardian of Earth, remained silent for a long time, allowing the demon to wreak havoc. It seemed she had been ambushed by the two demons, leaving her no time to attack. With that, Ailin had a rough idea of what was happening in London. That's right. Besides Odin, wasn't Loki the other person the Ancient One had turned to for help? Her eyes flickered as she spoke. I see. But what does this have to do with you asking me for help? Ailin's words had barely left her lips. Wang, entering from the main entrance, spoke in a deep voice, because of the follower of the evil god who summoned the evil spirit, in the blood sacrifice to the evil god, that follower also sacrificed his body and soul. We all thought he had perished, but not long ago, he was resurrected again. Through some unknown means, he even stole some of the evil god's power. This has made him even more powerful and even more unscrupulous. He's even begun planning another blood sacrifice. To prevent a repeat of the disaster in New York, we must stop him. Ah, yes. Hearing this, Ailin asked with a hint of confusion, how did you know that fellow was resurrected? Did the Supreme Sorcerer sense his presence? Or do you have some means of tracking him down? Wang replied awkwardly, neither. It was actually the evil god that the evil god worshipped who told us about him. After hearing this, several question marks slowly formed above Ailin's head. Before Ailin could ask again, Wang began to explain. The fact that the evil god's follower resurrected through some means and stole some of the evil god's power seems to have angered the evil god. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that the evil god's follower planned to change the target of the next blood sacrifice to another evil god, which completely angered the evil god. So the evil god directly passed the information about that guy to the Supreme Honored One. I guess the evil god wants to use us to deal with the evil follower who betrayed him. Chapter 336. Goodness. Helping the evil god eliminate traitors. Is the Ancient One's business so extensive? Seeing the peculiar look in Ailin's eyes, the king shrugged, as if guessing Ailin's thoughts. Although it sounds a bit strange, in reality, this matter has only one benefit for us and no harm. No matter what, we must eradicate this evil god's followers who use tens of thousands of lives as blood sacrifices. With the information and location provided by the evil god, we can find him in the shortest possible time and prevent the next disaster. Of course, besides that, I heard, just heard, that in order to eliminate that traitor, the angry Lord of the Fallen deceived the Ancient One and restrained some of the power of the Dark Dimension. Hearing this, a strange look flashed in Ailin's eyes. Goodness! For a traitor, the other party was actually deceived by the Ancient One to restrain the power of the Dark Dimension. This time, the Ancient One made a fortune. Thinking of this, Ailin said to the king, "So, you're asking me to help you deal with that evil god follower?" Indeed, the king nodded before continuing. However, although this has happened many times before, with the Supreme Being unable to attend to other matters, as a precaution, the Supreme Being has asked me to come to you for help. Without waiting for Ailin to refuse, the king handed Ailin a crystal ball with a continuously pulsing green light. This is a magical artifact created by the Supreme Being using the Eye of Agamotto, called the Shadow of Ages. This magical item contains a portion of the Eye's power, temporarily restoring an object to its peak state. Well, the Supreme Being said that if you are willing to join me in defeating that evil god follower, this item will be yours. Hearing this, Ailin, who was about to refuse, instantly cast his gaze on the crystal ball with a continuously pulsing green light. The Shadow of Ages. A magical artifact that can temporarily restore an item to its peak state. Isn't this a makeshift scroll of rewind? Has the Ancient One discovered something? At this thought, Ailin's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a thought, his spirit leaped into the Libra dimension, where he began to divine. A few minutes later, Ailin, having regained consciousness after being summoned by the king, looked at the green crystal ball in his hand with a look of astonishment. The divination revealed that this Shadow of Ages, as Ailin had predicted, could indeed refresh the state of his angel scepter. It temporarily restored the angel scepter to its peak state, allowing him to summon the seraphim once again. Of course, this also meant that the Ancient One had discovered the truth about Ailin's ability to summon the seraphim, which wasn't good news for Ailin. It seems I must send the clone away again before the Ancient One returns. After a deep sigh, as Ailin played with the shadow of time in his hand, he asked, "Tell me, how do you want me to help?" Although Ailin wanted the crystal ball very much, if the Ancient One wanted him to do something too dangerous, Ailin would give it up without hesitation. After all, a shadow of time was far less important than his own safety. The king beside him saw that after Ailin opened his eyes again, he seemed to be willing to help. His eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly said, "We've confirmed that the evil god's follower's next blood sacrifice will be in Fuso, Tokyo. We just need to find him and eliminate him before the blood sacrifice begins." Tokyo. A strange look flashed in Ailin's eyes when he heard the place name, and then he asked, why did the evil god's follower choose Tokyo as the location for his next blood sacrifice ceremony? Wang's face darkened when he heard this, and he said in a serious tone, "The London sanctuary has suffered a certain degree of damage under the attacks of Dormammu and Mephisto. Because of this, some of the power of the Dark Dimension and the Hell Dimension has infiltrated Earth. In some places, the Hell Dimension and Earth have even overlapped. Fuso Tokyo is the place where the two worlds overlap the most, apart from London. According to the information sent back by the Shanghai Sanctuary, Fuso Tokyo seems to have begun to show signs of a night parade of 100 demons. In this situation, if we harness the power of certain rituals, we could even completely draw the evil spirits from the Hell Dimension into the real world, causing Tokyo to experience the tragedy of the night parade of 100 demons. If the death toll in Tokyo skyrocketed, that person could seize the opportunity to stage another blood sacrifice, summon the evil spirit, and then gain its favor. A night parade of 100 demons? Isn't that a story from Fuso mythology? In Fuso mythology, humans and demons live in two separate worlds, the human world, the demon world, the hell. These two worlds are separate, but at certain times, they overlap. For example, in Fuso records, the Omo no moment, occurs. When the human and hell dimensions completely overlap, a night filled with disaster and ominous signs begins. At that time, demons and evil spirits from hell will madly pour into the human world, filling the streets and fields, attacking all humans they see. This is known as the night parade of 100 demons. Simply put, it's the apocalyptic disaster of Fuso mythology. Although the intensity of this night parade of 100 demons in Fuso mythology is far from threatening to exterminate humanity or destroy the world, it could easily inflict the deaths of tens or even millions of people in densely populated Tokyo. Perhaps, in the end, the entire city of Tokyo will be completely dragged into hell. That would not only allow the evil god's followers to succeed in their scheme, causing irreversible disaster, but it would also, to a certain extent, affect a battle between Ancient One and Mephistopheles. As the ruler of the Hell Dimension, the greater the power of the Hell Dimension, the greater Mephistopheles' power. If Tokyo were to completely fall into hell and become a bridgehead for the Hell Dimension, it would mean that Mephistopheles would have a permanent foothold on Earth. If Mephistopheles then defended Tokyo, it would be difficult to expel the Hell Dimension's power. Perhaps, thousands of years from now, Earth would truly be encroached upon by the Hell Dimension, plunging into hell itself. Ding detected the activation of the Fate tributary, acquiring Fate information. As the two realms intersect, the world shifts. Evil spirits and demons that have been dormant in hell for millions of years are about to return, wreaking havoc on the world once again and waiting for an opportunity to completely drag Earth into hell. At this moment, you are presented with the following choices. Option 1. Choose to protect Earth and hunt down the evil spirits and demons that attempt to invade. Successfully defending Earth will earn you a significant amount of Fate points and Earth favor based on your contributions. However, you will also become the target of Hell's powerful evil spirits and demons, eager to kill you. Option 2. Join Hell and assist Hell in its erosion of Earth. Once Hell's power successfully erodes Tokyo, you will gain Hell's favor and have a chance to become a Hell Lord, thereby gaining a long life and immense power. However, you will also earn Earth's dislike, lose some of the world's favor, and become the target of the jealousy and murderous desires of Hell's powerful evil spirits and demons. Feeling the message coming to his mind, Ailin was slightly stunned. Wow, this could trigger a quest. This made it so difficult for Ailin to go even if he didn't want to. After scanning the two options, Ailin's gaze quickly returned to the first. While the second option offered the opportunity to directly gain immense power and a long life, the mere prospect of earning Earth's dislike and losing the favor of some other worlds was unacceptable. After all, Ailin preferred Earth to the smoke-filled hell. After sending messages to Killis, Gwen, and the others, informing them that he was temporarily leaving New York for a trip to Fuso, Ailin and Wang left his house. Then, through a portal in a nearby alley, they arrived in Tokyo. After crossing the portal, which continuously erupted with golden sparks, Ailin, exiting, looked at Wang, whose face had paled after the portal closed, and pondered. Would teleporting directly from New York to Tokyo across half the world be too much for even a seasoned mage like Wang? It seemed the portals of the Supreme Mage lineage weren't as convenient as he'd imagined. But, that was also true. If opening a portal truly cost nothing, that would be even more absurd. Thinking of this, Ailin shook his head, then looked around and asked, "Where's this place?" The University of Tokyo, located in Bunkai Ward, Tokyo, is Fuso's top comprehensive university. Over a dozen hours ago, a demonic spirit, due to the overlap of two realms, suddenly appeared in the University of Tokyo's men's dormitory and brutally murdered over a dozen students in the night. After that incident, while the University of Tokyo's leadership immediately suppressed the incident, they also had to close the campus and dismiss most of the faculty and students. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so deserted on weekdays. After saying this, Wang glanced around with a hint of regret. On ordinary days, whether summer or winter, the University of Tokyo was always filled with beautiful young women in miniskirts, revealing their snow-white thighs. But now, aside from the occasional security guards and police patrolling the campus, there wasn't even a ghost to be seen in broad daylight. P.S. There's a 14-hour time difference between Tokyo and New York. While the University of Tokyo enjoys immense prestige in Japan, often considered the first stepping stone to the upper class, its prestige and status couldn't offset the terror unleashed by the evil spirit last night. Teachers and students stranded on campus for various reasons huddled in their rooms, trembling and unable to leave, fearing the spirit's presence. Conversely, a large crowd had gathered in the men's dormitory where the incident occurred. A large group of so-called high-ranking monks chanted incessantly in the blood-stained rooms. Various yellow talismans were plastered throughout the blood-stained rooms. Behind the monks, several pale, trembling University of Tokyo officials watched the scene with solemn expressions, suppressing their unease. After deliberately glancing up at the dormitory building from which the gurgling sound continued, Wang asked Ailin, "Did you feel it?" What? Are you talking about the strange aura that keeps seeping out from under that teaching building? Or is it the monster hidden within that building? After Ailin directly pointed out the strange aura seeping from under the teaching building, Wang's smile flickered, but before he could say anything else, Ailin's next words froze it. Monster? How could it be? The monsters in this school were clearly dealt with by Master Ampere. How could there still be monsters? Kamartage's mages come from all over the world, and there are certainly many mages born in Japan. Last night, almost as soon as news of the incident at the University of Tokyo reached them, Master Ampere, along with 2 other Japanese-born mages, dealt with the evil spirit that had murdered over a dozen people in the men's dormitory. It was precisely because of this that they stumbled upon the dimensional passage beneath Teaching Building 6 at the University of Tokyo. Wang had deliberately glanced toward the teaching building where the surging sound had come from, intending to test Ailin's abilities and see if he had discovered a dimensional passage. Unexpectedly, this test had led to Wang's own failure. Ever since discovering the passage to the Hell Dimension, Master Ampere and his 3 companions had been guarding the dimensional passage, continuously sealing it. Given the circumstances, how could a monster appear in the teaching building? Unless. As if a thought had occurred to Wang, his expression changed. He twirled a ring in his hand, and a pair of golden boots rapidly took shape beneath his feet. Fueled by the golden boots, Wang's slightly portly frame erupted with speed and agility that defied his stature, sprinting towards the teaching building. Seeing this, Ailin's eyes flickered, realizing something. He quickly followed, silently using illusion to gradually obliterate his form from view. By the time Wang arrived at the teaching building, Ailin had already completely disappeared. Typos, corrected after posting. Chapter 337 New Woman. The silent campus was instantly shrouded in darkness. Within the darkness, a thick fog swirled, obliterating any visible light. Only a strangely scented mist, flowing like liquid, seemed to be brewing a chilling terror. In the girls' dormitory near the teaching building, several beautiful young women sat together. Though their faces were filled with fear, they remained curious as they discussed the recent demonic murders that had occurred in the boys' dormitory. Although the university's leadership immediately suppressed the news, it was impossible to completely suppress such horrifying information. Furthermore, for the insatiable curiosity of the students, the more forbidden the information, the more excited and intrigued they became. Through their close friends and faculty, word of the demonic murders in the boys' dormitory had spread throughout the girls' dormitory and the University of Tokyo hours earlier. For the students who remained on campus, this was crucial information they could not help but pay attention to. After all, no one wanted to be the next victim of a demonic murder. But just as their discussion was raging, the entire dormitory building suddenly went dark, sending a shudder through the already tense women. If it weren't still broad daylight, they might have screamed. Why is it suddenly getting dark? Is it going to rain? I just checked the weather forecast this morning, and it's been sunny for the past few days. How could it rain? Something's wrong. Come out and see. The pitch-black darkness, and the strange fog swirling within it, quickly caught the attention of the many students and faculty members who remained at the University of Tokyo. Damn it, what's going on? No, it's not that the evil spirit in the boys' dormitory has come back again. Impossible. The school management specially invited monks from Sensoji Temple to come and perform rituals. Now those monks are still chanting scriptures in the boys' dormitory. What evil spirit dares to come out at this time? Isn't it afraid that the monks from Sensoji Temple will just slap it to salvation? Don't talk about this. My uncle is practicing in Kayamazudera Temple. The last time I visited him, he told me that there are no orthodox practitioners in the major temples. Those monks have profound Buddhist teachings, but their methods of exorcising demons are better not to talk about. Now that you mention it, I suspect that the strange phenomenon outside is the result of the practice of those monks in Sensoji Temple, which angered the evil spirit. After all, that evil spirit killed more than a dozen boys last night. It was so cruel. Hiss, hiss, that's possible. No, I have to call the police. I trust the guns in the hands of the police more than those monks. Oh no, my cell phone has no signal. Where's yours? Mine's gone too. What should I do? Could it really be that evil spirit coming to cause trouble? This eerie scene completely terrified the students remaining at the University of Tokyo. In the girls' dormitory, the young girls, who had been playing and frolicking just moments before, clutched their phones in terror, unsure what to do. In fact, not only the girls, But even the remaining faculty and staff at the University of Tokyo wore similarly gloomy expressions. In the men's dormitory, the University of Tokyo officials, watching the Sensoji monks exorcise the evil spirit, paled with regret. They bitterly hated themselves for ever taking on this task. Fortunately, at this juncture, an elderly monk from Sensoji, his hair and beard white, set down his scriptures, clasped his hands together, and softly shouted, "Please be patient, benefactors. Do not act rashly and fall prey to the evil spirit's trap." It was merely an ordinary voice, but it resonated like a morning bell, resounding through everyone's hearts, a deafening wake-up call. Masters Hyming, several University of Tokyo officials perked up after hearing the white-haired monk's rebuke. Those fleeing, having regained their composure, turned and gazed with surprise at the white-haired, Sensoji monk. A master's skill is always evident in his actions. This deafening rebuke instantly made these shrewd University of Tokyo officials realize the extraordinary nature of Master's Hyming. Especially in light of this bizarre scene, the University of Tokyo officials, as if finding a rallying cry, hurriedly gathered around Master's Hyming, eagerly asking, "Master's Hyming, what's going on?" Glancing through the window of the men's dormitory at the demonic fog outside and the pitch-black darkness beyond, Master's Hyming sighed. The five elements are reversed, yin and yang are out of balance. We are very likely being dragged into the realm of hell by that malevolent spirit. It seems I underestimated that evil spirit. It's no ordinary malevolent spirit, but a great demon that has woven a domain of law. I know about great demons, but what are the realm of hell, the domain of law? Master's Hyming, can you please explain? Master's Hyming ignored the anxious inquiries of the Tokyo University officials. Instead, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and chanted the scriptures again. This time, however, Master's Hyming's words seemed to contain a majestic and immense power, constantly dispelling the fog that sought to approach them. Standing outside the teaching building that had suddenly transformed into a dreamlike bubble, Ailin, concealing his own traces through illusion, gazed through his clairvoyance at the campus suddenly engulfed in darkness and sighed helplessly. This is truly. Am I just too lucky, or are you just too unlucky? If one were to gaze upon the University of Tokyo from outside, one would find nothing unusual, save for the sudden, eerie silence. This was especially true of the fog and darkness engulfing the campus. Those things never existed in the real world. Or rather, the fog and darkness were merely the sights they encountered after being drawn into this ghostly den connecting to the hell dimension. Wujian, the infernal realm, or ghostly den, is the name Fusang practitioners give to the gap between the human world and hell. Most of the time, the Wujian realm lies somewhere between existence and non-existence, a realm that doesn't exist for long. However, the situation Ailin and his companions encountered was clearly not one of those. Due to Mifido's deliberate manipulation of the hell dimension to erode Earth, the two worlds are now overlapping and intertwining in numerous locations. This is causing the forces of the two worlds to project and reflect each other. Because of the passage connecting to the hell dimension, the space where the University of Tokyo resides has deeply overlapped with the hell dimension, even creating a strange phenomenon of spatial folding and projection. The real-world University of Tokyo still exists, but an identical one has also emerged in the gap between Earth and Hell. Through this strange overlapping phenomenon, it's pulling real-world creatures into this ghostly den, or what might be called the infernal realm. Currently, this infernal realm is only temporarily pulling real-world creatures in. But if this situation isn't stopped, and the power of the hell dimension is allowed to spread, furthering its erosion of the real world, it might not be long before the real-world University of Tokyo is truly pulled into hell. As Ailin pondered this, the king, on the other side, had already engaged the monster previously hidden in the teaching building, Ring of Ragator. With a fierce shout from the king, two orange-yellow magic shields swiftly appeared in his hands. Using the speed and impact of his golden flying boots, the king raised the orange-yellow magic shield in his right hand and unceremoniously slammed it down towards the darkness before him. The next second, a shrill howl echoed. The shrill howl resembled the hissing of insects and the piercing wail of a woman, exceedingly shrill and sharp, piercing Ailin's eardrums like steel needles. While its power wasn't as strong as the siren's wail he'd encountered on the terrifying cruise ship, it still stung his cochlea. After channeling his spiritual power to temporarily block his ears, Ailin turned his head and peered into the darkness illuminated by the orange-yellow magic shield held by the king. He just happened to see a dark figure with wiggling legs, waving its sharp toes and stabbing at the king. It was nearly 8 meters long, covered in jet-black bristles. The front half of its body was the half-naked female figure, still roughly humanoid. Beneath the jet-black hair lay a dense web of patterns and numerous compound eyes, a dense and terrifying sight. It was a bridal bride. In Japanese legends, demons are often depicted as a combination of a woman and a spider, though the two forms may exist independently. These are female demons that enjoy seducing and hunting men. Compared to the human-faced spider that Ailin had encountered below Gwen's apartment building, this spider was clearly more powerful and more dangerous. Its sharp legs, when they pierced the king, were blocked by the smaller magic shield in his left hand, but they still spattered the shield with tiny orange-yellow sparks. These were the formations that formed the Ring of Ragadir, and under the bombardment of the legs, the structure destabilized, causing the magic to escape. Honestly, Ailin was a little confused by the fighting style of the mages of Kamartaj. Instead of being good artillery turrets, they chose to become melee mages. Was this the proper job of a mage? Although Ailin didn't understand, it didn't hinder the king's battle. Though his magic shield was sparking from the piercing blows of the Nephilim, the king showed no sign of stopping in the face of this dangerous monster. Instead, he magnified the Ring of Ragadir, using it as a massive shield, smashing it down again and again. The bombardment of the magic shield tore the Nephilim's flesh apart, causing her to scream in agony, but it also fueled her ferocity. Its sharp legs, swung out in after-images, rained down upon the king with the swiftness of raindrops. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of the sharp legs hitting the magic shield was like the roar of a heavy pile driver crashing into the ground. Although the king, relying on his golden flying boots and his agility beyond his size, dodged one fatal blow after another, even though people make mistakes, horses stumble. Walking by the river often is bound to get your feet wet. As Wang's magic shield knocked her back 2 steps, the densely packed compound eyes of the Nereid suddenly blazed forth a stream of gray-black, venomous glares, materializing into physical mass. While most of these rays were blocked by the massive circular magic shield before Wang, a few faint streaks of gray-black resentment pierced through the gaps between the two shields and struck Wang. Fortunately, at that moment, a golden ray of light emanated from Wang's bracelet, shielding the gray rays. However, Wang was startled, and the power maintaining the 2 magic shields in his hands faltered. Clang. And just then, 2 legs, gleaming with a metallic sheen, pierced through the smaller magic shield on Wang's left hand and descended upon him. Roar, just as the sharp, gleaming legs were about to pierce Wang's body, piercing through his thick layer of fat, a roar resembling a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a black light bullet from the other side instantly shattered the slender leg that had pierced Wang. Seizing this opportunity, Wang quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Once out of the Nereid's attack range, Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He turned toward the direction of the black light bullet and said, "Thank you." Although there was still no sign of Ailin in that area, Wang knew he had been there. But as soon as Wang finished speaking, a lifelike dragon of flame suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the Nereid, roaring and charging at the giant Nereid. Even before the dragon arrived, the astonishing heat from its blast had already scorched the Nereid's bristles, giving them a scorching smell. And that was precisely why. Facing the flaming dragon that was over 10 meters long and radiated an astonishing heat, the needy bride, with one of its legs broken, retreated without hesitation. With a powerful leap of its remaining 7 legs, it leaped directly onto the slightly dilapidated wall of the nearby teaching building. But at this moment, a dragon roar, even more fierce than the previous one, suddenly rang out. The powerful and domineering dragon roar naturally emanated a strong pressure, causing the needy bride's remaining legs to weaken slightly, and she almost fell off the dilapidated wall. And at this moment, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338: The Spider Web Covering the Sky. At that moment, a nearly condensed black light bullet, emitting a thick, murderous aura, instantly struck the new wife's abdomen. The new wife, startled by the dragon's roar, had no time to dodge before a blast erupted from its abdomen, a hole the size of a human head. Crimson blood instantly stained the new wife's naked upper body, making her look incredibly miserable. Roar! Immediately, a roaring fire dragon swept in, engulfing the new wife, severely wounded by the dragon slayer's bullet. Sizzle! Amidst a sizzling sound like boiling oil, The severely wounded new wife barely managed to wail before, radiating the terrifying heat of the eternal fire, she was reduced to a pool of ash. Less than 30 meters away, the blazing flames blazed. Wang watched as Ailin easily dispatched the ragamuffin that nearly killed him. His fleshy face twitched slightly. Is this why the Supreme Being insisted I invite him? Damn it, how did this brat cultivate? How did he possess such formidable strength at such a young age? Could he really be some reincarnated angel like the rumors say? Just as Wang's thoughts raced with thoughts over Ailin's prowess, Ailin, who had dispatched the ragamuffin, emerged from a dark corner nearby and, from the ashes left behind by the ragamuffin, retrieved a ball of gray-black spider thread. Just as Wang, watching this, was about to join Ailin, a massive spider web suddenly descended from the sky, entangling his massive form, sort of Visanti. Though the web that descended from the sky caught Wang off guard, he immediately summoned a golden red longsword and slashed at the sticky web that enveloped him. The sword of Visanti is a legendary weapon of Visanti. As the deity in charge of magic, the power of this spell named after the sword of Visanti is undeniable. Even if the conjured projection of the sword of Visanti possesses only a fraction of the original's power, it's still powerful enough to sever metal and sever jade. Furthermore, the power of this spell increases with the user's strength. As Wang, who would later replace Doctor Strange as Sorcerer Supreme for 5 years, was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, the golden red sword of Visanti unleashed astonishing power in his hands. Unexpectedly, while Wang's sword split the massive web, it also shattered the web. Suddenly, dozens of massive spider webs descended from the gloomy sky, seemingly attempting to envelop the king once again. Not good. Facing the dense webs overhead, the king's face changed as he unhesitatingly opened a golden red portal beneath his feet. With a burst of golden red sparks, the king's body instantly fell through the portal. The king had been attacked again. So, of course, Ailin, who had personally incinerated a bridal bride, would be left unattended. Almost as soon as the dozens of webs descended upon the king, nearly double that number, nearly 100 massive, sticky webs, swept towards Ailin in a blanket of dust. In a matter of moments, the sticky webs, covering nearly every possible escape route, crashed down upon Ailin's head. Yet, facing those massive webs, Ailin's face remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly gazed at the webs overhead, then let them pierce through his body with a whoosh, crashing down to the ground beneath his feet. Sizzle, the grayish-black, viscous liquid stained the webs quickly corroded the ground, leaving dark scorch marks upon contact. He glanced down at the withered, dilapidated ground beneath him, etched with crisscrossing webs. Ailin flicked his right hand, and the eternal flame beside him, still unsheathed, instantly collided into a massive fireball several meters in diameter, which shot up into the sky. As the giant fireball of the eternal flame soared, the previously pitch-black sky, where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, gradually became illuminated. And as this ray of light rose, strange noises echoed from the faintly illuminated patch of sky. This is Wang, who had just passed through a portal and transported himself to a dilapidated school building not far away, looked up at the illuminated mid-air and his face paled instantly. Amidst the mid-air, spiderwebs intertwined. Strands of translucent spider silk, woven from the projected dilapidated school buildings, formed a vast web that stretched across the sky. Within this immense web, brooding broods, their upper bodies alluring and alluring, their lower bodies hideous and hideous, crawled about. Dodging the immense, scorching fireball, pairs of eerie compound eyes, radiating malice, glared down with resentment. Within the vast web that obscured the sky, cocoons swathed in countless spider silk threads could be seen here and there, hanging like pendants beneath the vast web. These cocoons, swathed in countless strands of spider silk, served as both a food reserve for the brood and a breeding ground for their offspring. Most spiders don't kill their prey immediately after capturing it. Instead, they inject a special venom into its body, seal it with spider silk, and then carry it back to their nest. This special venom paralyzes the prey's nerves, then slowly dissolves its internal organs, flesh, and bones while it's still alive. Then, they slowly open their cocoons and devour the prey, melted by the venom into liquid form, like jelly, leaving only a thin layer of skin. When necessary, they will lay numerous spider eggs within the prey's body. The prey's body then becomes a breeding ground for its young. Nurturing in the flesh and blood, each new spider hatches and hatches, its flesh, now almost melted into a nutrient-rich liquid, becoming its first meal. This may be a beautiful act of maternal love for the newborn spider, but for its prey, It's a torture 1,000 times more painful than lynchy. In despair, they watch their bodies melt away bit by bit. The more devastated could even see tiny spiders devouring them. This time, the ordinary humans who had fallen en masse into the abyss following the dimensional passage's disturbances were a well-deserved feast for the net brides. While attacking Wang and Ailin, near the dormitory building, net brides of varying sizes could be vaguely seen swooping down from a massive spiderweb in the sky, ferociously pouncing upon the beings drawn from the real world into this abyss. Frail ordinary people were like ready-made food to these terrifying monsters from the hell dimension. Soon, within the projection of the University of Tokyo, which appeared far more dilapidated than its human counterpart, screams, cries, and calls for help rang out. Wang, from the dilapidated teaching building not far away, heard the screams and clenched his fists, cursing, "Damn these beasts!" Seeing the massive spiderweb obscuring the sky and the clusters of Nephilim, Wang realized that Master Ampere, who had arrived before them, and his men were likely dead. Although Master Ampere was a senior mage of Kamartaj, it was clear that he and the other two ordinary mages were no match for such a large group of Nephilim. Meanwhile, as all beings within the University of Tokyo were plunged into a state of limbo, Cassius, dressed in his usual priestly robes, drove a black SUV on the tree-lined path outside the University of Tokyo. He turned and took a deep look at the University of Tokyo, which had suddenly fallen into dead silence. He then slowly drove the black SUV away from the path. The prey has fallen into the trap, so the next step can begin. On the other side, Ailin, who also saw the dense web of spiders in the sky, raised an eyebrow and thought, have we disturbed the nest of the net brides? Why are there so many net brides? Never mind. More is better. Maybe I can snatch a few more fate points. The next second, with Ailin's gentle hook, the blazing fireball in midair suddenly accelerated and landed on the vast spider web. Almost as soon as it touched the sticky web, the massive fireball, several meters in diameter, exploded, shattering into fist-sized fireballs that scattered in all directions. Most of the bursting fireballs landed on the vast web that obscured the sky. Some splashed onto the cocoons wrapped in the spider web. Only a tiny portion of the eternal fire landed on the 3 or 4 fleeing net brides. Those seemingly insignificant fist-sized fireballs, upon landing on the spider web, the cocoon, and the Nephila, ignited a relentless, intense flame like a poisonous tarsal bone. In the blink of an eye, the vast spider web, obscuring the sun and sky, was ripped open by the relentless eternal fire, creating a massive hole. Surrounding this hole, more eternal fire blazed in all directions. The cocoons, touched by the eternal fire, instantly ignited into torches. After the threads holding them in the web severed, they began a relentless free fall, plummeting from midair. Within these torch-like cocoons, crystal clear, fist-sized spiders could be seen, struggling frantically within the ignited flames, attempting to escape the inferno. But how could these newly born creatures withstand the terrifying heat that even adult spiders couldn't withstand? Almost as soon as their outer silk was completely consumed, the fist-sized spiders exploded like firecrackers, scorched by the scorching heat. However, compared to the 3 or 4 spiders splashed by the eternal flame, those instantly scorched by it were actually quite fortunate. Even though the giant spiders howled and batted away the eternal flame with their legs, even using their sprayed silk and venom to extinguish it, it had no effect. Instead, it ignited the legs that touched the eternal flame, fueling the raging eternal flame even more fiercely. As the flame spread, the skin and joints of the 3 or 4 spiders began to sear. Under the lingering pain, like a torment of fiery rage, a Nephilim finally succumbed to the agony, wailing as it plummeted from midair. Roar! But before its body could hit the ground, a black light bullet, launched from nowhere, instantly blasted the Nephilim's head apart. Bang! 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 Using the same method, he dispatched the remaining 3 Nephilim engulfed by the eternal flame. Ailin's true position was finally revealed to the Nephilim. Without waiting for Ailin to fire again, Nephilim, one after another, fell from the web of eternal flame, swarming through the air. Just in time, watching the Nephilim attacking him with resentful eyes, Ailin removed his camouflage and bared his fangs in a fierce grin. "Look straight at me, you bastards," Ailin roared, his immense mental energy, transformed by that special mind sorcery, instantly transformed into a terrifying force that swept towards the Nereids in midair. Roar, accompanied by a tremendous roar echoing from deep within his soul, the Nereids that rushed towards him fell to the ground like dumplings in a cascade. Typos, corrected after posting. Chapter 339 Strangulation. Before they could even fall from midair, a whirling storm of flames erupted from the darkness, followed by the raging roar of the dragon slayer. Bang, 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 the gun, vibrating violently like a dragon's roar and wail, shone brightly across the night sky. Dark flares poured out from the brass muzzle like a dragon's breath, imbued with boundless malevolence, sending visible ripples through the air. The Dragon Slayer's gun perfectly embodied the violent aesthetics of mystical magic and modern firearms. Bang, 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 facing the oncoming black flares, the web bride, shaken from her web by the desperate gaze, didn't even have time to utter a single wail before the bullets pierced her body, tearing her flesh and shattering her limbs, sending her exploding in a cloud of blood-red fireworks. Dragon Slayer Trait 4, Deathstorm. This instantly consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, sacrificing 30% of bullet power, 40% of armor penetration, and 40% of magic break in exchange for a terrifying rate of fire bonus. The rain of bullets, like a curtain of rain, forms a tunnel of death, escorting enemies caught in the hail of bullets straight to their doom. Even with their power reduced by 30% and their armor penetration and magic break properties reduced by 40%, the Dragon Slayer's concentrated blacklight bullet still possessed incomparably terrifying lethality. Furthermore, the hail of bullets unleashed by the Deathstorm indirectly compensated for this damage, even enhancing it. While renowned demons from Fusang legends like the Lozinfu possessed terrifying power far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, they were still dwarfed by the storm of death. A magical bullet, fused with a mixture of magic and dragon energy, pierced its body from the side. The voluptuous, enchanting, and alien-looking female half exploded into hunks of flesh, while its hideous spider limbs burst apart, spurting out a thick, viscous spray of blood and juice. With a final, explosive bang, each of the miserable-looking Nephilim plummeted to the devastated earth, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped them. Although the blood gushing from each Nephilim's blast could not be seen, their shrill wails could still be heard. Before the wails could subside, the rapidly swirling firestorm surrounding Ailin, like a ravenous glutton, instantly pounced into the swirling dust. As the swirling, raging firestorm madly poured into the swirling dust, igniting it, the wails within the billowing smoke quickly dissipated. Instead, there was a crackling sound, like firecrackers popping, and the sizzling sound of roasting meat. This, seeing dozens of Nebrites charging towards Ailin, the king, whose dangling ring had begun to spin, contemplating using a portal to rescue Ailin, found himself instantly crushed by the fierce Nebrides, reduced to a pool of shredded flesh. Recalling how he had nearly been slain against a single Nebride, the king was slightly taken aback. Is the gap between us really that great? Although his anger at the deaths of Master Ampere and his men had somewhat affected his performance, in this haunted space near hell, permeated by the power of the infernal dimension, these Nebrides, with their enhanced strength, proved difficult to deal with. But in Ailin's hands, those powerful Nebrides were like cardboard tigers, easily crushed. Even until now, Ailin hadn't used the holy light energy, which was exceptionally effective against the forces of the hell dimension. This stark contrast was a shock to even the usually optimistic king. However, thanks to the Dragon Slayer's armor-piercing and magic-breaking properties, as well as the eternal flame's endless energy and terrifying, almost eternal heat, Ailin was able to easily break through the Nebride's hard, magically encased shell, severely damaging it, or even annihilating it. Without these two powerful pieces of equipment, Ailin wouldn't have been able to defeat so many Nebrides at once. Even a single Nebride would have been a challenge, let alone a single one, relying solely on his own strength. After all, the Diviner's path wasn't known for its direct combat prowess. Of course, it wouldn't have been easy for these Nebrides to harm Ailin. However, before the king could rest in shock for long, a new crisis quietly arrived. This unearthly realm connecting to the hell dimension had long been occupied by the Nebrides, who considered it their base camp. Now, Ailin's actions were tantamount to storming their lair, slaying numerous companions and family members. How could the other Nebrides simply ignore this? After all, the Nebrides that had just attacked Ailin were only a fraction of this unearthly realm. And above, the vast spiderweb that enveloped this entire space was crawling with gigantic Nebrides. Although Ailin's eternal fire had burned a large hole in the web above his head, this hadn't hindered the behemoth's movements. Their legs, covered in black bristles, scurried along the walls of the school buildings with unwavering swiftness. In an instant, over 20 Nebrides had gathered around Ailin. And further afield, the massive spiderweb in the sky was constantly vibrating, as more and more Nephilim were rapidly advancing through it. Dozens of Nephilim were entwined on the walls of the school building surrounding Ailin, encircling him from above. However, this time, after firmly encircling Ailin, the Nephilim, having vaguely witnessed Ailin's previous terrifying attack, did not leap down from a distance to attack him again. Instead, they opened their mouths from a distance and, along with the spidery proboscises on their lower bodies, unleashed a stream of thick, sticky white web. Puff, puff, puff. Most of the time, Nephilim's attacks fell into two categories: 1, using their massive size, strength, and sharp, venom-laced legs to pierce the enemy's body. The other, using the sticky webs they spewed to capture the enemy. These webs, even their silk, were laced with a special venom secreted by the Nephilim. While entangling their prey, they also easily corroded any that came into contact with them, rapidly draining their strength and ultimately becoming their prey. Realizing the immense threat posed by Ailin, they chose webs that could both hinder his movements and weaken him, becoming their best option. You really don't learn. Facing the vast webs that stretched across the sky, seemingly intent on blocking Ailin's escape routes and encircling him, Ailin snapped his fingers, and the slender figure vanished instantly. Not far away, amidst the still clearing smoke and dust, Ailin, having vanished beneath the webs, reappeared in the dust in a flash of fire. With his fire-jumping ability, Ailin, as long as there was even a hint of fire nearby, would be impenetrable to the vast webs. The massive fireball Ailin had blasted into the sky earlier. Its detonation and the scattered eternal fire provided Ailin with a tremendous advantage at this moment. Standing on the still-burning head of a Nebride, Ailin appeared, spread his 5 fingers, and grasped at the void. The next second, the eternal fire, still consuming the remains of the Nebride, rapidly gathered towards Ailin's open palm, as if summoned. Even the other eternal fires within a 50-meter radius, rising from the charred earth and walls, swarmed towards Ailin's palm. Within this dark, spectral space, the gleaming eternal fires were as conspicuous as searchlights. Soon, the unusual phenomenon caught the attention of every Nebride. The Nebrides, possessing dark vision, glimpsed a faintly illuminated figure amidst the swirling smoke. Finally spotting Ailin again, they swung their cannons, unleashing another volley of massive spiderwebs towards him amidst the dust. Facing the encroaching webs like a dragnet, Ailin looked towards the Nebrides with an unconscious tinge of pity. Still as foolish as ever, having witnessed the power of the eternal flame and the ever-growing fireball in his hand, they still tried to use these webs against him. It must be said, these monsters from the Hell Dimension truly don't have the best brains. With a fleeting sigh, he tossed the ever-growing ball of fire that continued to gather in Ailin's hand upwards, instantly burning a large hole through the sticky webs. With a soft shout, Ailin, having instantly consumed a small portion of his spiritual and mental energy, used his flame manipulation ability to transform the massive fireball rising in the air into a monstrous, savage fire dragon. It then instantly charged towards the massive needy bride clinging to the walls of the surrounding teaching buildings. The sticky webs spun by the needy bride proved ineffective against the encroaching dragon, and they were reduced to ash. Instead, several needy bride, stimulated by the terrifying heat and the deadly danger, instinctively emitted gray light from their strange compound eyes. This light landed on the savage dragon, seemingly slowing it down slightly. Even its blazing flame seemed to dim. Ailin, sensing his spiritual power controlling the fire dragon had dimmed, looked at the gray light with a gloomy expression. Damn it! What on earth were those gray lights emanating from its compound eyes? There was no time to dwell. Ailin frowned slightly as he increased his spiritual power, continuing to control the massive fire dragon as it pounced on the Nephilim. He immediately drew the last of the eternal fire nurtured within the Seer and finger bone on his wrist, expanding it into another fire dragon, which then strangled the Nephilim on the other side. Seeing their webs useless, and even the life-saving gray light unable to stop the massive fire dragon, the giant spiders crouching on the school building's walls immediately scattered. Their long, narrow legs, gleaming with cold light, danced, leaving after images, denting the walls as they carried the Nephilim away in all directions. However, no matter how fast they clung to the wall, how could they possibly outrun the fire dragon in the sky? Boom! Quickly, one enormous Nephilim after another was engulfed in the terrifying blaze of the eternal fire. Puff, puff, puff. Before long, under the attack of the two fire dragons, the Nephilim on the walls of the teaching building were engulfed one after another, then roasted and exploded in the sizzling flames. Suddenly, the Nephilim burst from their bodies, splattering a mixture of blood and an unknown liquid. Although the two roaring fire dragons devoured and ignited Nephilim one after another, they were ultimately outnumbered by the massive spiders that fled in all directions. Furthermore, their speed was greatly slowed by the gray light emanating from the eerie compound eyes. Even though Ailin took the opportunity to use Dragon Slayer to blast away some of the fleeing Nephilim, they still managed to escape. As the Nephilim within this haunted den died one after another, an unknown wave seemed to spread throughout the space. As the number of Nephilim grew, that unknown wave seemed to gather enough strength, instantly bursting forth along the passage leading directly to the Hell Dimension, towards the depths of Hell. Then, from that passage leading to the Hell Dimension, a sharp, shrill howl of shock and fury emanated. Typos, posted first, corrected later. In the new year, I wish all my fellow readers a happy new year, good fortune, and abundant prosperity. Chapter 340. I've been busy these past 2 days celebrating the Lunar New Year and preparing for my own wedding, so my updates are inevitably a bit choppy. Just a quick update for you readers. And by the way, I'm so shameless as to ask for your wedding blessings. Mew Mew Kingang expresses his gratitude. The campus, shrouded in darkness and shrouded in mist, was suddenly engulfed by a shrill, furious howl. It was a strange sound, neither the chirping of insects nor the roar of beasts, but rather a mixture of human and inhuman, yet filled with an eerie, distorted quality, like a demonic voice. The terrifying shriek pierced my ears, bringing an indescribable mental shock. Inside the campus, those mortals who hadn't yet been captured by the net bride felt a sharp sting in their ears, which then turned into head-splitting pain. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies convulsed involuntarily. After a while, streams of crimson blood slowly flowed from all 7 of these people's orifices, and their twitching bodies gradually calmed down. Not good. This seemingly ordinary sonic shockwave was actually a sharp spike attacking the soul, and it was quite powerful. Even a veteran mage like Gwen could hardly withstand it, his head piercing with a shrieking pain. In the men's dormitory, Master Hyming, who was chanting Buddhist scriptures and seemed to possess similarly extraordinary abilities, even had a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His slightly dimmed eyes were filled with horror. On the other side, after the soul scream ended, a paper figurine with a cracked head suddenly fell from the side of Ailin's clothes. Paper figurine substitute, Ailin, who had used a paper figurine to shield himself from the soul scream, turned and looked in the direction of the shrill scream. Soon, he saw a figure as huge as a mountain climbing out of the hellish dimension passage that resembled a pitch-black abyss. Ferociously dark legs danced, and 8 massive, pitch-black legs, like towering ancient trees, lifted a massive figure, slowly revealing its true form. The upper half of the demon spider, as massive as a small mountain, was a charming, enchanting, and unparalleled human female. Undoubtedly, this was also a Nephilim. However, compared to the ones encountered before, this Nephilim was utterly different. The difference in size alone was earth-shaking. Those Nephilim had ranged from 3 or 4 meters to 8 or 9 meters. While considered enormous to ordinary humans, this one pales in comparison. Standing 50 or 60 meters tall, its massive frame cast a vast shadow just from its presence. Furthermore, its body embodied immense infernal magic power. The enormous Nephilim's beautiful face was filled with a terrifying rage, like a volcanic eruption. A powerful pressure, enough to suffocate an ordinary person, spread out overwhelmingly. However, across from the giant Nabri, Ailin stared coldly at the enraged Nabri, its legs dancing wildly, unmoved. Instead, he silently raised the Dragon Slayer in his hand and aimed it at the enraged Nabri. Dragon Slayer mode. The next second, in a flash of blood, the Dragon Slayer once again transformed into the massive cannon barrel that had been attached to Ailin's arm, over a meter long and with a muzzle diameter exceeding 20 centimeters. Dragon Slayer Feature 2, Dragon Slayer Mode. Exclusive Dragon Slayer Mode. In Dragon Slayer Mode, Armor Break and Magic Break properties are doubled, increasing damage against Dragon-type creatures by 1000%. Note, a 3-second charge is required before firing. During this time, the Dragon Slayer automatically absorbs dark matter energy to condense the Dragon Slayer light. The longer the charge is maintained, the greater its power. The maximum charge time is 10 seconds, after which the Dragon Slayer light transforms into a solid Dragon Hunter Roar bullet. Dragon Slayer Trait 5, You are the dragon. Wherever my heart leads, wherever my gun points, there will be a dragon. P.S. Tremble, little bugs. Jilmud. When Ailin pulled the trigger, a black, Deathly light quickly emanated from the roaring, blood-red dragon's maw. Immediately afterwards, a suffocating, terrifying aura, nearly tangible, erupted from the dragon slayer in Ailin's hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, in just 2 seconds, the aura emanating from the dragon hunter made the giant nebride crawling towards Ailin sense a sense of danger. The moment it sensed the threat, a massive leg, several meters in diameter and as resembling a towering pillar, descended from the sky, leaving behind a trail of shadow. Facing the towering pillar that threatened to crush him to pieces, Ailin snapped his left finger, and in a flash of fire, he appeared dozens of meters away. Flame leap. As the dragon hunter's roaring bombs raged, the dragon slayer's increasingly intense high-energy reaction and the deadly sense of danger it brought could not be concealed. Unless Ailin abandoned his weapon and fled, as long as the dragon slayer continued to accumulate energy, the giant nebride would easily locate Ailin's position. Therefore, Ailin had never considered using his ability to manipulate illusions to deceive the opponent's perception. It must be said, the giant Necrobius's power was simply unmatched by those of the previous Necrobius. Almost as soon as Ailin reappeared through fire leap, terrifying legs, like towering pillars, launched themselves at Ailin's location, leaving after images and shrill roars. Boom boom boom. In a split second, Ailin unleashed fire leap, again and again, constantly dodging the giant Necrobius's terrifying attacks. Behind Ailin, the giant Necrobius's terrifying tentacles pierced deep holes in the earth, making the decaying landscape appear even more devastated. Meanwhile, the dragon-slaying light from the massive cannon in Ailin's hand shifted to dragon-hunting roar rounds. Gradually, even the giant Necrobius sensed a terrifying threat. In the next second, this creature, having lived for countless years and possessing a highly developed combat awareness, switched its attack method. Pitch-black spider silk shot down like javelins. The threads, supposedly dead, wielded by the giant bridal bride seemed like extensions of its own body. They attacked the flickering Ailin from all directions, like a masterful tailor, using the threads to seal space and weave a web of death. He watched as the threads intertwined in midair, swiftly forming a vast web of death, blocking the pitch-black threads that attacked Ailin from all directions. Ailin frowned slightly, and then, the eternal fire he had just gathered within his Seer and finger bone, through repeated flame leaps, instantly swept out, incinerating the pitch-black threads bursting from all directions. Amidst the dancing flames, a flaming lotus blossomed from the depths of hell, surrounding Ailin and instantly incinerating the jet-black spider silk that shot out from all directions like javelins, along with the terrifying poison and magic clung to them. In that instant, the eternal fire erupted with terrifying heat, incinerating the spider silk. The giant needy bride seemed to feel a flicker of pain, its mountain-like body trembling slightly. As it manipulated the spider silk with unwavering ease, it seemed to share the damage it endured. Tisk, its attack, once again ineffective, the giant needy bride suddenly let out another shriek. The terrifying, soul-piercing shriek emanated from its enchanting crimson lips. It attempted to interrupt Ailin's attack with a soul-piercing attack. But as a crumpled paper figurine fell from Ailin's body, the terrifying soul-piercing shriek was once again rendered ineffective. 9. After another ineffective attack, the beast's instinctively intensified sense of danger drove the giant Nephilim almost to frenzy. The next second, the densely packed pairs of terrifying compound eyes on the Nephilim's lower body suddenly opened in unison. Almost as soon as the giant Nephilim opened its eyes, the black deathly light from the dragon slayer's muzzle suddenly transformed into a simple dragon roaring bullet. "Sorry, time's up," Ailin said. The dragon roaring bullet, roughly the size of a fist, vanished from the dragon slayer's muzzle. Almost instantly, it leaped through the air and reappeared on the giant Nephilim's abdomen. It easily annihilated the giant Nephilim's carapace and sank into its body. Buzz, with an inaudible hum, the giant Nephilim's body instantly cracked, revealing fine black cracks. Then, black rays of light followed the black cracks and burst forth from every part of the giant Nephilim's body. The vanished dragon hunter roaring bullet instantly crossed the void, easily obliterating the carapace on the giant Nephilim's abdomen before sinking into its body. Buzz, with an inaudible hum, the giant Nephilim's body instantly cracked with fine black cracks. Then, black rays of light followed the black cracks and burst forth from every part of the giant Nephilim's body. Roar, a terrifying roar, symbolizing destruction and death, seemed to faintly echo from within the giant Nephilim's body. As that roar rang out, the giant Nephilim's body was instantly shattered into a shower of shattered fragments. Before the shattered fragments could even begin to fly, Black rays, imbued with a thick aura of malevolence and death, washed over the scattered flesh, annihilating any life and vitality within them, even their spiritual strength. With a single wave of his finger, eternal fire, transformed into a flaming lotus, instantly rose from beneath Ailin's body. It then incinerated the flesh, washed by the swirling death energy, into a pool of ash, completely eradicating any possibility of resurrection. It's over. Inside a half-collapsed, shattered school building, Wang, with a trickle of blood oozing from his ear, stared blankly at the giant Nethracorda vanishing before his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. He then pinched his thigh fiercely. Hiss! The pain jarred Wang's consciousness, instantly waking him. Only then did he truly realize how easily Ailin had dispatched the seemingly dangerous giant Nethracorda. It was a terrifying monster, even one as powerful as a Hell Lord. Although the Hell Lord's power would be greatly weakened upon leaving the Hell dimension, within this den of demons, it still possessed at least 2/3 of its peak strength. Even in all of Kamartaj, aside from the Ancient One, there was likely no one else capable of slaying this terrifying Hell Lord in such an environment. Although Ailin had only wielded that terrifying magical weapon to slay the Hell Lord, the king saw that this was also part of Ailin's strength. Just as the king was stunned, Ailin transformed his Dragon Slayer into his flintlock form and slowly approached the Hell passageway from which the giant Nephilim had emerged. Looking down, the deep Hell passageway was littered with signs of destruction. After the giant Nephilim emerged, its flailing legs had wreaked havoc on the surrounding area. Even so, the ruins still bore clear traces of human intervention, particularly the remains of ritual instruments that emanated a bloody aura. Amidst a pile of golden-red rituals, one stood out. This is, as Ailin gazed at the blood-red ritual debris at the edge of the hell-dimensional passage, lost in thought, the king, having recovered from his shock, approached from a distance. Almost instantly, he spotted the fragments of rituals that stood out from the others. Upon seeing them, the king's face darkened. Seeing the king's expression, Ailin raised his head slightly and asked, "Do you recognize it?" "No, but after the Battle of New York, a similar blood-red ritual appeared on the ruins of the Empire State Building's rooftop. That time, it summoned the evil deity." Chapter 341, Prelude to the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Looks like we're lucky. The appearance of the blood ritual proved that Ailin and the others were not in the wrong direction. At least, that guy should have appeared here not long ago. Moreover, it was obvious that everything that had happened here was closely related to the guy who held a blood sacrifice in New York. Even the 3 missing mages in Kamartaj might have been the work of that guy. Thinking of this, Wang took a deep breath. After suppressing some anger, he said coldly, "Yes, although we have fallen into a trap set by that guy this time, at least we can confirm that he has been here, and, wait, a trap." At this point, Wang's face suddenly changed. Oh no, if this is a trap, then perhaps the temporary cooperation between the evil god and the Supreme Being is also a trap. Thinking of this, Wang's face immediately darkened. The king, looking anxious, quickly declared to Ailin, "I'll immediately set up a seal. Once this dimensional passage is temporarily sealed, I must return to Kamartaj and pass the message to the Supreme Being." Without waiting for Ailin's reply, the king quickly set about creating something beside the infernal dimensional passage. As the king frantically set up the sealing barrier, Ailin calmly said, "Calm down. With the Ancient One's wisdom, she must have foreseen this possibility long ago, otherwise, she wouldn't have sent you to me. Perhaps she's planning to use this tactic against those evil gods." Although Ailin's interactions with the Ancient One were limited, the bald figure had left a deep impression on him. It wouldn't be easy for those evil gods to plot against her. Perhaps Ailin's reassurance had some effect, but while the king's face was still thick with anxiety, his hands had at least stopped shaking. Seeing the king's composure had stabilized somewhat, Ailin hadn't been able to stop. Ailin walked to the hellish dimension passageway and squatted beside a blood-red ritual fragment stained with an unknown blood. He placed his right hand on the crimson stain and slowly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened them slightly. Just like before, Ailin was still unable to determine the location of the figure through divination. Seeing Ailin's expression, the king, who had been watching closely, sighed softly and quickened his pace again. Regardless of whether the Supreme Being had considered this point, as a mage of Kamartaj, the king felt obligated to remind the Ancient One and warn him. Only by sealing the connection between this dimension and the hellish dimension, temporarily closing or sealing the hellish dimension passageway, and strengthening the connection between Earth and this infernal realm, Could the king return to New York through the portal? Otherwise, who knows where he would be transported to if he opened a long-distance portal in this unstable space. If he could teleport back to Earth according to the coordinates in his mind, it would be fine. Even if he were to be elsewhere on Earth, he could still return to Kamartaj by opening the portal again. But if you were to be directly sucked into the Hell Dimension by the influence of the Hell Dimension channel, or if you were to encounter spatial turbulence and be transported to another dimension, who knows if he could ever return to Earth. In other words, his survival would be a question. Fortunately, the Hell Dimension is one of the most frequently invaded dimensions on Earth. As a senior mage of Kamartaj, Wang has extensive experience in dealing with Hell Dimension affairs. So, not long after, Wang used Kamartaj's sealing magic to seal the Hell Dimension channel. With the Hell Dimension channel sealed, the ghostly space that had been continuously dragged down to Hell slowly stopped falling. During this time, Ailin also took the opportunity to clear out the ordinary neprides who had previously escaped and were hiding in the corners of this space. This also earned him a few more fate points. Some time passed. The king opened a portal that continuously erupted with golden sparks. After testing its stability, he turned to Ailin and said, "Let's go. It's time to leave here." With that, the king, his face slightly pale from exhaustion, stepped heavily through the golden red portal. Ailin followed the king, disappearing into this spectral realm. After they vanished, an old monk with white hair and beard, clutching his chest, limped to the sealed passage to the Hell Dimension. However, there was no trace of Ailin and the others. Even the passage to the Hell Dimension had been sealed, vanishing from its original location. Only a bottomless pit remained, bearing witness to something. Xiaoming looked around, seeing no one except the corpses of the Necron bride scattered across the ground. A wry smile crossed his face. "Are we too late? It seems this is the fate of this foolish monk." Although Xiaoming, upon hearing the tremendous commotion, immediately realized that a master was battling monsters in this space, and had immediately rushed over in the dark despite his injuries, risking discovery by the monsters in the fog, he clearly had missed something. With a wry smile, the old monk Xiaoming seemed to feel a sense of relief. After adjusting his robes, he sat down on the ground surrounded by the corpses of numerous women, and amidst the blood-stained ground, he slowly recited from the Taisho Tripitaka. "Thus have I heard, once upon a time, the floating Saripatra, the dark, foggy land, the demonic corpses scattered across the ground," and the old monk calmly chanting amidst the blood-stained blood formed a strangely harmonious yet profoundly eerie scene. And further away, the edges of this haunted space, deprived of the nourishment of the Hell Dimension's power, slowly began to collapse under the pressure of the surrounding space, breaking apart inch by inch. It might not be long before this haunted space dissipated into the gap between the Hell Dimension and the real world. Everything that happened here would become a lost history, completely buried in the cracks of this dimension. In a car that had just left the University of Tokyo, Cassius, now wearing a new look, seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head to look at the receding University of Tokyo behind him. His gaze seemed to penetrate layers of twisted space, plunging into the spectral den swallowed by darkness. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is the passage to the Hell Dimension sealed? Did something go wrong with this sacrificial array, failing to summon the great creature from Hell, or did someone else intervene?" "Interesting. The trap was broken. Looks like we've hooked a big one this time. If that's the case, then let's activate it. 100 Demons Night Parade. Hope, don't let me down." Mortis, sitting behind Cassius, heard this calmly. "The overlap between Tokyo and the Hell Dimension hasn't reached the level we expected. If we activate the 100 Demons Night Parade now, it might not achieve the desired effect, so what?" This was just a test and a trial. Without even turning back, Cassius stepped on the accelerator, speeding away from the University of Tokyo in the opposite direction. Returning to the sunlight, Ailin squinted slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the now brighter sun. Just as Ailin lowered his eyelids and scanned the suddenly eerily quiet campus, Wang, looking a bit pale, said to Ailin, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Ailin, without the Supreme Being's permission, I can't take anyone back to Kamartaj, so, please wait here for a while, or I can take you back to New York." Seeing Wang's pale face, Ailin shook his head. "No, I'll just wander around Tokyo. Come to think of it, I haven't even been to Tokyo yet." "Okay, then, let's exchange contact information. Once I contact the Supreme Being and tell Master Ancient One about this, I'll contact you immediately." "Okay." He pulled his phone from his space ring and exchanged contact information with Wang. Wang smiled apologetically at Ailin, then cast a temporary languages spell on Ailin and quickly disappeared into a reopened golden red portal. As the golden red circle shrank, carrying the king with it as it vanished through the portal to Kamartaj, Ailin snapped his fingers and cast an illusion around him. Everyone at the University of Tokyo was dragged into the abyss, tragically killed by the attacks of the Necron Bride. The sudden disappearance of so many prominent figures would surely draw the attention of the Fuso government. If he were to walk openly through the University of Tokyo at this moment, he would undoubtedly be noticed. So Ailin simply used an illusion to conceal his presence. Finding a quiet room, Ailin retrieved the question notebook from his interspatial ring. Since his divination couldn't pinpoint the whereabouts of the individual who orchestrated the blood sacrifice, Ailin didn't mind trying another method. However, there were some things Ailin didn't want to use in front of the king. Opening the question notebook, Ailin wrote down his question on a blank page, the location of the individual who orchestrated the blood sacrifice in New York and summoned the evil spirit. 3 seconds after Ailin's pen left the notebook, a crisscross pattern and a small red dot suddenly appeared on the slightly yellowed pages of the question notebook. The red dot's position was rapidly moving across the crisscross pattern. Is this a map? Looking at the pattern and the various Japanese place names marked on the question notebook, Ailin immediately took out his camera and took the following photos of the pattern. Luo, pull up the Tokyo map and compare the location shown on this map. Wait, in just 3 seconds, Luo transformed the black and white map displayed on the question notebook into a vibrant satellite map and projected it in front of Ailin. Furthermore, Luo carefully zoomed in on the location marked on the question notebook, and soon, a speeding black car appeared on Ailin's phone. After capturing the car's whereabouts through satellite detection, Ailin nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. After praising Luo, Ailin glanced at the question notebook with disdain. As the notebook used by that being, shouldn't you keep up with the times? It's the 21st century, and you're still using those old-fashioned maps. Aren't you bringing shame upon that being? Question notebook. A second later, golden text appeared on the question notebook. Is that so? A three-dimensional image emerged on the question notebook. Within it, a colorful 3D magical map came to life. Even the black sedan captured by the satellite was clearly visible. Even the two people inside were fully presented before Ailin. Right, isn't that great? Okay, I've answered your question. We're even. Ailin, who had encountered a bug in the question notebook, stared intently. Suddenly, the question notebook displayed the faces of the two people in the car. After seeing the two faces clearly, Ailin's eyes narrowed, and he frowned slightly. That guy, and isn't that girl in the back of that car Yuan? How did she get together with that guy? Without waiting for Ailin's closer look, as if in retaliation for Ailin's bug, just when Ailin was most puzzled, the 3D image on the question notebook suddenly snapped and vanished completely. Ugh. Ailin touched his nose and closed the question notebook. Although the bug made the question notebook somewhat unhappy, at least he didn't have to answer the question notebook's embarrassing questions. Without experiencing the dangers of society, how could the question notebook grow? Now at least the question notebook can use a real-time map, right? But speaking of Uncle Yuan's daughter, what was going on? Could it be that the guy that Zhang Gaidang had mentioned earlier about the trouble they had gotten into was the one who caused it? Or perhaps, from the very beginning, that guy had been targeting Uncle Yuan's wife and daughter. Recalling the scene when he first met Cassius, Ailin's narrowed eyes suddenly showed a chill. Interesting, let me see what this is all about. Typos, posted first and corrected later, successfully transcended the tribulation. Thank you all for your blessings. Chapter 342, Killing Battle. The incident at Tokyo University proved to be a fluke. Although the temporalities of hell in Tokyo began to distort and overlap, the Fuso government's deliberate suppression and concealment kept the lower classes completely in the dark about the demonic activity, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. The demons that had emerged in Tokyo during that momentary spatial overlap, after scavenging enough food, cooperated with remarkable efficiency, remaining dormant, as if awaiting their final outburst. Tokyo remained a thriving metropolis, a shining beacon of Fuso. At least, Ailin hadn't encountered many demons while tracking Cassius and his companions. The famous night parade of 100 demons hadn't yet fully unfolded. In a taxi Ailin had hailed, Luo was reporting on the black car's current events. Boss, the target vehicle has stopped in front of the red light district in Shibuya. Tokyo. Satellite detection indicates that both targets have exited the vehicle and entered a Kabukicho building in the red light district. We are currently 7.4 kilometers away, and we estimate we will arrive at that Kabukicho in 13 minutes. Kabukicho. Is this their destination? Is this their temporary hiding place, or their next target? After the taxi driver, under Ailin's hypnosis, arrived at the red light district, Ailin did not immediately proceed to the Kabukicho building. Cassius and Mortis had been inside the Kabukicho building for over 10 minutes. Ailin had no idea what they had been doing there during that time, or whether it was their temporary base. Therefore, before entering the Kabukicho building, Ailin had to make some targeted arrangements, even preparing for a possible escape. The second floor of the Kabukicho building. After staring at the street outside through the crack in the window for 10 minutes, Mortis still didn't see any suspicious people, so he said to Cassius lightly, "During these 10 minutes, a total of 237 people passed by this street, but except for a group of middle-aged office workers who couldn't wait to seek comfort from young women, and some students and bad boys who kept looking into various stores, trying to find ways to satisfy their curiosity, or a few young women who came to seek job opportunities, I didn't find any suspicious people worthy of attention on this street." "Are you sure you sensed peeping just now?" "Of course, I believe in my perception very much." Mortis heard this, a gleam in his eyes. "Close-up peeping can't be hidden from our perception. If your perception is correct, then we should be monitored by remote monitoring methods." Remote monitoring methods, satellites or magic detection? The Fuso government, the Hand, or the wizards of Kamartaj? Or the big fish we just caught? Muttering a few words to himself, Cassius suddenly laughed and said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is." With that, he crushed the black crystal he was toying with. Crack, as the black crystal shattered, an indescribable aura of terror instantly spread from Kabukicho in all directions. The moment that terrifying aura dissipated, demons hidden and dormant throughout Tokyo roared to the sky. The next second, the sky outside Kabukicho underwent a startling transformation. Ashes. Countless gray-black ash, emitting smoke and sulfur, obscured the sky. A moment ago, the sky was bright and sunny, the next, it was shrouded in a haze of darkness, and the entire sky suddenly became gloomy. A continuous stream of gray-black ash drifted down from the sky, landing in the ash-shrouded metropolis. These seemingly insignificant gray-black ashes seemed to carry an extraordinary power, each one seemingly imbued with an astonishing temperature. As the sulfur-smelling ash fell to the earth, landing on the figures walking the streets and even being inhaled into their noses, a terrifying heat instantly erupted on their skin and even their nasal cavity. In an instant, scorch marks were left on their skin, their delicate nasal cavity, and even their internal organs. Then, shrill screams and waves of painful wails quickly echoed throughout the ash-shrouded city. The sky, shrouded in endless ash, was already gloomy, and the shrill screams and wails added an even more eerie and terrifying atmosphere to the city. And just then, bizarre, hideous monsters suddenly burst out from every dark corner. Some of them sprinted through the streets, slaughtering every human within sight, while others infiltrated buildings, attacking those hiding in homes and high-rises. A feast of slaughter, death, and bloodshed unfolded unexpectedly in Fuso's most prosperous metropolis. Amidst this bloody slaughter, shrill air raid sirens blared across the city. "Alert! Alert! All residents, immediately seek shelter at the nearest evacuation center. All residents, immediately seek shelter at the nearest evacuation center." The fierce sirens echoed throughout the city, quickly awakening those Tokyo residents who were either unaware of the situation or shocked by the bloody scene. And just as endless ash suddenly fell from the sky above Tokyo, a sharp magical shriek suddenly erupted from the Demon City Sanctuary. Looking at the gray-encroached Tokyo area displayed on the sanctuary's core barrier, the mages on duty inside the Demon City Sanctuary's faces changed. Oh no! The Hell Dimension's encroachment on Tokyo has suddenly exceeded the alert level. The Hell and Tokyo dimensions are beginning to overlap significantly, and more Hell monsters are taking advantage of this opportunity to invade Earth. And the number is steadily increasing. Quick, gather all mages immediately. Strengthen the protective barrier and repel Hell's encroachment on Earth. Those demons that have already invaded Tokyo cannot be left unchecked, or they will only exacerbate Hell's encroachment on Earth. Send some to Tokyo to expel or slay those demons from Hell. Following the orders, the mages of the Magic City Sanctuary each took up their positions. The entire Magic City Sanctuary, like a massive machine, began to operate at high speed. Meanwhile, Ailin, who had just set up a backup plan in a karaoke bar in the red light district, heard exclamations from nearby. "Damn it! What the hell is that?" 10 or so bodies had already fallen on the street outside Kabukicho. Among them, a pure white figure, dressed like a geisha, in a red floral kimono and an elaborate bun, crouched over a corpse, trembling slightly. She seemed weeping, or perhaps frightened. Originally, this scene seemed insignificant, but when the crouching figure's head revealed a face devoid of features, only barbed teeth stained with blood, even with a piece of intestine dangling from it, the eerie spectacle of a street littered with corpses took on a profound impact. Perhaps the exclamation had startled her, but the next moment, she was on all fours, sprinting in a contorted manner towards the one who had screamed. Though the twisted limbs moved erratically, she strangely burst into breathtaking speed, emitting incoherent screams along the way. In the blink of an eye, she dashed from the red light district to the karaoke bar next to Ailin's. Soon, screams rang out from the karaoke bar next to Ailin's. How pitiful. For some reason, Ailin, despite her kind nature, felt no sympathy for the tragic scene unfolding next door. Perhaps it was because the customers who frequented this street weren't exactly worthy of sympathy, or perhaps it was simply because Ailin was surrounded by a crowd of Japanese. With a sigh of regret, Ailin's figure flashed and disappeared into the chaos. Elsewhere, Cassius drew aside the curtains, quietly admiring the gray-black ash that fell from the sky, nearly engulfing the entire city. As the gray-black ash fell, and as the monsters returned from hell continued to appear, slaughter, death, and corruption continued to spread across the city. As these forces spread, Cassius, who had secretly stolen a trace of the power of corruption last time, also felt the power within his body continue to grow. He stretched out his arms, reaching out to the void, as if trying to grasp that intoxicating power within his embrace. I seem to understand why those demons who wield the power of death, slaughter, or chaos and fear are so keen to spread fear and create chaos. This feeling of growing power is truly intoxicating, and I can't stop. Bang! Before Cassius could finish his sigh, a faint gunshot rang out. Even with his smile still lingering, a fleeting black bullet blasted a fist-sized hole through Cassius's chest. Glancing down at the hole piercing his chest, Cassius's smile faded, and he said coldly, "I hate being interrupted." Bang! As Cassius finished his words, another gunshot rang out beside him. "Really? Excuse me, I actually quite enjoy interrupting." Bang! 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 With a roar of the dragon's lair, Cassius's upper body was quickly shattered. Meanwhile, finally, through the bursts of gunfire, Cassius spotted Ailin, who, across the house, was bombarding him with deflecting bullets. "Found you." With a roar, Cassius, his upper body nearly blasted clean through, his face utterly pale, appeared unharmed. He activated his ability, transforming himself into a shadow and disappearing into the shadows. Shadow leap! Bang! Cassius, passing through the shadows, instantly leaped behind Ailin. Before he could fully grasp the surroundings, a black light bullet blasted into Cassius's head, which had just emerged from the shadows. With a crisp sound, Cassius's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Immediately afterwards, a blazing flame erupted from Ailin's right hand, transforming into giant flaming pythons that swept towards Cassius's body. Zzz. Before the eternal flame could even approach, Cassius's body, like a wax figure scorched by flames, quickly melted into a pool of black liquid. This black liquid then sank into the shadow beneath its feet, vanishing without a trace before the blazing flames reached it. In the pinkish-red room, Ailin's eyes, which had suddenly darkened, swiftly shifted, and his dragon slayer, with a swift twirling of his left arm, pulled the trigger. A second later, a faint black light bullet, accompanied by the dragon slayer's roar, shattered an invisible shadow, striking Cassius head first as he attempted to redirect his attack. With each ascension, Ailin's intuition, fueled by the Joker potion, was intensified. Cassius's undisguised malice was like a light flickering in the darkness. Even with his eyes closed, Ailin could clearly sense it. Not to mention that in Ailin's clairvoyance, each of Cassius's shadow leaps created a ripple in the air. Of course, this was also because Cassius's power was stolen through a magical ritual, and he couldn't perfectly control it. Otherwise, if Cassius could perfectly blend into the darkness, even with Ailin's clairvoyance and intuition, it wouldn't be so easy to detect him. Bang! 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 Several more gunshots rang out, and Cassius, who had just emerged from the shadows, was once again riddled with bullets. With an angry roar, his body tattered and pale, even his mind shaken by the roaring dragon and its murderous aura, Cassius instantly changed his plans. Harnessing the power of shadow, Cassius transformed himself into a shadow once again and quickly vanished from Ailin's side. Trying to escape? Not so easy. With a snap of his fingers, a pale blue light suddenly rose from the pink room where Ailin was. Although the power of this pale blue magic shield was not strong, it intercepted Cassius, who was trying to escape the room with the help of shadow jump. The next second, typos, corrected later. Chapter 343 The Great Tengu. The next second, Cassius's figure fell from a swirling mass of shadows. Shadow erosion. Looking at the blue light shield blocking his path, Cassius's hands suddenly erupted with a terrifying shadowy aura. Violent shadow power poured out from his hands, instantly filling the small room. The blue light shield that blocked Cassius's path was also instantly corroded by this violent shadow power, leaving large black holes. However, before Cassius could escape from the black holes he had eroded, Ailin's Dragon Slayer unleashed another deafening roar. At the same moment as the deafening dragon's roar rang out, a shadow thorn, masked by the shadow power that filled the entire room and the deafening dragon's roar, rose from the shadow behind Ailin and instantly pierced his heart. Puff! With a crisp tearing sound, Ailin, pierced by the shadow thorn, was instantly transformed into a paper figure. Immediately afterwards, a blazing holy fire obliterated the shadow within the light barrier. Zzzzz. Under the scorching heat of the eternal flame, the shadow force emitted a fierce sizzling sound, as if infused with chemicals. In a moment, the dense shadow force, consumed by the eternal flame, was reduced to a wisp of curling black smoke. However, by then, Cassius, who had been surrounded by the shadow force, had long vanished. Ailin emerged from the flames, looked at Cassius, who had vanished again, and said calmly, "You can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, angel's scepter, over a meter tall, suddenly appeared in Ailin's hand. After swinging the massive angel scepter with ferocious force for a few turns, Ailin roared, raised the scepter with both hands, and thrust it like a spear, fiercely stabbing at the shadow beneath his feet. As the angel scepter crashed down, Ailin's shadow, as if sensing danger, suddenly twisted, as if trying to escape. But at that moment, the angel scepter's speed increased dramatically. With a resounding bang, rocks flew everywhere. A hole the size of a bowl was pierced through the ground beneath Ailin's feet. The moment the angel scepter touched the ground, a tremendous surge of holy light erupted. Under this dazzling holy light, the shadowy force within Ailin's shadow vanished swiftly, as if encountering its natural nemesis. With a shrill scream, a dim shadow, baptized by the holy light, was blasted out of Ailin's body. HMPH, just as Cassius, hiding in Ailin's shadow, was blasted out of his body by the holy light of the angel scepter, Ailin suddenly let out a wow and spat out a mouthful of blood. A bloody, fleshy hole had appeared in his chest, seemingly unnoticed. Ailin looked down at the hole in his chest that nearly pierced through him, then at the spot where the tip of the angel scepter had pierced his shadow, something seemed to dawn on him. A closer look revealed that the bloody hole in Ailin's chest was located in the exact same spot where the angel scepter had struck his shadow. Not far away, the dim shadow that Ailin had blasted out of his shadow quickly formed into a face of Cassius. Looking at the hideous wound on Ailin's chest, Cassius jokingly asked, "How's it? Does this feel good?" As he spoke, Cassius stretched out his 5 fingers and gently curled them. Shadow blade. The next second, a shadow blade suddenly emerged from the shadow of Ailin's chest, bearing the angel scepter, and stabbed at him. Furthermore, as Ailin's shadow danced, Ailin, who had intended to unleash a holy light healing upon himself, began to twist strangely, as if manipulated. He performed movements similar to his shadows. HMPH, Holy Shield, as the shadow blade, condensed from Ailin's shadow, emerged from the ground, about to plunge into his heart, Ailin suddenly roared. Immediately, a milky white holy shield radiating divine light appeared around him, enveloping Ailin from head to toe. The moment the shadow blade, emanating from the shadow, struck the milky white holy shield, it was like butter hitting a red-hot iron plate. The holy power emanating from the holy shield incinerated it, transforming it into a sticky gray shadow force that dripped down from Ailin's side. "Is this your last resort? Too bad it won't work on me, really?" "That's not certain." Cassius had barely finished speaking when the shadows in the corner of the room suddenly coalesced into a massive abyssal maw, biting towards Ailin's head. Ailin's face darkened slightly at the words, and just as he tried to step back, avoiding the maw's grasp, The shadow beneath him suddenly reached out and wrapped its arms around Ailin's feet, pinning him in place. As Ailin was about to be swallowed by the abyssal maw, Ailin, his face pale, suddenly snapped his fingers with great effort. Snap! In an instant, Ailin, pinned to his spot by his own shadow, vanished in a flash of fire. Holy light, purification. After instantly leaving his position with flame leap, Ailin's figure once again coalesced within the room's fireplace, 30 or 40 meters from the Kabukicho. The moment he emerged, the angel scepter in Ailin's hand shone with a brilliant holy light, enveloping his shadow. Puff! Under the cleansing baptism of the holy light, a wisp of black energy quickly emanated from Ailin's shadow. Seeing the methods he had deployed within Ailin's shadow about to be purified by the rays of holy light, Cassius suddenly shouted coldly, "Explode, Puff!" At Cassius's command, the black threads that had continuously ripped from Ailin's shadow exploded before being absorbed by the power of the holy light. Boom! Although the threads emerging from Ailin's shadow had been largely purified by the holy light, the remaining black threads rooted deep within Ailin's shadow were still decisively detonated. When the fierce explosion faded, Ailin's shadow and body were suddenly riddled with holes. Looking at his own injuries, Ailin wasn't angry. Instead, a hint of curiosity crossed his face. Angel curse, counter, Angel Scepter 5, can cast a curse on those who harm him, a curse of malice inflicted by the refining of an angel alive, bearing resentment against all enemies who harm him. Almost instantly, the dense cracks on Ailin's body and the bloody, flesh-smearing hole in his chest, which almost reached his chest, transformed into a strange curse. Amplified by the Angel Scepter, it instantly fell upon Cassius's body. Crack, crack. In an instant, the attack that had just wounded Ailin transformed into even more horrific wounds, landing on Cassius's body. In the blink of an eye, Cassius's shadowy body, as if unable to withstand the slightest injury, began to crack. A gash appeared on his chest, several times larger than Ailin's. If Cassius hadn't already transformed his body into shadow form, this horrific wound alone would have been enough to kill him. After using his own tactics against him, Ailin, looking pale, placed his hands on his chest and moved slightly. The next second, the massive wound on Ailin's chest, at Ailin's will, shifted to his buttocks. Transforming what would have been a fatal injury into a superficial one, Ailin raised the Angel Scepter, and unleashed advanced holy light healing on himself. Driven by this healing power, the wound on Ailin's buttocks, along with his cracked body, healed at a visible rate. Conversely, after Ailin's curse with the Angel Scepter doubled the damage done to his body, Cassius, now transformed into shadow form, let out a shrill howl. After the howl, Ailin looked at the cracked Cassius not far away and waved his hand. The next second, a pure white flame of holy light and a golden red eternal fire enveloped Cassius, who was cowering in the corner. Puff! Cassius spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes darkening as he gazed at the terrifying flames before him. "I seem to have underestimated you, but these alone are far from enough to kill me. Come out, great Tengu." The moment Cassius finished speaking, a massive figure, like lightning, seemed to surge across the distant sky, hurling itself from the roof of the Ginza building. Its terrifying speed and immense strength, fueled by its pair of flesh wings, even broke through the air, causing waves of sonic booms. Tengu, this guy coming towards us, could he be the one in the legend? Before Ailin could finish his thought, the massive figure in the distant sky, bringing with it a violent gust of air and a fierce wind pressure, smashed through the roof of the Kabukicho and landed between Ailin and Cassius. The cold wind instantly blew a crack in the burning holy light and eternal flame. After snatching Cassius from the flames, the burly figure that had just crashed through the roof and descended from the sky tossed him aside with a look of disdain. Waste! Only then did Ailin slowly take in the burly figure's features. He was a tall, muscular man, his whole body imbued with an imposing presence. His muscular bulging his ornate, colorfully embellished training suit. His crimson skin seemed to flow like magma, brimming with astonishing power and warmth. He was the embodiment of strength, his mere presence embodying the very essence of strength. His hawk-like snout and the retracted wings behind him only added to his uncanny aura. Great Tengu. A supreme demon from Fuso legend, the embodiment of a shooting star, the embodiment of the divinity of the mountains and wilderness, a manifestation of the might of nature. Legend has it that he possesses unparalleled strength, the embodiment of power, and the most terrifying of all demons. His massive form, like a towering mountain, could cause the earth to crack and shake with a single turn. He was the embodiment of strength, the mightiest and most powerful demon. Ailin had no interest in debunking the truth of the Fuso legends. But at this moment, the great Tengu before Ailin displayed unparalleled power. Although that fellow is an utter loser, it's not your turn as a mere human to teach him a lesson. As he spoke, Tengu suddenly stepped forward. Suddenly, a towering, terrifying aura, like a mountain, crushed towards Ailin. With each step, his aura grew more terrifying. The oppressive, almost tangible force not only didn't fade, but intensified. Huh? You want to stop me? With just you, facing the Tengu who threatened to crush him, Ailin showed no fear. Raising his right hand, Slayer entered its legendary dragon-slaying mode. The terrifying, ferocious dragon-headed cannon barrel, after a brief charge, condensed into a beam of black, deadly light, which blasted towards Tengu. HMPH, facing the incoming barrage, Tengu roared, his body instantly tensing. Unparalleled strength surged from every part of his being. Every cell, every drop of blood, every muscle, every bone, contributed its might to Tengu's power. As Tengu stomped his right foot downward, the entire street trembled violently under his brute force. In an instant, Tengu's body vanished, leaving only his crimson fist, piercing the gray sky. The lightning-fast blast of black death unleashed by the Dragon Slayer suddenly collided with each other. One red, one black. In this collision, the two beams of light unbridled their power. Boom! The violent impact of the force, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, swept in all directions from the point of collision. With a single blow, the glass along the entire street shattered, and buildings were half-wrenched by the storm, collapsing completely. The sight was filled with devastation. Typos, corrected later. Chapter 344. Amidst the devastated battlefield, a tall, burly figure shone with a red glow, seemingly unharmed. As one of the most powerful demons in Fuso legend, Tengu's strength was unquestionable. Having lived for thousands of years, its power had nearly reached the pinnacle of mortal might. Its greatest pride was its terrifyingly indestructible body and unparalleled strength. After dispersing the shimmering power of the law from its fist, Tengu dusted off its ornate training uniform, a disdainful smile emanating from its hawk-like nose. Is that all? Seeing this, Ailin's eyes narrowed. While Tengu's aura, as detected by his clairvoyance, showed it was far less relaxed than it appeared, it was the first creature to withstand a Dragon Slayer's barrage and emerge unscathed since Ailin acquired the Dragon Slayer. As expected of a legendary demon, you're truly formidable, haha. The great Tengu smiled a slightly sinister smile upon hearing this. Since your words are somewhat pleasing to the ear, I'll mercifully grant you a quick death, ha. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the great Tengu stomped forward and roared. The concrete floor beneath him instantly crumbled to dust, and countless fine cracks rippled outward, forming a terrifying spiderweb. The crimson muscles of its upper body flexed once more, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying force. Its fist, enveloped in a swirling power ray, launched forcefully at Ailin. With a single blow, the force surged like a torrent, sending visible ripples through the void. Almost instantly, this terrifying blow traversed space and landed on Ailin's body. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ailin's slender form was ripped apart into a cloud of paper by this terrifying blow. HMPH, Tengu, a legendary demon mastering the laws of power, had mastered the use of strength and technique to a state of unparalleled perfection through thousands of years of relentless slaughter and accumulation. He was a true master of combat. Realizing his punch had only struck a paper figurine, he shook his arm and, with a whirlwind movement, transformed his impulsive punch into a massive hammer, smashing it down towards the object behind him, where he had sensed something strange. Boom! In the next second, the crimson fist, like a casserole, blasted a massive, multicolored balloon that had appeared behind Tengu. Bang! A burst of color erupted from the blasted balloon, transforming into a dazzling rain of light that descended from the sky, illuminating the area several meters in radius with a festive atmosphere. Engulfed in the shower of fireworks, Tengu gazed upon the showering fireworks, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Long-lost memories repeatedly surged from the depths of its mind. Those distant memories involuntarily slowed Tengu's fists. The corners of its mouth curled up slightly, as if recalling some beautiful scene. For a long moment, Tengu, eyes slightly closed, clenched its right fist and clenched it violently. The sudden clenching of its fist seemed to shatter the very air, and a resounding explosion like thunder erupted in the void. Boom! A surge of wind swept away the rain of light, a shimmering mass of shredded paper that had fallen on Tengu. Glancing around, it saw that neither Cassius, whom it had saved, nor Ailin, whose unskilled means had awakened a glimmer of its memory, had vanished. Tengu paid no heed to this. Even the Hell Dimension's invasion of Tokyo seemed dull to Tengu's eyes. After dispersing the power laws that still surrounded him, protecting him from sneak attacks and other harm, the two massive wings on Tengu's back fluttered violently. In the blink of an eye, Tengu's figure disappeared from the spot where it had been. A few minutes later, on an inconspicuous hillside, Tengu, carrying a pot of sake he had found from nowhere, slowly sat down on a slightly raised slope. Watching the gray-black ash that continuously fell from the sky, seemingly burying all of Tokyo, Tengu's face flickered with a hint of a smile. "Master, if you were still here, you would definitely scold me if you saw this. Inu, you're disobedient again." Elsewhere, Ailin, guided by Métis, moved swiftly through the streets and alleys, chasing Cassius, who had already escaped with the power of shadows. Seeing that the Dragon Slayer's artillery fire in Dragon Slayer mode had been completely blocked by Tengu, Ailin immediately changed his plan. The exploding colorful balloons fully mobilized his psychic power, bringing back a fleeting memory of Tengu. Ailin immediately chased after Cassius. However, Cassius had already vanished. To evade Ailin's pursuit, the man had even used some means to create several shadowy clones bearing his aura, each darting in different directions. Because Cassius was carrying an artifact that could disrupt divination, Ailin's divination was unable to guide the man's escape. Just when Ailin was about to be led off by Cassius, Métis, who had already fled the battlefield, suddenly appeared beside Ailin. Métis, now considerably thinner than before, leaned against the wall in front of Ailin, looked up, and asked, "Are you here to hunt Cassius, Cassius? Is that the name of the guy you were with?" Métis nodded, though silent. "If Cassius is the guy you were with just now, then I'm here to kill him." "What? Are you going to stop me, little girl?" After saying this, Ailin's eyes locked with Métis's, as if trying to read her inner thoughts. "Stop? If you're willing to give me his soul after killing Cassius, not only will I not stop you, I'll even help you find him. But if you refuse, I'll do everything I can to delay you and buy him time to resurrect my mother." Ailin's heart fluttered at this, and he looked at Métis and said gravely, "Aunt Feng is dead." "No." Métis's voice deepened. "Her soul has simply been dragged into hell. If I can obtain the secret of their repeated resurrection from Cassius's soul, I can use it to resurrect my mother." Hearing Métis' words, Ailin frowned slightly, a hint of disbelief. "Resurrection again and again? Are you saying Cassius can come back from the dead?" Resurrection from the dead, it was undoubtedly a miracle of life. And how could such a miracle happen so easily? Otherwise, even Odin, the king of the gods, wouldn't have been left helplessly watching the queen of gods, Frigga, perish. Before the bloody battle in New York, Cassius was slain by Loki. After the New York War, to summon the fallen lord, he sacrificed hundreds of thousands of souls and even himself. If he hadn't been resurrected through such bizarre means, he would have been dead, and how could he have stolen some of the evil god's power and increased his strength so dramatically? Of course, his resurrection has a significant flaw. Each resurrection causes the victim to lose some of their sanity, memory, and even their lifespan. Even so, not every resurrection is successful. But, isn't that enough for me? After Métis's explanation, Ailin gained a better understanding of the resurrection she spoke of. Limitations and severe side effects were normal. A resurrection without any side effects would seem a bit false. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, you won't be able to catch up with Cassius. Cassius' soul contains the secret that can bring him back to life. If you're willing to give me his soul, I can extract the secret from it and bring my mother back to life. In return, I'll share the secret with you. Of course, you can also try to torture the secret out of Cassius yourself, or keep it to yourself." A hint of sarcasm crossed Métis's face as she spoke. It seemed as if she was certain that even if Ailin obtained Cassius' soul, he wouldn't be able to obtain the secret. Seeing the expression on Métis's face, Ailin nodded slightly. Okay, Ailin would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the secret that could bring the dead back to life. Maybe he'd need it someday. Of course, if the side effects of such a secret were too severe, Ailin wouldn't try it. Seeing Ailin nod in agreement, a hint of joy crossed Métis's doll-like face. Okay, she replied. She then pulled out an ancient compass from her bosom. The dead led the way, the spirits seek their path, go. A faint light flashed, and the needle on the compass in Matisse's hand suddenly began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, the needle firmly pointed in one direction. Here, the direction this compass needle points to is where Cassius is. Seeing Ailin's slightly skeptical expression, Matisse said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm following Cassius because of his resurrection secret. So, while I was healing him, I took the opportunity to tamper with his body, just in case. On the other hand, if you keep looking at me like that, he might actually get away. By the way, let me emphasize, this compass has a range of 3,000 meters. If Cassius escapes this range, it won't be able to track him, okay?" Despite Matisse's warning, Ailin didn't hesitate. After slipping on a pair of rubber gloves, he took the compass from Matisse and broke into a sprint in the direction indicated by the needle. Almost as Ailin began to run, the petite Matisse, her short legs, followed closely behind, struggling to keep pace, moving at high speed again and again. Ailin's eyes flickered as he watched Matisse, whose face paled but seemingly forced her to keep up, using some sort of physical strain. To chase the fleeing Cassius and prevent him from escaping the compass's range, Ailin hadn't slowed down at all, even to spare Matisse. Through repeated advancements and the refinement of his increasingly sophisticated cosmic brain meditation, Ailin's body had long surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Even Captain America, injected with his super soldier serum, was far inferior to Ailin in physical strength. Add to that the agility granted by the Joker's potion. Despite Matisse's exertion, she was still able to keep up, a fact that was still far beyond Ailin's expectations. 7 or 8 minutes later, guided by the compass, Ailin and Matisse arrived at a nondescript temple. Feyun Temple. Matisse, looking pale and bloodless, spoke up, looking at the plaque on the temple gate. "Be careful. I think Cassius and the other Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins mentioned this temple before. It seems to be one of their bases." During the raid, Matisse, seemingly to bolster Ailin's chances of victory, had revealed Cassius's details to Ailin, including his connection to the Seven Deadly Sins. To be honest, Ailin was slightly surprised to learn that the psychics who had appeared in New York were members of the Seven Deadly Sins. The fact that they could produce so many psychics in this era of esotericism speaks volumes about the depth of the Seven Deadly Sins pedigree. Unfortunately, to gain even greater power, Cassius unhesitatingly offered the organization he was born into as a sacrifice, along with hundreds of thousands of souls, to the Lord of the Fallen. This organization, which had existed for countless years, vanished into history. Dragon Slayer mode, charging. The next second, the Dragon Slayer in Ailin's right hand once again transformed into the ferocious dragon-headed cannon barrel that covered Ailin's entire arm. At Ailin's command, a black, deadly light once again emanated from the bloody, ferocious dragon's mouth. As time passed, a devastating, terrifying aura gradually permeated the bloody dragon's head. Under this terrifying aura, the Feyun Temple, facing the cannon's muzzle, seemed to tremble slightly. 9, 10, Dragon Hunter Roaring Bullet, Fire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 The Upside Down World. The fist-sized dragon-hunting roaring bullet, the instant it vanished from the dragon hunter's cannon, leaped through the void and slammed into the tightly closed vermilion gate of Feyun Temple. Buzz! The moment the dragon-hunting roaring bullet made contact with the vermilion gate, ripples suddenly rippled across the gate like water. The next second, the dragon-hunting roaring bullet, powerful enough to blow up a mountain, was swallowed by the ripples. Beyond these ripples, the dragon-hunting roaring bullet, powerful enough to single-handedly annihilate a Hell Lord, was like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water, leaving no trace of a single wave. Before launching the dragon-hunting roaring bullet, fearing the aftermath, Ailin and Matisse retreated over 100 meters. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the Feyun Temple, which stood motionless. This temple is truly remarkable. From the outside, it looked like a perfectly ordinary temple. Even Ailin's clairvoyance couldn't detect a single aberration. Yet, even the Dragon Slayer's charged dragon-hunting roar bullet couldn't harm this ordinary temple at all. This alarmed Ailin. And not only Ailin. Even Matisse, standing behind Ailin, stared at the temple in shock. The devastating aura that had emanated from the Dragon Slayer's dragon-hunting roar bullet, even a tiny after-effect, nearly crushed her, already overdrawn, but such a terrifying attack. After taking a deep breath, Matisse looked at the vermilion gate and analyzed. I didn't detect any fluctuations in the defensive array or illusion array. That attack must have been deflected by some unknown means within this temple. Otherwise, with the strength of your attack, even the strongest defensive array or illusion array wouldn't have been able to neutralize it so silently. But I didn't detect any special fluctuations either. At the end of her speech, a solemnity unbecoming of her age appeared on Matisse's face. Until we understand the dangers hidden within this temple, it's best not to rush in rashly. Alternatively, we can explore other areas of the temple, okay, but first, let me try divination. Ailin returned the compass to Matisse and removed a set of divination tools from his interspatial ring. By the way, while I'm divining, keep an eye on the compass and don't let that guy get away, okay? Having witnessed Ailin's miraculous divination, Matisse was eager to see if it could yield any useful information. This temple could silently destroy or deflect the dragon hunter's roar bombardment, so its status must be quite high. Therefore, my divination would inevitably be affected. Without the Libra dimension to eliminate interference, what insights could I gain from the divination? Out of concern for Cassius, who had taken refuge in the temple, and Matisse, Ailin didn't intend to enter the Libra dimension to divine. After all, Ailin couldn't be sure of the current relationship between Matisse and Cassius. Unless both his soul and body transitioned to the Libra dimension, Ailin couldn't guarantee the safety of his body while he entered the divination. With this thought, Ailin used his pen to sip a drop of special, spiritual ink and wrote divination proverbs in his notebook. The situation inside Phaeon Temple, tearing off the page where the divination proverbs had been written, Ailin walked to a bench by the roadside and sat down. He leaned back and closed his eyes. In a hazy, veiled world, Ailin suddenly saw a dark, dilapidated temple. It was a temple hanging upside down in the sky. No, to be more precise, everything in this world was hanging upside down. The towering temple, the majestic pagoda, even the massive trees, like stalactites in a cave, hung upside down in the sky. And below, the ground seemed dotted with a blood-red moon and stars. Between the sky and the ground, endless smoke and a shattered landscape filled the air. Cassius, covered in wounds, lay at the edge of the black, ruined temple, quietly licking his wounds. The moment Ailin saw him, his cold eyes suddenly lifted and gazed at him. In an instant, the world shattered. Ailin suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. What did you find? Matisse asked immediately upon seeing Ailin's eyes open. Ailin thought for a moment, then, without hiding anything, described in detail the revelation he had received from the divination in his dream. Finally, Ailin said, according to the information I just divined, my previous attack was not ineffective. It was just transferred to the inverted world by this temple. After listening, Matisse thought for a few seconds and said, the inverted world, to a certain extent, reflects the other side of the world, which is the so-called dark side of the world. In that place, the negative energy of the world far exceeds that of the normal world. For Cassius, who has stolen part of the shadow authority, his ability will be greatly enhanced in that place. Moreover, with the erosion of the hell dimension on the real world, the inverted world, which is already on the dark side of the world, may have already bordered the earth. There, some demons from hell may be hidden. At this point, Matisse shook his head. I seem to understand why Cassius ran to this temple. After speaking, Matisse turned and looked at Ailin. The attack you just made, which sent you to that inverted world, was in some ways a sign of your presence. Cassius is a maniacal yet cautious individual. He's probably setting traps in that inverted world you mentioned to use against us. If we want to deal with him again this time, we'd better hurry. Otherwise, by the time he's done everything, even you might not be able to get away with it. In that case, let's fight. To prevent himself and Matisse from being trapped in that inverted world, Ailin sent a text message to the king, informing him of the location and information of the Dharma Source Temple. Afterward, a security ritual was set up around the temple. Ailin reached the Vermilion Gate and pushed it open. 30-second Shadow Thorn. The moment Ailin passed through the Vermilion Temple door and was teleported to the inverted world, dozens of sharp Shadow Thorns instantly attacked from all directions, ripping Ailin, who had just been transported to this dimension, into pieces. Just as Cassius's face changed slightly as he gazed at the scattering confetti, Ailin once again passed through the temple gate and emerged into the upside-down world. Seeing this, Cassius unhesitatingly used his shadow authority, forcibly drawing upon the surrounding shadow power. He condensed a massive guillotine and slashed it towards Ailin's neck. With a snap. As the guillotine opened and closed, Aaron's head instantly tumbled from his neck. However, before it could hit the sky, the head, eyes wide open, as if in death, transformed into a paper figurine, another fake. A gloomy look flashed across Cassius's eyes after being tricked by Aaron with his paper figurine once again. But the next moment, he let out a sinister laugh. Using a paper figurine to disguise yourself as you to explore the way? Humph. I don't believe it. Your paper figurines are infinite. The sneer faded. The massive gate he had condensed transformed into a butcher's knife, thrusting it once again at the figure who had appeared from behind the vermilion gate. 1, 2, 3, as Ailin after Ailin emerged from behind the vermilion gate. Cassius, already wounded by the fiery dragon's roaring bullet and already weakened, and then forced to mobilize his shadow power, looked dismal. He even took on a sickly paleness from the exhaustion. Shadow Thorns, kill. The next second, Cassius once again activated Shadow Thorns, 30 ode, gathering dozens of Shadow Thorns. With a powerful wave of his hand, the moment Ailin reappeared, Shadow Thorns streamed from all directions, piercing Ailin's body. However, as the attack ended, Cassius's face paled. He even stumbled slightly, almost falling to the ground. And then, at that moment, another Ailin also arrived in this upside-down world, using the magical vermilion gate of the Phaeon Temple. Damn it, there's another one. Cassius, who had been trying to catch his breath, cursed softly when he saw the reappearing Ailin. Shadow Thorn Sextet, kill. Perhaps it was because he had overdrawn his energy, or perhaps Cassius felt a few Shadow Thorns were enough to deal with those paper figures. In short, for this round of attacks, Cassius only summoned 6 Shadow Thorns. But at that moment, Ailin's body suddenly vanished in a flash of fire. Unfortunately, this time, it wasn't Ailin's paper substitute that appeared, but his true form. Not good, Cassius, realizing the situation, cried out as he retreated at breakneck speed. But as he retreated, a gleaming, angel scepter, suddenly appeared behind Cassius, slamming into his lower back. Bang! As the mighty blow descended, an indescribably powerful force erupted, sending Cassius careening into the air. Like a heavy artillery barrage, the explosive force sent him careening fiercely into the crumbling temple wall. Boom! Under the terrifying power of the angel scepter, and its doubled lethality against evil creatures, Cassius was almost instantly sent flying. The spot on his waist where the angel scepter had struck was a bloody mess. Even his skin, muscles, bones, and meridians were shattered by the horrific slaughter. Even his internal organs were severely impacted, becoming bruised and lacerated. Such injuries would have been enough to kill an ordinary person 10 times over. Even though Cassius had, through the blood sacrifice, stolen some of the Shadow's authority and power, transforming parts of his body into shadow to mitigate damage, he still nearly died. After all, before this, Cassius, caught off guard in this small world, endured the aftermath of a wave of dragon hunters' roar bombs, then suffered repeated drains of his strength from Ailin's paper figurines. Almost as soon as Cassius's body smashed through the ruined temple, Ailin flashed, his angel scepter raised high, charging into the billowing dust, shadow leap, surrounded by the threat of death. Half his body mangled, Cassius didn't even have time to spit out the blood before forcibly invoking his shadow leap ability, carrying him away from Ailin's angel scepter, which was hurled down upon him once again. Boom! Amidst a blaze of holy light, the upside-down earth struck by the angel scepter instantly shattered, shattering countless rubble into smithereens, forming a terrifying crater in its place. A shower of shrapnel erupted, shattering the surrounding black temple like powerful artillery shells, leaving it riddled with holes. It crumbled, inch by inch. Dozens of meters away, Cassius, freshly fallen from Shadow Leap, saw this scene, his pupils shrinking. However, before he could activate Shadow Leap again to escape, the pure white angel scepter in Ailin's hand transformed into a terrifying shadow and thundered down. At that moment, a numbing, enchanting chuckle suddenly echoed through the inverted space. Under the suffocating spell, even Ailin's mind was captivated. Beneath the angel scepter's shadow, Cassius, filled with despair and terror, had a strangely intoxicated look in his eyes at this chuckle. He seemed enchanted, as if hearing this chuckle made death worthwhile. But before the shadow of the angel scepter could fully descend, the bewildered Cassius was pulled by a snow-white fox, instantly vanishing from sight. Boom! The staff missed. The shadow, shimmering with holy light, crashed to the ground, creating another deep crater. The scattering debris struck Ailin's face, causing a slight pain that jolted him awake. The look of intoxication and longing instantly faded from Ailin's eyes, replaced by a solemnity that was almost tangible. Under Ailin's wary gaze, a hazy, dreamlike figure slowly emerged from the mist. Chapter 346 Tamamonami. She was a woman whose beauty could only be described as breathtaking. Her moon-white silk dress swayed in the breeze, gleaming brightly, but pale in comparison to her jade-like skin. Her silver hair, carelessly cascading to her waist, added a touch of coolness to her already graceful figure. Her snow-white pointed ears playfully peeked out from the silver hair, adding a strange allure. 9 snow-white foxtails swung freely behind her, one of which was dragging Cassius, whose half-body was covered in blood. Her face, half obscured by a light silk fan, was hazy yet clear, as if condensed with all the beautiful memories, captivating one's mind. So beautiful, Cassius, his body stained red, stared at her back with infatuated eyes, letting drops of the unusually crimson blood seep from his mangled wounds, staining his snow white for a dark red. The graceful figure, with her back to Cassius, seemed to sense the captivated gaze from behind. She gently lowered the small fan in her hand and smiled at Ailin. "Am I beautiful?" A faint sweetness spread across her face, and that faint smile flowed like a clear spring, limpid and transparent, like a fairyland on earth, intoxicating, yearning, and irresistibly captivating. Without waiting for Ailin's answer, Cassius, bound by the fox's tail, cried out eagerly, "Beautiful, beautiful, since I'm so beautiful." The graceful figure put down her light silk fan and used the fox's tail to move Cassius closer to her. With a touch of tenderness and heartache, she placed her right hand on Cassius's heart. In a voice filled with numbing allure and numbness, she whispered, "Then why are you so cruel, my wicked friend, to infect me with demonic blood? I've put so much effort into saving you this time, Pucci." As soon as the words left her mouth, her slender nails, crystal clear like the finest jade, pierced Cassius's chest like a razor-sharp dagger, slicing the still-beating heart from his chest. This sudden, almost drastic change in the style of a painting instantly wiped the infatuated expression from Cassius's face. Cassius's face flickered with disbelief as he gazed at the still-beating heart held in the woman's palm. But before he could utter a word, the slender hand gently squeezed, instantly crushing his still-beating heart. "Tamamonami, you?" Looking at Cassius, whose forehead veins bulged, Tamamonami suddenly let out a silvery laugh. "If you want it, I'll give it back to you." The next second, Tamamonami's hand, still dripping with crimson juice, grasped the shredded flesh and roughly stuffed it into Cassius's mouth, piercing through the back of his head. Faced with this, Cassius, of course, would not sit still and wait for death. Dropping any pretense of obsession, he struggled frantically as the delicate hand pierced his head, trying to free himself from the white foxtail. But with every struggle, a flash of green light would appear from the snow-white foxtail, easily dispersing the strength he had painstakingly accumulated. Instead, it tightened the tail even further, until it finally strangled Cassius's body in two. As if with a hint of disgust, Tamamonami tossed the severed body aside, a green light shimmering around her. In the next second, the tiny specks of blood that had stained her skin vanished beneath the cleansing green light, and she regained her former stunning appearance. Only then did Tamamonami seem to remember Ailin, who was not far away. She covered half of her face with her small fan and chuckled softly. "Ah, I forgot there were people here. You witnessed my disrespectful behavior. What do you think I should do?" As she spoke, the 9 snow-white foxtails behind her suddenly swayed. In the breeze, thousands of twisted shadows appeared behind them. Like a demon that chose its prey, it suddenly bared its claws. "Have you had enough fun?" Faced with this scene, Ailin's expression was a bit solemn, but his eyes held no fear. He said calmly, "I'm curious about the price he paid to have you, the demons from Fusang legend, appear one after another to save him." Ailin glanced at the corpse of Cassius, whose heart had been ripped out, his head blown out, and finally strangled in two. He continued, "He even put on this show right in front of me. You actually caught me. I was going to have some fun with you." With a charming chuckle, Tamamonami's 9 foxtails swayed gently. Her eyes, with a hint of surprise and a hint of joy, looked at Ailin with a half-smile. The beautiful little fan flicked gently. The next second, the body beside Tamamonami, which had been casually flung and split in two, suddenly vanished. Instead, a lidless coffin, entwined with countless green vines, appeared. The real Cassius lay in the uncovered coffin. Green vines pierced Cassius's body, continuously feeding something into it, repairing his repeatedly battered body. But unlike before, a vibrant nine-tailed fox mark was imprinted between Cassius's brows. With a flash of green light, the agile, miniature nine-tailed fox inserted its tails into Cassius's brain, seemingly absorbing something from the unconscious Cassius's mind. After removing the casually cast illusion, Tamamonami stared at Ailin and said calmly, "Although this fellow's strength isn't impressive, he seems to possess a wealth of hidden knowledge. Whether it's the secret technique of resurrection or the method of stealing the power of the evil god, I'm very interested." Tamamonami's eyes shifted as she addressed Métis, who had unknowingly entered this upside-down world. "Isn't that right, little Métis?" Having been exposed by Tamamonami, Métis emerged from the ruins of the dilapidated temple and gazed coldly at Tamamonami. Though smaller than Tamamonami, her words were unflinching. "It's useless. Although Cassius has lost much of his sanity through repeated death and resurrection, becoming increasingly extreme and insane, he anticipated all this. His secret technique of resurrection and his method of stealing the power of the evil god can't be acquired with just a so-called brand," she said, as if to confirm Métis's words. The moment she finished speaking, the miniature nine-tailed fox, which had inserted its 9 tails between Cassius's brows, suddenly let out a faint whine. Then, an aura of utter depravity and evil suddenly emanated from the depths of Cassius's mind, instantly staining the 9 pristine white tails, along with the agile nine-tailed fox brand, a deep, inky black. The agile nine-tailed fox brand transformed into a hideous and eerie pattern. Pucci, almost simultaneously, Tamamonami, whose brand had been broken, suffered the backlash of her magic, and a streak of crimson blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth, which was covered by a light silk fan. Interesting, Tamamonami, whose nine-tailed fox brand had been broken, seemed neither surprised nor disappointed by the scene. Instead, she covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, "Since you've managed to pass this information on to me, you must know how to extract those secret techniques from this fellow's mind. My nine-tailed fox mark can't do that, so you'll tell me." As she spoke, the 9 white tails behind Tamamonami swirled, transforming into phantoms that ripped through space like lightning, lashing out in vain. However, her target wasn't Métis, but a more threatening-looking Ailin. As the thousands of fox tails whipped down, a cloud of shadows erupted in the sky. The deserted ground behind Tamamonami suddenly rippled, visible ripples spreading out, revealing a slender figure. Ailin. Or rather, Ailin's true form. Long before Tamamonami launched her attack, Ailin, having woven a convincing illusion, silently moved behind Tamamonami. Seizing the moment Tamamonami launched an attack on the illusion he had deliberately created, Ailin raised his dragon slayer and pulled the trigger at Tamamonami's back. Bang! With a resounding roar resembling a dragon's roar, a thunderous explosion seemed to crackle in the void. A black bullet of light, shrouded in boundless malevolence, instantly pierced through the illusory foxtails and landed on Tamamonami's pristine white back. But just then, Ailin's ears tickled slightly, and a soft laugh echoed again. "Young man, you've fallen for it." In an instant, Tamamonami, struck by the black light, shattered in vain, but it was only an illusion. The real Tamamonami vanished before Ailin could manipulate the illusion and leave a phantom behind. Tamamonami, whose true form was a 9-tailed fox, had been a master of illusion for thousands of years. Although Tamamonami had never seen the illusionary techniques used by Ailin, her mastery made everything she had done seem like a complete novice. Even as she used even more sophisticated illusions to obscure Ailin's spirituality and deceive his senses, Tamamonami could silently appear behind Ailin, teasing the little boy in front of her with amusement. Hearing the tingling laughter behind him, Ailin's heart trembled. He instantly grasped the angel's staff, spun around, and swung it behind him. A terrifying force sent a sharp whistling sound through the air. But before Ailin's staff could strike, Tamamonami, appearing behind him, vanished like a dreamlike phantom. Ha! A fierce glint flashed in Ailin's eyes after his strike missed. He didn't retract the force in his hands, but instead, his arm muscles flexed, increasing the power in his grip. Relying entirely on instinct, he swung the angel scepter, his staff, towards his right. Crack! A sound like space-shattering echoed. Ripples suddenly rippled through the void to Ailin's right. Then, 9 snow-white foxes suddenly appeared. 6 intertwined, weaving a vast, white net that formed in front of the angel scepter. 2 of them took the opportunity to wrap around it, neutralizing the power contained within. Layer by layer, the terrifying power within the angel scepter was gradually weakened, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Of course, While Ailin's attack wasn't completely effective, it wasn't completely ineffective. Zzz! Under the scorching holy light of the angel's scepter, the several snow-white foxtails that rested against it were also burned, leaving unsightly scorch marks. At the same time, Ailin's body was violently whipped away by the last remaining tail. Bang! Ailin was flung dozens of meters away, only to stop after smashing a small pagoda. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ailin leaned on the angel's scepter and climbed from the pile of pagoda debris. Elsewhere, Tamamonami's beautiful face frowned slightly as she gazed at the charred hairs on her foxtails. Then, a green light emanated from the center tail. As the green light shone, the scars on the tails quickly vanished, even the charred hairs vanishing in the azure light, returning to their pure white form. After arranging her beloved foxtails, Tamamonami's 9 tails gently swayed behind her, and she exclaimed in amazement, "You actually found me." What a remarkable little creature! With Tamamonami's mastery in illusion, even the demon lords of hell and the so-called gods of the prime material world would rarely be able to penetrate her illusions. Yet, Ailin had managed to locate her true form in such a short time, using some unknown means, which was enough to astonish her. It was precisely for this reason that Tamamonami's captivating eyes fixed upon Ailin with keen interest, as if scrutinizing something. Ailin didn't care for Tamamonami's exclamation. Instead, his fear of her intensified. This unpredictable illusionist mastery was far superior to his own. If she hadn't teased him from behind earlier, and been temporarily forced back by his angel scepter, Ailin's keen intuition had detected a slight discrepancy. Ailin's attack might not have hit her. Chapter 347 Contract. After that initial test, Ailin felt that Tamamonami would be at least a bit easier to deal with than the Datengu he'd encountered before. It wasn't that Tamamonami was weaker than Datengu. In fact, in the eyes of most, Tamamonami, with her numerous abilities, was far more formidable than Datengu. It was simply that Ailin preferred enemies like Tamamonami, who he could directly harm, compared to Datengu's tough skin and flesh. Just as Ailin was wary of another attack from Tamamonami, Tamamonami suddenly chuckled and, as if completely unprepared, stretched lazily. As expected, I still don't like fighting. With that, Tamamonami waved his hand. A flash of green light flashed, and in the next second, the temple ruins around them, shattered by the aftermath of the battle, transformed into a bucolic countryside filled with blooming flowers and chirping birds. Even Tamamonami, who a moment ago seemed ready to fight Ailin and the others to the death, was now half reclining on a soft couch, her breasts half exposed. She exuded an alluring allure. Before her stood a low square table, upon which 3 cups of fragrant tea were rising wisps of smoke. What a powerful illusion! Gazing at the ethereal, almost real world, even mingled with the fragrance of grass and flowers, Ailin's eyes darkened in vain, constantly examining everything before him, attempting to make it his own. And then, he casually picked up a bottle of the still steaming tea, brought it to his lips, and blew gently on the aroma. Tamamonami said calmly to Ailin and Métis, "All right, I grudgingly acknowledge your strength. Now that we've tested everything necessary, it's time to get down to business." Tamamonami took a sip of her tea and then, looking at Métis, said, "Little girl, you took the initiative to pass on that secret information to me earlier, presumably hoping to use me to deal with the man in the coffin. Now that he's been captured alive, we should discuss how we can work together." Then, Tamamonami made a requesting gesture toward Ailin and the others, as if inviting them to come up and taste the tea. Ailin frowned slightly at Tamamonami's sudden change of demeanor. But before he could say anything, Métis, standing behind Ailin, took the initiative and walked over to the low square table, sitting on a cushion that had been prepared long ago. Then, nonchalantly, she picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Seeing Métis's indifferent expression, a flicker of admiration flashed in Tamamonami's eyes. In reality, her languid demeanor wasn't a feint or a conspiracy. After being burned by Ailin's angel scepter, and realizing that Ailin had harmed her, Tamamonami no longer wanted to fight. A lowly mortal wasn't worth Tamamonami's injury. Even if that person possessed formidable mystical skills and was specifically sought after by Mephistopheles, it made no difference. After all, she wasn't Mephistopheles' subordinate, and such mystical skills, with their inherently severe side effects, weren't as important to her as she might have imagined. Despite being one of the most powerful demons in Fuso history, Tamamonami didn't enjoy fighting. She preferred using her beauty and wisdom to charm others and obtain what she desired, as this gave her a greater sense of accomplishment. Of course, if anyone underestimated her, Tamamonami would make her enemies pay the most painful price. After gently swallowing the still steaming fragrant tea, a strange, refreshing aroma suddenly spread from Métisse's tongue into her mind, lifting her spirits. Sensing the extraordinary quality of the fragrant tea in her hand, Métisse cast a deep glance at Tamamonami, who sat across from her, chuckling softly. Then, she said, "Cooperation is simple. Hand Cassius over to me. I'll use my own methods to obtain the secret techniques within his mind and then hand them over to you. If you don't trust me, I can sign a contract with you using your real name." "Oh, in that case, then let's sign the contract." Tamamonami didn't seem surprised. For complete strangers with no foundation of trust, a contract, while not guaranteeing anything, was the best option at the moment. As she spoke, Tamamonami rose slightly, clasped her hands together, and formed another magical seal. Immediately, a rich green light rapidly condensed towards her hands and the 9 foxtails. A few seconds later, a yellowed, ancient parchment scroll appeared between Tamamonami's 9 foxtails. He lifted the yellowed parchment scroll before him. With considerable effort, Tamamonami spread it out on the square table before him, then spoke, "The demonic contract, the embodiment of the law of hell. The contract signed on this parchment scroll will be recognized and protected by the entire hell dimension. Similarly, if it is violated, it will be cursed by the power of the entire hell dimension. Believe me, no one wants to know what the consequences of facing the curse of the entire hell dimension will be." Looking at the demonic law before him, which emanated a rich power of rules, Métis took a deep breath, bit his finger, and used his own blood as a medium to seal the contract on this demonic law, which emanated a rich power of hell. As Métis sealed the contract on the parchment scroll with his own blood, Ailin looked at Tamamonami, who had been observing him from the corner of his eye, and pondered. Although his previous attack had injured Tamamonami, to be honest, unless he used the item given to him by the Ancient One through the king to summon the Seraphim, Ailin had no real chance of slaying these veteran monsters, renowned for thousands of years. Using the Seraphim would mean he would lose his most important trump card in the upcoming night parade of 100 demons. In this situation, if it truly could resolve the problem of Cassius, then temporarily cooperating with Tamamonami didn't seem unacceptable. As Ailin pondered this, Tamamonami, standing 10 meters away, narrowed her eyes. "I have a feeling you're thinking of something disrespectful," she said, turning to Métis. "When you sign the contract, don't forget to include this guy's name. I wouldn't trust you with such a dangerous individual around." Using the psychic coin hidden behind her back, she calmly performed a divination to confirm that signing the contract would pose no risk to her. Ailin nodded and said, "Yes." After Métis sealed the contract with blood, Ailin and Tamamonami each reviewed the terms and confirmed they were correct. Métis, Tamamonami, and Ailin each wrote their real names on the parchment scroll. After all three signed their names, a pitch-black vortex emerged above the table, slowly sucking the yellowed parchment scroll into the air. Immediately, the parchment scroll became ethereal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just before the translucent parchment scroll sank into the vortex, 3 streams of light suddenly burst from it, striking the souls of Ailin, Tamamonami, and Métis. What an amazing power! As the light entered his mind, Ailin's mind shifted, and the terms of the contract they had just signed on the parchment scroll resurfaced clearly in his mind, helping him recall the contract he had signed. Meanwhile, whenever Ailin attempted to violate the contract, a terrifying aura would instantly rise in his mind, as if reminding him of something. Perhaps because of the contract, the atmosphere between the three of them had relaxed considerably. Tamamonami even smiled as she personally refilled Métis's cup of fragrant tea. Ailin accepted the tea, smiling, but didn't drink. Tamamonami didn't seem to mind. With a thought, Tamamonami's snow-white foxtail shot out like a white thread, dragging the vine-wrapped coffin dozens of meters away to the three of them. "From now on, it's up to you," Tamamonami said, throwing the coffin in front of Métis. Perhaps it was the 9-tailed foxmark's earlier use of its power to read Cassius's memories that had triggered him, or perhaps something else. Cassius's eyes fluttered beneath his coffin, as if he might awaken from his coma at any moment. To prevent Cassius from suddenly regaining consciousness mid-sentence, Métis specifically asked Ailin to add a safety measure, using physical means to plunge Cassius back into a deeper coma. Once Ailin had completed this, Métis suddenly drew a sharp knife and stabbed Cassius directly in the heart. The dagger penetrated just a fraction, barely piercing Cassius's heart. Métis then took out a black feather and drew out Cassius's heart blood. Then, using Cassius's heart blood, Métis carved a series of crimson runes on his head and body, each one seemingly twisting and distorting, causing dizziness and nausea at the mere sight. After this, Métis had Tamimonomy remove the illusion. Then, on a relatively untouched clearing, he carved a magic circle with his own blood into the inverted space. He then placed Cassius in the circle. Métis placed one small hand on Cassius's heart and the other on his forehead, then shouted softly, "Ha!" With this sharp shout, a golden red light suddenly emanated from the blood-red magic circle beneath Métis and the other's feet. The next second, a strange power surged from the magic circle Métis had carved, converging upon Métis and Cassius, who were trapped within it. Under the influence of the magic circle, the whites of Cassius and Métis' eyes soon began to gleam. Then, their gazes interlocked, they met. At the same moment, the runes carved into Cassius's body suddenly began to creep eerily toward his head. Soon, Cassius's head was covered in a dense, terrifying, and formidable array of runes. Observing the changes in Cassius and Métis, Tamimonomy, who had lived for thousands of years, twitched her eyes slightly. These appear to be runes from the Olympians, yet they seem somewhat different, even more ancient and bloodier. Could this little creature be the reincarnation of a god from the Olympians? Interesting, things are getting increasingly interesting. Just as Tamimonomy pondered this, the terrifying aura that had flashed from Cassius earlier swept out again. The moment that aura, a blend of ultimate depravity and madness, appeared, the runes that Métis had inscribed on Cassius's body with his blood suddenly shone brightly. Seemingly sharing a common origin, yet seemingly unrelated, these runes continuously absorbed that corrupted and maddened aura, channeling it through Cassius's blood and trapping it within his body. While these eerie, radiant runes didn't completely neutralize the corrupted and maddened aura that continuously emanated from Cassius, they did significantly weaken it. At this moment, the golden red magic circle beneath Métis and the others also shone brightly. Strands of golden thread seeped out from the still drying blood on the ground, emanating a sacred and vast aura. Under the influence of the magic circle, these golden threads converged into a golden web, continuously strangling the corrupted aura emanating from Cassius. Under these layers of weakening, the aura emanating from Cassius was significantly weakened. Seeing this, Métis took a deep breath and suddenly pointed her index finger, which had been soaked with blood, at Cassius's brow. That slender and delicate finger unleashed an astonishing force, shattering the twisted and roaring nine-tailed fox mark on Cassius's forehead. Half of the finger pierced Cassius's skull and sank into his brow. After sinking into Cassius's brow, the wound Métis had inflicted suddenly began to wriggle, sprouting pink, serrated buds like granulations. Upon touching Cassius's brain, the wound on Métis's index finger, like the sharp jaws of a glutton, devoured and sucked away Cassius's brain. As Cassius's brain gradually disappeared between Métis's fingers, memories and information stored in Cassius's neurons continuously poured into Métis's mind. With this influx of information, Métis's brain began to work frantically, constantly sorting out the useful information in Cassius's mind. In a short while, Métis's brain processed the countless memories in Cassius's mind, but among these, Métis found nothing of what she sought. Soon, beads of sweat covered Métis's forehead, and even a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the tip of her nose. Chapter 348. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. As Cassius's brain was devoured bit by bit, Métis's face grew paler and paler. He looked as if he had been pulled from the water, drenched. When the last drop of Cassius's brain disappeared from Métis's fingertips, Métis sighed palely. Sure enough, the information contained in that kind of existence is simply beyond the reach of mortal nerves and memories. Having devoured nearly every memory in Cassius's mind, Métis searched through Cassius's entire life, but apart from a few vaguely similar images, he still hadn't found the information he sought. However, Métis wasn't disappointed. In mysticism, much crucial information and memories aren't carried in the body, but in the soul. For those with great power or special abilities, the body isn't necessarily indispensable or irreplaceable, but the soul is eternal and unique. Therefore, having failed to obtain the information he sought from Cassius's mind, Métis revealed his hidden weapon. The next second, a seed suddenly materialized from thin air within Cassius's heart, emitting wisps of light. Immediately afterwards, this ethereal seed suddenly flashed and sank directly into Cassius's soul, rapidly taking root and sprouting within a spirit rife with madness, depravity, and pain. Using Cassius's soul as nourishment, it rapidly grew. In a matter of seconds, a gray soul flower blossomed above Cassius's utterly weakened, almost shattered soul. The moment this soul flower blossomed, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Cassius's soul. Then, his utterly weakened soul suddenly concentrated, purging even the madness, chaos, depravity, and pain within it. As absolute sanity once again took hold of Cassius's soul, the once weakest, yet most terrifying, Cassius appeared before Métis once again. Looking at the soul flower before him, slowly blooming, nourished by his soul, and at Métis, connected to his spirit, Cassius displayed an expression of understanding and disdain. If this is your backup plan within my body, then you greatly disappoint me, Métis. With these ritual runes and the soul fruit produced by this soul flower, how much of my soul's secrets can you usurp? Hearing these words echoing directly within her soul, Métis said calmly, I don't need to know much. I just need to obtain what I want. That's enough. Before she could finish, Métis' soul took a step forward, appearing directly before the soul flower before Cassius. Then, extending her finger again, she pressed against the unique soul fruit nestled within the soul flower's pistil. The next second, Métis's cracked index finger eagerly devoured the still green soul fruit. After consuming the soul fruit, a flood of secret and eerie knowledge quickly filled Métis's mind. The longer she interacted with Cassius, the more mysterious and terrifying he became. Though merely a mortal, he possessed forbidden knowledge unknown to even gods and demons. If it weren't for Cassius's mad pursuit of rapid power, repeatedly sacrificing his own sanity and death to plunder forbidden powers that didn't belong to him, becoming paranoid and insensitive, even if Métis desperately wanted to resurrect her mother, she probably wouldn't dare resort to such tactics against the once terrifying and deranged man. So, after seeing Cassius shed the madness in his soul and once again become the terrifying man she remembered, Métis devoured the unripe green fruit without hesitation. Cassius, standing in front of Métis, didn't try to stop her from consuming the soul fruit, which had been formed by absorbing the nutrients emitted by his corpse. He seemed unfazed. To resurrect your mother? It seems your experiences in this life have weakened you, Métis. In that case, let me help you. A flash of utter madness suddenly appeared in Cassius's eyes. The next second, under his active control, Cassius's soul merged with his slowly blooming soul flower. He transformed his soul into nutrients, actively nourishing the blossoming soul flower. As Cassius actively engaged, the soul fruit that Métis's index finger touched suddenly grew and matured at a visible speed. In mere seconds, Cassius's soul suddenly transformed into tiny specks of light and sank into the ever-ripening soul fruit. As the gray soul flower completely withered, the soul fruit, carrying Cassius's countless secrets, also fully matured and sank into Métis's hand. That guy, Métis felt a strange unease creeping into her heart as she recalled the eerie smile Cassius had given her just before his death. However, as she recalled the forbidden object she most desired, Métis cast that unease aside. She was willing to pay any price to bring her mother back to life. As Cassius's soul completely absorbed the soul fruit and dissipated, his physical form in the outer world crumbled to ash amidst the golden red light. As Cassius's spirit vanished into dust, Métis, who was on the side of the golden red magic circle, suddenly spat out a mouthful of foul blood. Puff! With that gushing blood, Métis's vitality drained away at a terrifying pace, decades slipping away. In that instant, her once glowing, jet-black hair lost all its luster and turned a pale white. The white hair of childhood. Even the vitality within Métis, in Ailin's vision, had become like that of an 80 or 90-year-old, like a candle in the wind, fragile and brittle. It was as if what Métis was spewing out wasn't a mouthful of foul blood, but decades of her life. Ailin, standing by, frowned slightly upon observing the change in Métis. Then, he withdrew a bottle of strong healing potion from his space ring, opened it, and fed it to Métis. As the strong healing potion rapidly flowed through his body, Métis's pale complexion finally regained a touch of color. Feeling the warmth rising within him, Métis lowered his eyes and whispered, "Thank you, huh?" Ailin glanced at Métis in surprise. He seemed a little surprised that this annoying brat had learned to say thank you. It seemed that these past few months had truly made him grow a lot. After catching his breath and regaining some strength, Métis chanted a spell and slashed his wrist. A burst of golden red light erupted. The blood gushing from Métis's wrist, influenced by a strange force, hovered in midair, transforming into two marble-sized, glittering, translucent blood crystals. When the blood crystals completely solidified, 2 gray soul lights suddenly emanated from Matisse's brows and landed on the 2 blood crystals. With a gentle push, Matisse propelled the 2 floating blood crystals in front of Ailin and Tamamonami. After this, Matisse stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. I have transferred the knowledge and secret techniques I gained from Cassius' soul into these 2 blood crystals. Simply place these 2 blood crystals between your brows to activate the forbidden knowledge contained within, and the knowledge and secret techniques within will flow into your minds. However, the forbidden knowledge concerning the evil gods cannot exist in the world. Even if I use my own blood to temporarily block the leakage of that knowledge, it will only remain hidden for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, part of the forbidden knowledge within the blood crystals will be erased by heaven and earth. As for whether or not you wish to access the knowledge within these blood crystals, that's up to you. With that, Matisse cut a piece of cloth from her personal belongings and tied it around her wrist, which had turned pale from blood loss. It was unclear whether it was due to Matisse's unique constitution or the continued effects of the strong healing potion she had just consumed. The cut on her wrist was deep, nearly severing a blood vessel, but in just a few seconds, the wound on Matisse's wrist began to scab and heal. Ailin estimated that even if Matisse didn't bind her wrist with a bandage, the wound would heal completely within minutes. However, as he watched Matisse bandage her wound, Ailin said nothing. Instead, he turned to examine the blood crystal before him. With a gentle lift of his hand, he placed the blood crystal into his space ring. Ailin didn't immediately absorb it. Regarding the evil god and so-called forbidden knowledge, Ailin wasn't about to rashly absorb the knowledge within the blood crystal. Even if Matisse's impression of him had slightly changed, it wouldn't matter. Reaching a corner, Ailin pulled out a set of divination tools. In front of Matisse and Tamamonami, he closed his eyes and began to divine. With a threat of a recently signed demonic contract in his favor, Ailin didn't have to worry too much about Tamamonami and Matisse taking advantage of this moment to attack him. So, Ailin simply took the opportunity to perform a divination. Of course, the divination from the outside was just a deception. The real Ailin, carrying the blood crystal, entered the Libra dimension, using the Libra dimension's power to perform a true divination. A few seconds later, Ailin, having received a definitive answer from the Libra dimension, opened his eyes again. Without hesitation, he took out the blood crystal and placed it between his brows. Using his mental power to guide it, he drew all the knowledge sealed within it into his mind. Not far away, Tamamonami, who had allowed Ailin to do what he wanted, gazed at the divination tools in Ailin's hand. Her eyes, filled with fascination, narrowed slightly. Just then, she seemed to sense a subtle power being drawn by Ailin, then resting on the tools before him. Witchcraft? Interesting, she fiddled with the blood crystal in her hand, observing the changes in Ailin's body after absorbing it. As the 3-minute limit approached, and still seeing no noticeable change in Ailin, Tamamonami carefully placed the blood crystal between her brows. A few minutes later, a sudden spatial fluctuation echoed through this inverted world. Immediately afterwards, a circle, emitting a continuous burst of golden red sparks, suddenly grew larger within the inverted world. Almost as soon as the golden red circle appeared, Ailin and Tamamonami, both with their eyes closed, opened them simultaneously. Looking at the almost iconic golden red portal, Tamamonami covered her mouth with a soft chuckle and said, "Here comes the troublemaker. It seems I won't have a chance to have a proper conversation with you this time." Those captivating eyes cast a deep glance at Ailin. Tamamonami's 9 foxtails swayed gently, and soon, a thick mist slowly rose behind her. "I hope next time, I can have a proper conversation with you." As she finished her words, Tamamonami's figure vanished into the rising mist, as if she had, through some mysterious technique, instantly left this space. Ailin shook his head faintly. "Next time? The next time we meet, we'll be enemies." Just then, the king and 2 other temple mages also stepped through the portal into this upside-down world. As soon as they entered, they turned their heads and saw the stunningly beautiful figure slowly disappearing into the mist, with 9 foxtails swaying in her wake. Almost instantly, the king and the other 2 temple mages with Eastern features changed their expressions and assumed a defensive stance. 9-tailed fox, as the supreme temple, guarding the dark side of the world, the lineage of supreme mages had encountered Tamamonami numerous times. Therefore, they were all the more aware of the terrifying power of this demon. Therefore, the moment they saw Tamamonami, they were on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. But within seconds, Tamamonami, swallowed by the mist, completely vanished from their sight. Long after watching Tamamonami disappear, the king and the other two temple mages remained vigilantly watching their surroundings. Having witnessed Tamamonami's terrifying illusions, Ailin, naturally understood their concerns. However, Ailin, who had already scanned the surroundings with his psychic vision and double-checked with divination, knew clearly that the terrifying woman had already left. Alright, stop looking. That girl is gone. Chapter 349 Six-Dimensional Channels. After Ailin spoke, a long moment passed. After checking again and again and finding nothing, the king and the other two temple mages finally lowered their guard. Looking at the nearly shattered remains of the temple around them, a flicker of horror crossed the other two mages' eyes. Was this upside-down world shattered by the aftermath of Ailin and Tamamonami's battle? The two temple mages, who had listened to the king's descriptions of Ailin's slaying of the giant Nephilim, couldn't help but wonder. The king also took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Did you fight with that nine-tailed fox just now?" Ailin shook his head and said, "Not only the nine-tailed fox, on the way here, I also met the great Tengu." Behind the king, a temple wizard said with a grim expression after hearing Ailin's words, "Damn, the nine-tailed fox, and the great Tengu, why did these monsters come out for the night parade of the 100 demons this time? Now the Supreme Lord is trapped in the London sanctuary by those dimensional demons. What should we do next?" Another wizard also said at this time, "I'm afraid it is because of this that the nine-tailed fox and the great Tengu, the top demons in the Fusang legend, have the courage to run out of hell. Otherwise, if the Supreme Lord is still there, these demons would not dare to make trouble in the main material world, even if they had 10 times the courage. Why is there always such bad news during this period of time? Can't there be some good news?" Just when the temple wizard was complaining, Ailin stroked his chin and said, "Good news? Does the death of the cultist the king mentioned who staged a blood ritual in New York and summoned a demonic deity count as good news?" What? The king, standing by, paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Ailin. "Is he dead?" Ailin nodded. "After separating from you, I used some means to track him down. After a fight, he realized he was outmatched and fled. Tengu and the nine-tailed fox that just left were likely aides summoned by the cultist to survive." Hearing this, the other two temple mages swallowed in horror. Tengu and Tamamonami, two great demons from Fuso legend, had fought, but they hadn't been able to stop Ailin from killing the cultist who was attempting another blood ritual. So, just how powerful was this seemingly handsome young man? The king, who had witnessed Ailin defeat the giant Nereid, glimmered with excitement. Even legendary demons like the great Tengu and the nine-tailed fox couldn't stop you from killing that cultist. Sure enough, the Supreme Mage specifically asked you to deal with this cultist for a reason. She must have seen something in the long river of time. By the way, I just saw the nine-tailed fox leave. Did you also take over the great Tengu?" Ailin shook his head, looking at the king, who seemed to have become somewhat overconfident in his own strength. "You're overthinking it. The great Tengu's power is unfathomable. I can't defeat it. I simply used some tricks to circumvent it and catch up with the cultist." "I see." Despite Ailin's explanation, both the king and the other two temple mages looked at Ailin with a slight sense of awe. After a while, the other two temple mages said excitedly, "That cultist who believed in the evil god is dead. Does that mean that the disaster that the Supreme Mage saw through the long river of time has been prevented?" The night parade of 100 demons, at this moment. Métis, who was sitting on the ruins nearby, with a head full of silver hair, suddenly said, "In fact, Cassius's death cannot prevent the outbreak of the night parade of 100 demons. After the night parade of 100 demons began, Cassius's life or death has long become irrelevant. If you can't cut off the passage between the hell dimension and the main material world as soon as possible, then it won't be long before the demons in hell will crawl out of hell in an endless stream, turning Tokyo into a ghost domain. Then, led by boundless resentment and countless dead souls, they will drag the city completely into hell, turning it into a bridgehead for the hell dimension to invade the main material world." By the way, a friendly reminder, the more people die in Tokyo, the larger the passages connecting the hell dimension and the main material world will become. This also means that the later it gets, the more terrifying the monsters that escape from the hell dimension will be. After hearing Métis's words, the king and the other two temple mages' expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at the silver-haired little girl behind Ailin with disbelief. Even Ailin frowned slightly when he heard it. After a moment's silence, Ailin looked at Mortis and said, Do you know the number and locations of the passages between the Hell Dimension and Tokyo? The silver-haired Mortis, after propping himself up from the ruins, looked at Ailin and said, there are a total of 6 dimensional passages between the Hell Dimension and Tokyo. The one at the University of Tokyo must have been destroyed by you. For your sake, I can tell you the locations of those passages. However, this night parade of 100 demons is a long-planned conspiracy by the Hell Dimension. Each Hell Dimension passage is guarded by a Hell Lord. None of those Hell Lords are easy to deal with. Daitengu and Kyuubi are among them. In consideration of your help to me and my mother, I advise you not to be so overly kind-hearted and act like a pushover. This is not your responsibility. With this, Mortis's eyes turned to the king and the other 2 Templar mages. The meaning was clear. Protecting Earth from alien invasions was not Ailin's responsibility, but it was the responsibility of the Kamartaj lineage of mages. Without waiting for the king and the other 2 Templar mages to say anything, he said, I'm not going to do this to you. Métis then directly revealed the locations of the other 5-dimensional passages besides the one at the University of Tokyo. Tokyo Tower, Sensoji Temple, Meiji Jingu Shrine, Mount Fuji, and Kabukicho, where Cassius and his companions had stopped earlier. According to legend, Sensoji Temple and Meiji Jingu Shrine were sacred mountains built by powerful ancient Japanese sages to suppress demons. Mount Fuji was even said to have subdued the Yamada no Orochi, the most ferocious demon in ancient Japan. Now that the Hell Dimensional Passage appeared within these 2 temples, shrines, and Mount Fuji, it seemed those ancient Japanese legends were not entirely unfounded. As for the Hell Passage beneath Kabukicho, where Cassius and his companions had stopped, it seemed quite natural. After all, Cassius and Métis had specifically gone there before. However, if there had been a regional lord guarding that area before, why hadn't they intervened when he had pursued Cassius? As if sensing Ailin's doubt, Métis spoke again. The Great Tengu guards the Hell Dimensional Passageway beneath Kabukicho. It doesn't usually stay near that passageway, but if anyone attempts to destroy it, it will immediately appear and rip anyone who attempts to do so to shreds. Since you've already destroyed the dimensional passageway near the University of Tokyo, you must know the Hell Lords guarding that passageway better than I do. The 9-tailed fox that just disappeared is probably guarding the Hell Dimensional Passageway beneath Sensoji Temple or Meiji Jingu Shrine. As for the one beneath Mount Fuji, it's most likely the legendary Yamada no Orochi. As for the Hell Lords guarding the other Hell Dimensional passageways, I don't know. Métis finished. Luo, on Ailin's phone, projected a map of Tokyo and the locations of the places Métis had mentioned before Ailin. Although there was no signal in this upside-down world, Luo had already downloaded the Tokyo map onto Ailin's phone. Looking at the locations Luo had specifically marked with red dots, Ailin's eyes flickered. Luo, connect the University of Tokyo, Tokyo Tower, Sensoji Temple, Meiji Jingu Shrine, Mount Fuji, and Kabukicho, where Cassius and his companions had stopped, with red lines. Yes, boss. Almost as soon as Ailin finished speaking, red lines connected the locations of the Hell Dimension passages. Soon, a massive hexagram, covering most of Tokyo, appeared before Ailin's eyes. The locations of the 6 Hell Dimension passages were located at the nodes of this hexagram formation. Gazing at the dazzling hexagram on the map, Ailin instantly understood why the Hell Dimension passages appeared in these 6 locations. So that's why. Ailin understood it all, and so surely the king, specially trained by the Supreme Mage, and the other 2 temple mages would also see it. One of the temple mages, looking at the Tokyo map projected before Ailin, was struck by a thought. He spoke, great. Now that we know the locations of these Hell-dimensional passages, we can mobilize the power of the Shanghai Sanctuary to increase the spatial thickness of these areas, shielding them from the Hell-dimensional invasion. Then, we can mobilize the power of the Sanctuary's barriers to forcibly crush and compress those dimensional passages, forcing them to close. The barriers of the 3 sanctuaries are constructed by the Trinity of Vishanti, with supreme power. Even powerful demons cannot withstand the barrier's power. In this way, even powerful Hell Lords guarding the passages will be useless. The Temple Magus's excitement grew. The other Temple Magus's eyes lit up as he heard this. Ailin glanced at the Temple Magus in surprise, somewhat amazed that the 3 sanctuaries even had such a function. Wang, the most experienced mage, didn't show much excitement after hearing this. Just as the Temple Magus had said, the Shanghai Sanctuary could indeed do just that. But if that were to happen, the drain on the Sanctuary's barrier would be immeasurable. God knows how much energy would be consumed by forcibly closing the 5-dimensional channels guarded by the Lord of Hell with the help of the barrier's power. The power used by the 3 sanctuaries to maintain the barrier remains unchanged. Once the barrier power of the Shanghai sanctuary shifts towards Tokyo, it will inevitably weaken the barrier power in other places. Outside of Earth, those dimensional demons are eyeing Earth covetously. If they seize the opportunity to destroy the barriers in other places and enter Earth, the consequences might be even more serious than the fall of Tokyo. Thinking of this, Wang shook his head. After we get out, we can mobilize the sanctuary's barrier and appropriately strengthen the barrier power in those areas to limit the expansion of those dimensional passages, but we can't completely pin our hopes on using the sanctuary's barrier power to squeeze and sever the remaining 5 hell-dimensional passages, now that the Supreme Mage has been ambushed by the combined forces of those dimensional demons. If the sanctuary's barrier fails again and the demons of other dimensions seize the opportunity to invade Earth, the consequences will be unbearable. As for closing those dimensional passages, we have to rely on ourselves. After Wang finished speaking, the excited sanctuary mage's face suddenly turned pale. Another sanctuary mage also turned pale when he thought of the consequences Wang mentioned. Looking at the 2 pale-faced mages, a hint of a smile crept across the king's fleshy face. Don't worry. Over the past millennia, our Supreme Temple has faced far more difficult challenges than we're facing now, yet we've managed to pull through. I'll return to Kamar Taj later and retrieve the legendary artifacts sealed there. Those lords of the Hell Dimension are powerful, but they're still a bit short of what they could handle. Seeing the king's confident smile, the other 2 temple mages seemed to be infected. Their expressions relaxed considerably. Ailin, watching this scene from the side, looked at the king with a strange look in his eyes. Good fellow. I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so deceitful without blinking an eye. Despite the king's confident expression, his heart was far from the calm he appeared to be. He was even panicking. The panic emanated from the king's body without Ailin needing to deliberately sense his psychic fluctuations. It was captured by Ailin's telekinesis. It seemed the king wasn't as confident as he claimed regarding the legendary artifacts within Kamar Taj. However, items specifically sealed within Kamar Taj or by the Sorcerer Supreme must be quite powerful, no matter how powerful. Was it that they didn't know how to use them, or that, apart from the Sorcerer Supreme, the abilities of those who possessed them simply weren't sufficient to unleash their full potential? Thinking of the shadow of ages that the king had gifted him, Ailin suspected the latter factor was more likely to be involved. After all, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, aside from the Ancient One and his successor, Doctor Strange, the mages of Kamar Taj didn't seem particularly powerful. On the contrary, the evil mage Cassius, who later defected from Kamar Taj, seemed quite capable. Chapter 350 The Grudge. There's no time to lose. Let's move immediately. The king didn't give the other 2 temple mages much time to think. Having made his decision, he immediately opened a portal before him. As the portal opened, screams quickly filled their ears, interspersed with the roars of demons, whether excited or roaring. Before Ailin and the others could get a clear view of the scene on the other side of the portal, a figure with a lowered head and a slightly staggering gait rushed in panic, nearly running headfirst into the king. Huh? A flash of golden light flashed beneath the king's feet, and he quickly dodged the figure. His brow furrowed, and he looked at the staggering figure with displeasure. Chuckling, as Ailin and the others watched, the figure emitted a series of eerie sounds, and then a pale face raised its head in a strange pose, looking up at Ailin and the others standing before the portal. Pale. This wasn't just rhetorical exaggeration, it was a truly bleak white. It was as if a layer of hoarfrost had coated the body, devoid of any color, a breath of life, the pallor of a long-stored corpse. Perhaps, it was already a corpse. On that pale, bloodless face, the eyes were sunken, the pale skin around the eye sockets cracked, revealing 2 eyeballs, threaded with swirling black threads. As those black eyeballs swirled, a chilling aura instantly spread. Be careful. Amidst 2 exclamations, the king's hands shook, and 2 swirling golden-red magic shields rapidly formed. However, before the shield, which doubled as both a shield and a hammer, could fully form, Ailin, standing nearby, drew his dragon slayer with a flick of his right hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Amidst a deafening roar, a black bullet, seemingly etched with the shadow of a dragon, shot out from the muzzle of the gun, directly exploding the pale head. Even the headless corpse was blasted away by the illusory dragon shadow. Bang! After being flung dozens of meters, The headless corpse finally came to a stop, still lifeless, after landing on the ground in a trail of dust. Gaga. But before the silence lasted a few seconds, the headless corpse began to move again. Strands of jet black hair slowly sprouted from its body, spreading outward as if alive. Then, amidst the creaking sounds of its joints twisting and snapping, the headless corpse, like a puppet, rearranged itself in a bizarre pose that completely defied human anatomy. Though headless, Ailin and the others felt a visibly tangible, resentful gaze fixed upon them. Facing this bizarre scene, Ailin maintained a calm demeanor. Just as the black hair spread out like a black wave, threatening to engulf them, a stream of golden red flames suddenly rose from Ailin's wrist. In the blink of an eye, it surged towards the black wave, sweeping towards Ailin and the others. Sizzle, sizzle, almost instantly, the black wave, composed of strands of black hair, was incinerated to ash by the golden red flames. The remaining golden red flames, undiminished, swept towards the headless corpse that seemed to be its source. At the same time, a burnt smell, mixed with a sickening stench, instantly spread. Just a sniff of it brought a feeling of dizziness. Wind of Vatum, sensing something was amiss, a temple mage immediately extended his hands forward, summoning a powerful blast of air that swept the poisonous gas far away. At the same time, a faint golden red protective shield quickly formed around them, isolating the remaining toxic gas that continued to rise. Then, the wind fanned the flames. Fueled by this powerful airflow, the golden red flames suddenly blazed brighter, creating a sea of fire several meters high that directly engulfed the headless corpse. Sizzle, within the golden red glow, strands of pitch black hair could be faintly seen twisting wildly, and a strange, shrill sound could be heard. But under the eternal flame, as inextinguishable as a poison in the tarsal bones, everything finally returned to calm. After slaying the unknown ghost, just like the previous slaying of the Nekroku, a crisp notification sounded in Aaron's mind. After confirming the ghost's death through that notification sound, Aaron ignored the reminder in his mind. Almost at the same moment the unknown ghost died, a naked little boy, his eyes pitch black, without a trace of white, suddenly thrust half his head through the portal. Unlike an ordinary boy, this boy's body seemed illusory. And unlike the ghost Ailin had easily dispatched, Ailin sensed a boundless resentment and despair from the boy who had thrust half his head through the portal, one that seemed to threaten to engulf the entire world. In Ailin's eyes, this boy, with a somewhat illusory body, was not a ghost or evil spirit at all, but the embodiment of resentment. His illusory body seemed to connect to a boundless ocean of resentment, a terrifying sea that could fill anyone with despair. Behind the boy, a slightly dilapidated Japanese-style house loomed through the portal. Inside that old Japanese-style house, a vague female figure loomed behind a second-floor window. The instant he saw the blurry female figure, a chilling sense of danger suddenly arose in Ailin's veins. The moment he sensed this presence, Ailin's expression changed drastically, and he shouted at Wang, "Close the portal, quickly!" With a stern shout, Ailin's mental power surged. Instantly, the still burning sea of fire behind him, under Ailin's control, swept towards the little boy who seemed to be trying to enter the portal. Watching the golden red sea of fire, emitting a terrifying heat wave, sweeping towards him, the boy, with most of his head stuck in the portal, seemed startled and instinctively shrank back. Although Wang, who had been shouted at by Ailin, didn't understand what was happening, the trust he had built up from their recent battle together prompted him to cooperate with Ailin and quickly close the portal in front of him. Zzz, with the last wave of golden red flames extinguished, the portal in front of Wang suddenly dissipated. Having lost his target, the overwhelming golden red sea of fire spun around, then rapidly shrank, coalescing into a ball of true eternal flame before sinking into the Seer finger bone on Ailin's wrist. Only then, the king, who had been struck down by Ailin's fierce shout, turned his head in confusion and looked at Ailin. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly tell me to close the portal? Is it because of that evil spirit that appeared in front of it? Is he powerful, evil spirit?" Without waiting for Ailin to reply, Métis, equally frightened, said with a grim expression, "Idiot, is that an evil spirit? Can't you even tell the difference between an evil spirit and a curse?" Just as Métis had said, the little boy who had half his head stuck through the portal wasn't a so-called evil spirit, an evil spirit, or a fierce ghost. Instead, he was part of a terrifying curse that had almost become a law. The naked little boy, the woman looming behind the window behind the portal, and the decrepit Japanese-style house, brimming with boundless resentment and a constant air of despair, together probably constituted that terrifying curse, almost a rule. What is a rule curse? Simply put, it's a unique entity born of chance under unique circumstances and conditions. Rule-based curses are invisible and intangible, but once the rules of such a curse are triggered, you will be ensnared and killed by this near-rule curse. This curse, so close to becoming a rule, doesn't care about your status or position, or even your strength. As long as you lack the strength and means to counteract the rules, you will inevitably die. After hearing Ailin and Métis's explanation, the king and the other two temple mages were shocked. Although they hadn't recognized a little boy as part of a rule-based curse, that didn't mean they hadn't heard of such curses. The terrifying power of this rule curse was clearly documented in Kamartaj's library. Wang, the part-time librarian at Kamartaj, blushed upon realizing that the unassuming boy was actually part of the curse. If it weren't for Ailin's use of fire to repel the curse and allow him to close the portal in time, once ensnared by this curse, no one, save Ailin, with his vast resources and unfathomable power, would have survived. Damn it. We just opened a portal, and before we could even leave, first a goblin rushed in, and then the rule curse unleashed. What kind of luck is that, Wang? I'd go to the restroom for 10 years without washing my hands, and my luck wouldn't be as bad as yours, a similarly startled temple mage complained to Wang angrily after realizing what was happening. The other temple mage, though equally frightened, pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice, "It's not entirely the king's luck. I feel like the first ghost to rush through the portal might have been frightened by the rule curse, and rushed headfirst into the portal the king had just opened. Of course, it's also true that the king has bad luck, otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the portal to such a place. Let's open the portal later." At the other temple mage's reminder, Ailin suddenly remembered that the portal the king had opened just before seemed to have opened right at the entrance of the Japanese-style house. Judging from the location of the portal, the ghost that first rushed through the portal had fled from the Japanese-style house in a panic before diving into the portal opened by the king. It was as if it had been frightened by the rule curse within the house. Memories flashed through Ailin's mind. He suddenly remembered a houseplate covered in ash hanging on the door wall behind the translucent boy. On the old houseplate, the word Siki Takeo faintly appeared. Siki Takeo? The name Siki Takeo seems to have some attributes. The naked little boy, the blurry female figure, the old Japanese-style house, the despairing and terrifying resentment, and the name Siki Takeo? Damn it. Could that house just now be Kayako's house in The Grudge? If so, then the rule curse just now is the legendary one. The nearly unsolvable curse that once you step into that house, no matter if you are good or evil, innocent or not, no matter where you flee, you will eventually be cursed and killed. The Grudge. Thinking of this, Ailin suddenly felt a little fortunate that the portal Wang opened was outside the gate of the Japanese-style house, not inside. Otherwise, who knows if the curse would have caught up with them through the portal. Although movies are movies and reality is reality, now that we have entered the Marvel universe, who knows if there will be another Grudge in this time. And besides, even if the Grudge wasn't as powerful and insoluble as depicted in the movies, resolving a curse that had become a principle would still be a significant undertaking. Ailin didn't want to be involved in such a hassle unless necessary. Although Wang insisted it was just an accident, a peculiar power from the 100 Demons night parade that had interfered with his portal, the other two frightened temple mages insisted. Finally, another older temple mage named Zhang Tao took on the responsibility of opening the portal. Zhang Tao cautiously observed that the portal had opened in an alley outside Feiyun Temple. Because Feiyun Temple was far from residential areas, aside from the ash that constantly fell from the sky, the alley was deserted, let alone bodies. After a careful scan and finding nothing amiss, Mage Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief, yet he became even more convinced that the previous incident was caused by Wang's unfortunate luck. He silently resolved never to enter a portal opened by Wang again, and resolutely stepped out. Typos, corrected after posting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.